Umberto Eco Essays on Language and Cognition Introduction. What has Kant got to do with the platypus? Nothing. As we shall see from the dates, he couldn't have had anything to do with it. And this should suffice to justify the title and its use of an incongruous set that sounds like a tribute to Borges's ancient Chinese encyclopedia. So what is this book about? Apart from the platypus, it's about cats, dogs, mice, and horses, but also chairs, plates, trees, mountains, and other things we see every day, and it's about the reasons why we can tell an elephant from an armadillo, as well as why we don't normally mistake our wife for a hat. This is a formidable philosophical problem that has obsessed human thought from Plato to present-day cognitivists, and it is one that even Kant, as we shall see, not only failed to solve but didn't even manage to express in satisfactory terms. So you can imagine how much chance I've got. This is why the essays making up this book, written over 12 months, picking up the themes I have been dealing with including some unpublished material over these last few years, spring from a nucleus of interconnected theoretical concerns, and while they are interreferential, they are not to be read as chapters of a work with systematic ambitions. Although the various paragraphs are sometimes scrupulously numbered into sections and subsections, this is only to enable rapid cross-referencing between one essay and another, without this artifice necessarily suggesting an underlying architecture. And while I say many things in these pages, there are many more that I don't say, simply because my ideas are not clear in that regard. In fact, I should like to take as my motto a quotation from Bosco Pertwee, an 18th-century author, unknown to me, which I found in Gregory, 1981, 558. I used to be indecisive but now I'm not so sure. Written therefore in a spirit of indecision and beset by numerous doubts, these essays spring from my feeling of not having honored certain debts incurred when I published a theory of semiotics in 1976, in which I took up and developed various lines of research begun in the latter half of the 60s. The debts concerned the problems of reference, iconism, truth, perception, and what in those days I used to call the lower threshold of semiotics. In the course of these 22 years, many people have posed me some most pressing problems, orally or in writing, while an even greater number have asked me if and when I was going to write an updated version of a theory of semiotics. These essays were written also to explain, perhaps to myself rather than to others, why I did not do so. Basically, there are two reasons. The first is that, while in the 60s it was possible to think of linking up the scattered members of many semiotic research projects in order to attempt a summa of them, today the area covered has become so wide, overlapping that of the various cognitive sciences, that any new systematization would seem rash. What we are now faced with is an expanding galaxy and no longer a planetary system for which fundamental equations can be supplied, a situation that strikes me as a sign of success and health. Questioning about semiosis has become central to a great number of disciplines, even on the part of those who did not think they were practicing semiotics, or were practicing it unwittingly, or simply did not wish to practice it. This was already true when I was writing a theory of semiotics, just to make one example. It was not because biologists had been reading books on semiotics that they began talking about genetic codes, but the phenomenon has grown so widespread as to suggest that, no matter how selective their theoretical criteria, those interested in the argument would be well advised to apply a kind of ecumenical tolerance, in the same sense in which the broad-minded missionary decides that even the infidel, whatever the idol or superior principle he worships, is naturaliter a Christian, and shall therefore be saved. Nevertheless, everyone, no matter how tolerant he may be of other people's opinions, must also enunciate his own, at least with regard to fundamental questions. With a view to integrating and correcting a theory of semiotics, then, here I am ready to explain my most recent ideas regarding some points that book left in abeyance. As a matter of fact, and here we come to the second reason, in the first part of a theory of semiotics I began with the problem, if, in a Peircean sense, there is such a thing as a dynamical object, we know it only through an immediate object. By manipulating signs, we refer to the dynamical object as a terminus ad quern of semiosis. In the second part of the book, devoted to the ways in which signs are produced, I presupposed, even though I did not spell it out, that if we speak, or emit signs, of whatever type they may be, it is because something urges us to speak. And this ushered in the problem of the dynamical object as a terminus a quo. The decision to state the problem of the dynamical object first in terms of its being a terminus ad quern was to determine my successive interests, following the development of semiosis as a sequence of interpretants being a collective, public, observable product laid down in the course of cultural processes, even though one does not presume the existence of a mind that admits of, uses, or develops them. This led to what I have written on the problem of signification, the text, and intertextuality, narrativity, and the elaboration and limits of interpretation. But it is precisely the problem of the limits of interpretation that set me to wondering whether those limits are only cultural and textual or something that lies concealed at greater depths. And this explains why the first of these essays deals with being. It's not a matter of delusions of grandeur but of professional duty. As will be seen, I speak of being only inasmuch as I feel that what is sets limits on our freedom of speech. When we presume a subject that tries to understand what it experiences, and the object, that is to say, the thing in itself, becomes the terminus a quo, then, even before the formation of the chain of interpretants, there comes into play a process of interpreting the world that, especially in the case of novel or unknown objects, such as the platypus at the end of the 18th century, assumes an auroral form, made up through trial and error, but this is already semiosis in progress, which calls pre-established cultural systems into question. And so, every time I thought of putting my hand to a theory of semiotics again, I wondered if I shouldn't have restructured it starting from the second part. The reasons why I wondered this ought to become evident on reading the following essays. The fact that they are presented in essay form, explorations that are vagabond from diverse standpoints, says how I realized, gripped by the impulse to overturn everything systematically, I was unable to structure it, and perhaps no one can do this alone. Out of prudence I decided to shift from the architecture of gardens to gardening, so instead of designing Versailles, I limited myself to digging over some flower beds barely connected by beaten earth paths, and this with the lingering suspicion that all around there was still a romantic park in the English manner. By deciding where to locate my flower beds, I have decided to take issue with myself, instead of taking issue with thousands of others, and that's to say with various things I had written before, correcting myself when this struck me as the right thing to do, but without denying myself in toto, because one changes one's ideas the way an animal sheds its coat, in patches. It's never a wholesale change from one day to the next. If I had to sum up the nucleus of problems around which I have been circling, I would talk in terms of the characteristics of a cognitive semantics, which certainly has little to do with the truth functional or the structural lexical varieties, even though it tries to draw themes and ideas from both, based on a contractual notion both of our cognitive schemata and of signification, and reference a position consistent with my previous attempts to elaborate a theory of content featuring a blend of semantics and pragmatics. In doing this, I try to temper an eminently cultural view of semiosic processes with the fact that, whatever the weight of our cultural systems, there is something in the continuum of experience that sets a limit on our interpretations, and so if I weren't afraid of sounding pretentious, I would say that the dispute between internal realism and external realism would tend to compose itself in a notion of contractual realism. The reader will notice that, starting from the second essay and more as I go on, these theoretical discussions of mine are interwoven with stories. Perhaps some readers will know that, when I feel the urge to tell stories, I satisfy it elsewhere, and therefore my decision to tell stories here is not dictated by a need to realize a suppressed vocation, a temptation for many contemporary thinkers who substitute philosophy with pages of belles-lettrism. It could be said that there is a profound philosophical reason behind my decision. If, as they say, the era of the great narrative has passed, it might be useful to proceed by parables, which let us see something in textual mode, as Lotman would have put it, and as Brunner invites us to do without wanting to draw grammars from them. But there is a second reason. In adopting a questioning approach to the way in which we perceive, but also name, cats, mice, or elephants, it struck me as useful not so much to analyze expressions like "there is a cat on the mat" in terms of models, or to go see what our neurons do when we see a cat on the mat, not to mention what the cat's neurons do when it sees us sitting on the mat, as I shall explain. I try not to stick my nose into the black box, preferring to leave this difficult profession to the experts, as to bring an oft-neglected character back to the stage, namely, common sense. And in order to understand how common sense works, there is nothing better than imagining stories in which people behave according to its dictates. In this way we discover that normality is narratively surprising. But perhaps the presence of all these cats and dogs and mice in my discourse has brought me back to the cognitive function of the moralizing bestiaries and fables. In attempting at least to update the bestiary, I have introduced the platypus as the hero of my book. I am grateful to Stephen Jay Gould and Giorgio Celli, as well as to Johnny Piccini, via the internet, for having aided and abetted me in my hunt for this imponderable little animal, which years ago I also encountered in person. The platypus accompanied me step by step, even where I don't mention it, and I took the trouble to supply it with philosophical credentials by immediately finding it a relation with the unicorn, which, like bachelors, can never be absent from any reflections on language. In debt as I am to Borges for many ideas in the course of my previous activities, I had been consoling myself for the fact that Borges had talked of everything, except the platypus. Therefore I was overjoyed at having escaped the anxiety of influence, but just as I was about to hand these essays over to the printers, Stefano Bartizzaghi pointed out to me that Borges, at least orally, in a conversation with Domenico Porzio, in explaining why, perhaps, he had never gone to Australia, had spoken of the platypus, apart from the kangaroo and the platypus, which is a horrible animal, made from the pieces of other animals. Now there are camels too. 1. I had already dealt with the camel, when working on the Aristotelian classifications. In this book I explain why the platypus is not horrible, but prodigious and providential, if we are to put a theory of knowledge to the test. By the way, given the platypus's very early appearance in the development of the species, I insinuate that it was not made from the pieces of other animals, but that the other animals were made from pieces of the platypus. I talk of cats and platypuses, but also of Kant, otherwise the title would be unjustifiable. As a matter of fact, I talk of cats precisely because Kant brought in empirical concepts, and while he didn't talk about cats, he talked about dogs, after which he didn't know where to put them. I started from Kant to honor another debt I had incurred with myself, back in my university days, when I began to take down lots of little notes on that devastating concept. The suggestion came from Peirce, known as the schema. The problem of schematism has cropped up again today, right in the middle of the debate on cognitive processes. But many of these lines of research suffer from insufficient historical background. Some people talk about neo-instructivism, for example, others make explicit references to Kant, but many others again indulge in neo-Kantism all unawares. I still remember an American book, a very good one, What's More, but, as the saying goes, no names, no pack drill, in which at a certain point there is a note that says something like, "It seems that Kant said something similar regarding this point, cf. Brown 1988. If it seems that Kant said something similar, the task of a philosophical discourse is to take another look at Kant's point of departure and to see what group of problems he had been wrestling with, because his experience can teach us something too. We might still be the unwitting children of his errors, just as we are of his truths, and knowing this might help us avoid making analogous errors or thinking that we have just discovered something that he suggested 200 years ago. Let's put it this way, Kant knew nothing about the platypus, and that should not worry us, but if the platypus is to solve its own identity crisis, it ought to know something about Kant. I'm not going to attempt an exhaustive table of acknowledgements, because it would be pure name dropping, starting with Parmenides. The bibliographical references at the end of this book do not make up a bibliography, they are only a legal device aimed at avoiding accusations of having omitted the names of persons from whom I took direct quotations. And so many important names, those of authors to whom I owe much but whom I have not cited directly, are absent. I should like to thank the Italian Academy for Advanced Studies in America at Columbia University for giving me the opportunity to devote myself for 2 months to the first drafts of Essays 3, 4, and 5. Apart from this, in recent years I have been stimulated on these themes by the people who worked with me, and who have introjected the sound principle that you must speak of your friends without mincing words, because elaborate ceremonial is reserved for adversaries only. My debts in this sense, having been accumulated in the course of many debates, are infinite. It will be seen that I have quoted some dissertations produced in recent years, which have directly influenced many of these essays, but goodness knows how many names I have not had occasion to mention, from among all those with whom I debated in the course of workshops held at the Center for Semiotic and Cognitive Studies of the University of San Marino and in the innumerable seminars held at the University of Bologna. Nor can I omit the various comments and ideas, not to mention the stubborn resistance, offered by the contributors to the anthology Semiotica Storia Interpretazioni, Saggi in Tomo e Umberto Eco, Milan, Bompiani, 1992. 2. Finally, the decision to put my hand to these essays after collecting and re-elaborating my various notebooks perhaps came to me following the discussions, diagnoses, and prognoses, still uncertain, offered me by the participants in the decade at Cerisi La Salle in the summer of 1996. At the time, those present must have thought that I appreciated the musical evenings enlivened by generous doses of Calvados more than anything else, but I didn't miss a word of what was said, and I was in difficulty on several occasions. 3. My thanks to all of them, especially the youngest of them, for having awakened me from some of my dogmatic slumbers, if not like Hume, at least like old Lampe. Chapter 1. The history of research into the philosophy of language is full of men, who are rational and mortal animals, bachelors, who are unmarried adult males, and tigers, though it is not clear whether we should define them as feline mammals or big cats with a yellow coat and black stripes. Analyses of prepositions and adverbs, what do beside, by, or when mean, are less common, but the few we have are very important, while there are some excellent analyses of emotions, such as anger in griemas, and some fairly frequent analyses of verbs, such as to go, to clean, to praise, to slash, ill. On the other hand, no semantic study seems to have provided a satisfactory analysis of the verb to be, despite the fact that we use it in everyday speech, in all its forms, with a certain regularity. This was more than evident to Pascal, in a fragment from 1655. One cannot begin to define being without falling victim to this absurdity. One cannot define a word without beginning with the term is, be it expressly stated or merely understood. To define being, therefore, you have to say is, thus using the term to be defined in the definition. Which is not the same as saying, as Gorgias said, that we cannot speak of being, we speak about it all the time, too often perhaps. The problem is that this magic word helps us define almost everything but is defined by nothing. In semantics we would speak of a primitive, the most primitive of all. When Aristotle, Metaphysics 4, I, says there is a science that studies being as being, he uses the present participle to on. In Italian this is translated by some as ent, by others as essere. In point of fact this to on can be understood as that which is, as the existing being, one, and finally as what the schoolmen called the ens, whose plural is entia, the things that are. But if Aristotle had been thinking only of the things of the real world around us, he would not have spoken of a special science. Entities are studied, according to the sector of reality, by zoology, physics, and even by politics. Aristotle says to on eon, the being is such. When we speak of an entity, be it a panther or a pyramid, as an entity, and not as a panther or a pyramid, then the tuon becomes that which is common to all beings, and that which is common to all entities is the fact that they are, the fact of their being. In this sense, as Peirce said, being is that abstract aspect that belongs to all objects expressed in concrete terms. It has an unlimited extension and null intension, or comprehension. One which is like saying that it refers to everything but has no meaning. For this reason it seems clear why in philosophical language the substantive use of the present participle, normal for the Greeks, gradually shifted to the infinitive, if not in Greek, certainly in the scholastic essay. This ambiguity is already to be found in Parmenides, who talks of tein, but then affirms that esti garina, dk6, and it is hard not to take an infinitive, to be, that becomes the subject of an is as a substantive. In Aristotle being as an object of knowledge is to on, but the essence is to tinina, med. 4, 1028b, 33.36, what being was, but in the sense of that which being stably is, which was later to be translated as quod erat esse. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that to be is also a verb, which expresses not only the act of being something, and hence we say that a cat is a feline, but also the activity, and hence we say that it's good to be in sound health, or to be on vacation, to the point that often, when one is said to be glad to be in the world, it is used as a synonym for to exist, even though the equation leaves room for a great many reservations. B. Cause originally existere meant to leave from, to manifest oneself, and therefore to come into being. 3. Therefore, we have, I, a substantive, the ens, let's call it the existing entity, 2, another substantive, being, and, 3, a verb, to be. The perplexity is such that different languages react in different ways to it. Italian and German have a term for, I, and seemed, but only one term for both, 2, and, 3, essere and sen. It was on the basis of this distinction that Heidegger founded the difference between the ontic and the ontological. While French has only one term, être, it's true that the philosophical neologism aidant has been in use since the 17th century, but Gilson himself, in the first edition of L'être et Vescience, had difficulty in accepting it, and opted to use it only in subsequent editions. Scholastic Latin had adopted ens for, I, but in a spirit of tormented casualness it also toyed with, 2, sometimes using ens and other times using esse. In current English there are only two terms, to be and being, the second usually covering both senses, I, and, 2. For instance, the current translations of Aquinas's De Ent et Essentia read on being and essence. Some of Heidegger's translators, see for instance Ralph Mannheim's translation An Introduction to Metaphysics, New Haven, Yale University Press, 1959, use assent for, I, but others, see Being and Time, translated by J. McQuarrie and E. Robinson, New York, Harper, 1962, translate was ist das Sind in seinen Sen. As what is being, what is beingness in its being. Peirce proposed to use ens, or entity, for all the things that may be spoken of, 5 including not only material entities but also entities of reason, like the laws of mathematics, and that is how ens came to be the equivalent of being, in the sense that it is a totality that includes not only what is physically around us but also what is below or inside or around or before or after, and founds it and/or justifies it. But in that case, if we are talking about everything that can be spoken of, we need to include the possible too. Not only and not so much in the sense in which it has been maintained that even possible worlds really exist somewhere, Lewis 1973, but at least in Wolff's sense, Philosophia Primus of Ontologia Methodo Scientifico. Per Tractata, 134, according to which an ontology regards the entity quatenus ens est, regardless of all questions of existence, and so quod possibile est, ens est. A fortiori, therefore, not only speculations but also past events would come within the sphere of being. What is in all the conjugations and tenses of the verb to be. By this point, however, temporality, both of the Dasein and of the galaxies, has inserted itself into being, and there is no need for us to be Parmenideans at all costs. If being, with a capital B, is everything that can be spoken of, why shouldn't the future also be a part of it? The future looks like a flaw in a vision of being as a compact and immutable sphere, but at this point we still cannot know if being is not so much inconstant as mutable, metamorphic, metempsychotic, a compulsive recycler, an inveterate bricoler. In any case, the languages we speak are what they are, and if they contain ambiguities, or even confusion regarding the use of this primitive, ambiguities that philosophical reflection does not clear up, may it not be that this perplexity expresses a fundamental condition? In order to respect this perplexity, in the pages that follow we shall use being in its widest and most open sense. But what sense can be held by a term that Peirce defined as being of null intention? Could it have the sense suggested by Leibniz's dramatic question, why is there something rather than nothing? Here is what we mean by the word being, something. 1. Semiotics and the something. Why should semiotics deal with this something? Because one of the problems of semiotics is to say whether and how we use signs to refer to something, and a great deal has been written on this. But I do not think that semiotics can avoid another problem. What is that something that induces us to produce signs? Every philosophy of language finds itself faced not only with a terminus ad quern but also with a terminus a quo. It must ask itself not only to what do we refer when we talk, and with what degree of reliability. A problem certainly worthy of consideration, but also what makes us talk. Put phylogenetically, this was the fundamental problem which modernity has prohibited of the origins of language, at least from Epicurus onward. But while it can be avoided phylogenetically, by pointing to the lack of archaeological evidence, it cannot be avoided ontogenetically. Our own day-to-day experience provides us with the elements, perhaps imprecise but in a certain sense tangible, with which to answer the question, but why have I been induced to say something? Structural semiotics has never addressed the problem, with the exception of Hjelm's Lef. As we shall see, the various languages are considered as systems that are already constituted, and synchronically analyzable, the moment users express themselves, state, indicate, ask, or command. The rest appertains to the production of words, but the reasons why we talk are psychological and not linguistic. Analytical philosophy has contented itself with its own concept of truth, which deals not with how things really are but with the conclusions that should be drawn if a proposition is understood as true, but it has not considered our pre-linguistic relation with things. In other words, the statement snow is white is true if the snow is white, but how we realize, and are sure, that snow is white is delegated to a theory of perception or to optics. Beyond a doubt the only person who made this problem the very foundation of his theory, semiotic, cognitive, and metaphysical all at the same time, was Peirce. A dynamical object drives us to produce a representamen. In a quasi-mind this produces an immediate object, which in turn is translatable into a potentially infinite series of interpretants, and sometimes, through the habit formed in the course of the interpretative process, we come back to the dynamical object, and we make something of it. It might be observed that, as soon as we get back to the dynamical object and start speaking about it again, we are once more at the point of departure, and so we have to rename it using another representamen, so that in a certain sense the dynamical object always remains a thing in itself, always present and impossible to capture, if not through semiosis. Yet the dynamical object is what drives us to produce semiosis. We produce signs because there is something that demands to be said. To use an expression that is efficacious albeit not very philosophical, the dynamical object is something that sets to kicking and says talk to us or talk about me. Or again, take me into consideration. We are familiar with the index-ical signs, this or that in verbal language, a pointing finger, an arrow in the language of images, cf. Eco 1978, 3.6, but there is a phenomenon we must understand as presemiotic, or protosemiotic, in the sense that it constitutes the signal that gets the semiosic process underway, which we will call primary indexicality or attentionality, Peirce spoke of attention as the capacity to direct the mind toward an object, and to pay attention to one element while ignoring another. Primary indexicality occurs when, amid the thick stuff of the sensations that bombard us, we suddenly select something that we set against that general background and decide we want to speak about it, when, in other words, while we live surrounded by luminous, thermic, tactile, and interoceptive sensations, only one of these attracts our attention, and only afterward we say that it is cold, or we have a sore foot. Primary indexicality occurs when we attract someone's attention, not necessarily to speak to him but just to show him something that will have to become a sign or an example, and we tug his jacket, we turn his head toward. In the most elementary of semiosic relations, the radical translation illustrated by Quine, I 960, 2, before knowing what name the native has assigned to a passing rabbit, or to whatever he sees where I see and understand a passing rabbit, and before I ask him, what is that thing? With an interrogative gesture while, in a way he perhaps finds incomprehensible, I point my finger at the spatio-temporal event that interests me to ensure that he replies with the celebrated and enigmatic Gavagai. There is a moment in which I fix his attention on that spatio-temporal event. I may cry out, I may grasp him by the shoulders, but I shall do something so that he notices what I have decided to notice. This fixing of my own or someone else's attention on something is the condition of every semiosis to come. It even precedes that act of attention, already semiosic, already an effect of thought, by which I decide that something is pertinent, curious, or intriguing, and must be explained by a hypothesis. This fixing comes before curiosity itself, before the perception of the object as an object. It is the as yet blind decision whereby I identify something amid the magma of experience that I have to reckon with. The whole problem of whether, once a theory of consciousness has been worked out, this object becomes a dynamical object, noumenon, or the still raw material of an intuition not yet illuminated by the categorical comes afterward. First there is something, even if it is only my reawakened attention, but not even that, it is my attention as it sleeps, lies in wait, or dozes. It is not the primary act of attention that defines the something, it is the something that arouses the attention. Indeed, the attention lying in wait is already part, is evidence, of this something. These are the reasons why semiotics cannot avoid reflecting on this something that, to link us with all those who throughout the centuries have tormented themselves over it, we decide to call being. 1. 2. An unnatural problem. It has been said that the problem of being, the answer, that is, to the question what is being, is the least natural of all problems, the one that common sense never poses. Obank 1962, 13-14. Being as such is so far from constituting a problem that apparently it is as if such a datum didn't exist. Heidegger 1973, 1969. To the point that the post-Aristotelian tradition ignored the question and, as it were, removed it, which perhaps explains the legendary fact that the text of metaphysics disappeared, to resurface only in the 1st century B.C. On the other hand, Aristotle himself, and with him the entire Greek philosophical tradition, never posed the question. That Leibniz was to put to himself in his Principia de la nature et de la grace, pourquoi il plutôt quelque chose que rien. Adding that, at bottom, nothingness would have been simpler and less complex than something. As a matter of fact, this question also represents the distress of the non-philosopher who sometimes finds it too difficult to think of God in his inconceivable eternity, or worse still, of the eternity of the world, while it would be much simpler and more reassuring if nothing existed or had ever existed, so that there would never have been even one mind prepared to rack its brains over why there is nothing rather than being. But if we aspire to nothingness, by this act of aspiration we are already in being, albeit in the form of frailty and sin, as Valery suggests in Ébauche d'un serpent. Solile. Faux d'éclatant. Toi qui masques la mort, solile. Pard impenetrable stalis. Toi le plus fier de mes complices. Et de mes piges le plus haut. Tu gardes les cours de connaître. Que l'univers n'est tu un défaut. Dans la purite du non-être. Incidentally, if the normal condition were nothingness, and we were only a luckless transitory excrescence, the ontological argument would also collapse. It would not be worth arguing that, if it is possible to think id cujus nihil majus cogitare possit, that is, possessed of all perfections, since part of this being's due should also be the perfection that is existence, the very fact that God is thinkable demonstrates that he exists. Of all the confutations of the ontological argument, the most energetic seems to be expressed by the question who says that existence is a perfection. Once it is admitted that absolute purity consists of non-being, the greatest perfection of God would consist of his non-existence. Thinking of him, being able to think of him, as existing would be the effect of our shortcomings, capable of sullying with the attribution of being what has the supreme right and incredible good fortune not to exist. It would have been interesting had there been a debate not between Anselm of Canterbury and Gonilon but between Anselm and Cyren. But even if being were a flaw in the purity of non-being, we would be ensnared in this flaw. And therefore we might as well try to talk about it. Let us return therefore to the fundamental question posed by metaphysics: why is there something, whether it is being as such, or the plurality of entities that may be experienced or thought of, and the totality of the immense flaw that has deprived us of the divine tranquility of non-being, rather than nothing? I repeat, in Aristotle, and in the Aristotelian scholastic tradition, this question does not appear. Why? Because the question was avoided by means of the implicit answer that we shall now try to give. Why is there being rather than nothing? Because there is. This is an answer to be taken with the maximum seriousness, it is not a bon mot. The very fact that we can pose the question, which we could not pose if there were nothing, not even the posers of the question, means that the condition of every question is that being exists. Being is not a problem for common sense, or, rather, common sense does not see it as a problem, because it is the condition for common sense itself. At the beginning of De Veritate, 1:1, Aquinas says, Illud autem quod primum intellectus concipit quasi notissimum, et in quo omnes conceptions resolvit, est ens. Asterisk. That there is something is the first, most obvious, and best known thing conceived by our intellect, and all the rest follows. That is, we could not think if not by starting from the implicit principle that we are thinking something. Being is the horizon, or the amniotic. Asterisk, and the ens is that which the intellect conceives as first and best known, from which and in which it the intellect resolves all rational conceptions. Fluid, in which our thought naturally moves, or, rather, since in Aquinas's view the intellect presides over the first apprehension of things, it is that in which our first perceptual efforts move. There would be being even if we found ourselves in a Berkeleyan situation, if we were nothing other than a screen upon which God projects a world that does not exist in reality. Even in that case there would be our act, even if it were fallacious, of perceiving that which is not, or which is only insofar as it is perceived by us, and there would be we as perceiving subjects, and, according to Berkeley's hypothesis, there would be a God that tells us what is not. There would therefore be enough being to satisfy even the most anxious of ontologists. There is always something, since there is someone capable of wondering why there is something instead of nothing. All this should immediately make clear that the problem of being cannot be reduced to the problem of the reality of the world. Whether what we call the outside world, or the universe, is or is not, or whether it is the effect of a malign spirit, does not in any way affect the primary evidence that there is something somewhere, even if it were no more than a residential cogitans that realized it was cogitating. But there's no need to wait for Descartes. There is a fine page in Avicenna who, after having said on many occasions that an entity is that which is conceived first of all, and that it may not be commented upon except through its name, because it is the first principle of every other comment, and that reason recognizes it without having to fall back on a definition, because entity has no definition, genus, or differentia, and that nothing is more known than it is, invites us to make an experiment that suggests he was not unfamiliar with certain Oriental drugs. Let us suppose that one of us has suddenly been created, and is perfect. But he is blindfolded and cannot see external things. He has been created gliding through the air, or, better, in the void, so that he might not suffer the shock of air resistance. His limbs are separated, they neither meet nor touch. He meditates and wonders if his existence is proved. Without any doubt, he would state that he existed, despite the fact that this does not prove the existence of either his hands or his feet, or his insides, or his heart, or brain, or any other external thing. He would say he existed, without establishing whether he had a length, a breadth, or a depth. Philippe 1975, 1-9. Therefore there is being because we can pose the question of being, and this being comes before every question, and therefore before every answer and every definition. It is known that the modern objection that Western metaphysics with its obsession about being springs only from within a discourse based on the syntactic structures of Indo-European, and that is to say on a language that requires the subject-copula-predicate structure for all judgments, insofar as the 18th century constructors of perfect languages did their utmost to propose, even sentences like God is or the horse gallops can always be resolved as God is existent and the horse is galloping. But the experience of being is implicit in the first cry emitted by a baby that has just emerged from its mother's womb, to greet or take account of the something that manifests itself to it as the horizon, and in the baby seeking the breast with its lips. The phenomenon of primary indexicality shows us reaching out towards something, and it is irrelevant whether this something is really there or whether we posit that it is through our reaching out. It is even irrelevant whether it is we who are reaching out. There would be a reaching out in any case. Being is id quod primum intellectus concipit quasi notissimum, as if we had always been on that horizon, and perhaps the fetus is aware of being while it still floats in the uterus. Obscurely, it senses being as quasi notissimum, or, better, as the only known thing. There is no need to wonder why there is being, it is a luminous evidence. Which does not mean that it cannot seem dazzling, terrible, unbearable, lethal, and as a matter of fact it seems that way to many people. Asking questions about its foundations is illusion or weakness and reminds one of the person who, asked if she believed in God, replied, "No, I believe in something much greater." 20. Being is its own fundamental principle, and we run into this inescapable fact every time we ask ourselves questions about it. Asking questions about the foundations of being is like asking questions about the foundations of the foundations, and then about the foundations of the foundations of the foundations, in an infinite regression. When, exhausted, we stop, we are once more and already at the very foundations of our question. 9. If anything, the question why is there being rather than nothing conceals another source of disquiet, which regards the existence of God. But first comes the proof of being, then the question of God. The question who has made all this, who keeps it in being. Follows the act of recognizing the evidence that there is something, an evidence so well known that it strikes us as being already organized within the cohort of the entities. It seems undeniable that even animals possess evidence of being despite the fact they are incapable of asking themselves the question that follows from it, and dense it. Aquinas was to reply to this in a summa appropriately called Theologica. But first comes the discussion on the de and et essentia. Being is even before it is talked about. But we can take it from irrepressible evidence and transform it into a problem, which awaits an answer, only insofar as we talk about it. The first opening to being is a sort of ecstatic experience, albeit in the most materialistic sense of the term, but as long as we remain in this initial, mute evidence, being is not a philosophical problem, any more than water is a philosophical problem for fish. The moment we talk about being, we are still not talking about it in its all-embracing form, because, as we have said, the problem of being, the most immediate and natural of experiences, is the least natural of all problems, the one that common sense never poses, we begin to grope our way through being by carving entities out of it and gradually constructing ourselves a world. Therefore, since common sense is incapable of thinking of being before having organized it within the system, or the uncoordinated series, of entities, entities are the way in which being makes its rendezvous with us, and it is from there that we must begin. And so we come to the central question of Aristotle's metaphysics. This question is posed in the form of an observation from which Aristotle does not begin but very nearly arrives at after a succession of steps, stumbling over it, so to speak, as he gradually moves from the first book to the fourth, where, after having said that there is a science that studies being as such, at the point where one would expect the first tentative definition of the object of the science, Aristotle repeats as the sole possible definition what in the first book, 992b-19, had appeared only as a parenthetical observation. Being can be said in many ways, leg heti men polikos, and in several senses, 1001-33. What Aquinas thought the intellect percipit quasi notissimum, the horizon of our thinking and talking, Aristotle thought, but Aquinas agreed, was by nature, if it had a nature, but we know that it is neither genus nor species, ambiguous and polysemic. For some authors the statement consigns the problem of being to a fundamental aporia, which the post-Aristotelian tradition has only attempted to reduce, without destroying its dramatic potential. Indeed, Aristotle was the first to try to reduce it to acceptable dimensions, and he did so by playing on the adverb in many ways. The many ways might be reduced to four. Being can be said, I, as accidental being, it is the being predicated of the copula, and so we say the man is white or is standing. 2, as true, and so it may be true or false that a certain man is white, or that man is an animal. 3, as potentiality and actuality, and so if it is not true that this healthy man is ill at present, he could fall ill, and today we might say that we could think of a possible world in which it is true that this man is ill, and, 4, being can be said ens pers. In other words, as substance. In Aristotle's view, the polysemy of being subsides in the degree to which, however we speak of being, we say it with reference to one principle, 1003b5-6, i.e., to substances. Substances are individual existing beings, and we have perceptual evidence of them. Aristotle never doubted the existence of some individual substances. Aristotle never had doubts about the reality of the world as it appears in our everyday experience, substances in which and only in which the Platonic forms themselves are actualized, without their existing before or afterward in some pale space beyond the heavens, and this security enables him to master the many senses of being. The primary meaning of being is the essence that signifies, semania, the substance, ousia, 1028-46. The problem of Aristotelian being lay not in the polikos but in the leg heti. Whether it is said in one or many ways, being is something that is said. It may well be the horizon of every other evidence, but it becomes a philosophical problem only when we begin to talk about it, and it is precisely our talking about it that makes it ambiguous and polyvocal. The fact that this ambiguity can be reduced, does not alter the fact that we become aware of it only through speech. As it is thinkable, being manifests itself to us right from the outset as an effect of language. The moment it appears before us, being arouses interpretation. The moment we can speak of it, it is already interpreted. There is no help for it. Not even Parmenides escaped this circle, despite his having labeled the onomata unreliable. But the onomata were fallacious names that we are led, prior to philosophical reflection, to give to that which becomes. But Parmenides was the first to express in words the invitation to recognize, and interpret, the many signs, schemata, through which being arouses our discourse. And for being to exist, it is necessary to say as well as to think. DK 6. A fortiori, in Aristotle's view, without words being neither is nor is not, it is there, we are within it, but we don't thinly we are. Aristotle's ontology, and this has been widely commented on, has verbal roots. In the metaphysics every mention of being, Every question and answer on being lies within the context of a verbum dicendi, be it Leghine, Semanian, or others. When we read, 1005b 25-26, that it is impossible for anyone to suppose that the same thing is and is not, we come across the verb epilambanian, which is indeed to believe, to grasp with the mind, but given that the mind is logos, it also means to take the word. It might be objected that we say without contradiction that which appertains to the substance, a substance independent of our speaking about it. But up to what point? How do we talk about the substance? How can we say without contradiction that man is a rational animal, whereas saying that he is white or that he runs indicates only a transient accident and cannot therefore be the object of science? In the act of perception, the active intellect abstracts the essence from the synonym, matter plus form, and therefore it seems that in the cognitive moment we immediately and effortlessly grasp the Tutinina, 1028b 33.36, what being was and therefore stably is. But what can we say of the essence? All we can do is give its definition, and definition results from the necessity of its meaning something. Definition is the notion, logos, whose name, anima, is the sign, Semaion, 1012-22-24. Alas! We have irrepressible proof of the existence of individuals, but we can say nothing about them, except by naming them through their essence, that is to say by genus and differentia, not therefore this man but man. The moment we enter the universe of essences, we enter the universe of definitions, that is to say the universe of language that defines. 10 We have few names and few definitions for an infinity of single things. Therefore recourse to the universal is not strength of thought but weakness of discourse. The problem is that man always talks in general while things are singular. Language names by blurring the irrepressible proof of the existing individual. And all attempted remedies will be vain, the reflexio ad phantasmata, reducing the concept to flatus vocis with respect to the individual as the sole intuitive datum, entrenching oneself behind the indexicals, proper names, and rigid designators, all panaceas. With the exception of a few cases, in which we might not even speak, but point a finger, whistle, seize by an arm, but in those cases we are simply being and not talking about being, we are invariably already situated in the universal when we talk. And therefore the anchorage of substances, which should make up for the many senses of being, owing to the language that says it, brings us back to language as the condition of what we know about the substances themselves. As has been shown, Eco 1984, 2.4, in order to define, it is necessary to construct a tree of predicibles, of genera, of species, and of differences, and Aristotle, who in fact suggested such a tree to Porphyry, never managed, in the natural works in which he really intends to define essences, to apply it in a homogeneous and rigorous fashion, see Eco 1990, 4.2.1.1. But the trouble with being is not that it is just an effect of language. It is that not even language defines it. There is no definition for being. Being is not a genus, not even the most general of them all, and it therefore eludes all definition, if it is necessary to use the genus and the differentia in order to make a definition. Being is that which enables all subsequent definitions to be made. But all definitions are the effect of the logical and therefore semiosical organization of the world. Every time we try to warrant this organization by turning to that safe parameter that is being, we would revert to saying, i.e., to that language for which we are supposed to be seeking a guarantee. As Obenk observed, not only can we say nothing about being, but being tells us nothing about those things we attribute it to, 1962, 232. And this is natural, if being is the horizon of departure, saying that something is adds nothing to what was already self-evident by the very fact of naming that something as the object of our discourse. Being underpins all discourses except the one we hold about it, which tells us nothing we did not already know the very moment we began to talk about it. Some solutions have been put forward to offer a way around this aporia. We could place being elsewhere, in an area where it should not and could not be conditioned by language. This was what Neoplatonism attempted to do, right to its extreme consequences. In order to elude our definitions, the one, the foundation of being, is collocated before being itself and made ineffable, that being may be, the one may not be being, and he adds, v. 2.1. But in order to place the one beyond the reach of being itself, language becomes negative theology, it circumscribes the unsayable by means of illusions, metaphors, and negations, as if negation were not itself a motor of semiosis, a principle of identification by opposition. Or it was possible, as the schoolmen did, to identify the foundation of being with God as ipsum esse. It was as theology that philosophy first filled the empty spaces left by metaphysics as the science of being. But philosophically this is an eschamotage, it is thus for the philosopher with religious convictions, who must accept that faith will act as a stand-in where reason can say nothing, it is thus for the non-believing philosopher, who sees theology constructing the ghost of God in reaction to philosophy's incapacity to control what, while it is more evident than any other thing, is still a mere ghost as far as he is concerned. Besides, just to be able to talk of the ipsum esse, which is supposed to be the foundation of our very power of speech, it is necessary to elaborate a language. Since this cannot be the same language that names the entities univocally, and in accordance with the laws of argumentation, it must be the language of analogy. But it is imprecise to say that the principle of analogy allows us to talk of being. It is not that the analogy comes first and then the possibility of applying it to the ends or even to the ipsum esse. We can talk of God precisely because we admit right from the start that an analogia ens exists, of being, not of language. But who says that being is analogous? Language. It is a circle. And therefore it is not analogy that enables us to speak of being, it is being that, through the way in which it is expressible in words, allows us to speak of God by analogy. Locating being in the ipsum esse, which is its own foundation and makes being a part of the worldly entities, does not exempt theology from talking about it, otherwise it is a pure beatific vision, and we know that even el alta fantasia qui manco passa, other solutions. There is one, philosophically sublime and almost impregnable, to reabsorb language completely within being. Being is talked of and defines itself within the all-embracing bosom of a substance where order and the connection of ideas are the same as order and the connection of things. There is no longer a discontinuity between being and its foundations, there is no longer a hiatus between being and the entities, the modes that constitute its flesh, there is no longer a fracture between substance and its definition, there is no longer a gap between thinking and that which is thought. And yet even in an architecture as unyielding and perfect as that of Spinoza, language worms its way in and constitutes a problem. Language seems perfectly suited to the object, which uses it to name itself, as long as it is talking in an abstract way about the substance, its attributes, and its modes, but it appears very weak, tentative, perspective, and contingent when it has to reckon, yet again, with the names of worldly entities man, for example. Indeed, those who have most often contemplated man's erect posture, by the name man understand an animal with an erect posture, those who on the other hand, have been accustomed to observing other things, will form a common image of men, i.e., that man is an animal who laughs, abipt, without feathers, rational, and so each will form universal images of other things, according to the dispositions of his own body. Ethics 11, Scholium I. Isn't this a reproposal of the poverty of language and thought, that penuria nominum and that abundance of homonyms that used to torment theoreticians of the universals, complicated by the fact that language is now subject to the dispositions of the body? And how will we be able to have complete trust in this somatotypic language, when it claims to speak, in terms of geometric order, of being? This left one last possibility, as being had been separated from the essence and the essence from existence centuries before, all that remained was to divorce being from itself. When Heidegger, in What is Metaphysics, wonders, why is there being rather than nothing, he uses sind, not sen. Heidegger thought that the trouble with metaphysics was that it was always taken up with the entity but not with its foundation, that is to say, being and the truth of being. By questioning the entity as an entity, metaphysics has avoided turning to being as being. It has never concentrated on its own foundation. It was part of metaphysics' destiny that being would elude it. Metaphysics has referred to the entity in its totality in the belief that it was talking about being as such. It dealt with the entity as entity while being manifests itself only in and for the Dasein. And so we cannot talk about being if not in reference to us, insofar as we are thrown into the world. To think being as being, to think of the truth of being as the foundation of metaphysics, means abandoning metaphysics. The problem of being and the unveiling of it is not a problem for metaphysics as the science of the entity, it is the central problem of existence. And so enter the idea of nothingness, which comes together with the idea of the entity. It springs from feelings of dread, or angst. This angst makes us feel out of place in the entity and robs us of speech. Without speech there is no more entity. As the entity flees, there arises the non-entity, in other words, nothingness. Angst reveals nothingness to us. But this nothingness is identified with being, sen, as the being of the entity, its foundation and truth, and in this sense Heidegger can fall in with Hegel's remark to the effect that pure being and pure nothingness are the same thing. From this experience of nothingness arises the need to consider being as the essence of the foundations of the entity. And yet, non sunt multiplicanda entia sine necessitate, especially notions as primitive as the entity, being, and nothingness. It is hard to separate Heidegger's thought from the language in which he expresses himself, and he was well aware of this. Proud as he was of the philosophical nature of his German, what would he have thought had he been born in Oklahoma, with an extremely vague to be and a single being for sind and sen? If there were still any need to repeat that being appears to us only as an effect of language, the way in which these two words, sind and sen, are hypostatized into two somethings ought to suffice. The two entities are created because there is a language, and they can be maintained only if the aporia of being as described in Aristotle is not wholly accepted. While for Heidegger the entity, ens, sind, corresponds to substances, of which Aristotle had no doubt, nor does Heidegger have any, because, despite all his yarn spinning about nothingness, like Aristotle and Kant, he never doubted that things are and offer themselves spontaneously to our sensible intuition. There certainly might be something vaguer and more original that lingers on beneath the illusory idea of naming substances univocally. But up to this point we would still be at Parmenides' diffidence with regard to the onomata. It would be enough to say that the way in which until now we have segmented the something surrounding us does not account for it at all. It does not account for its unfathomable complexity, or absolute simplicity, or uncontrollable confusion. If being is really said in many ways, the sen would still be the viscous totality of the entities, before they are subdivided by the language that says them. But then the problem of the Dasein, inasmuch as it is the only one of the entities able to ask itself the question of being, would be precisely this: to realize its circular relation with the totality of the entities it names, a realization sufficient to arouse angst and a sense of not belonging, but one which in no way would help us get out of the circle into which being there finds itself thrown. To say there is something that metaphysics has not yet interpreted, i.e., that still has not been segmented by interpretation, implies that that something is already the object of segmentation, in that it is defined as the whole of that which is yet to be segmented. If being there is the entity that fully recognizes the semiosical nature of its relation with the entities, it is not necessary to duplicate sind and sen. It is useless to say that the discourse of metaphysics has built us a world of entities in which we live in an inauthentic fashion. This would induce us at most to reformulate a discourse that is fallacious. But this could still be done by starting from that horizon of the entity into which we are thrown. If the set of the entities is not identified solely with the set of the utilizable objects, but also involves the ideas and the emotions, then angst and the feeling of not belonging are also a constituent part of the ontic universe they ought to dissolve. Being's awareness of death, angst, and the feeling of nothingness open our minds to nothing that is not already the horizon into which we have been thrown. The entities that come toward us are not only utilizable objects, they are also the keyboard of the passions we know so well, because they are the way in which others have apprised us of our being involved in the world. The feelings that seem to open our minds to the sen are already part of the immense territory of the entities. Again, if nothingness were the epiphany of an obscure force that opposes the entities, in this inexpressible ontological black hole we might perhaps meet that traveler through a negative universe which is das Sen. But no, Heidegger is not so naive as to hypostatize a mechanism of thought, negation, or the feeling that reality is vacillating, and to transform it into the ontological reality of nothingness. He knows very well, as did Parmenides, that being really exists, but nothingness does not exist, DK 6. What could he make of a term that has not only null intension but also null extension? The sensation of nothingness is not a simple tonality of passion, a contingent, chance depression, a mood, but a fundamental affective situation, Heidegger 1973, 204. Not the appearance of another something, but passion. And so what is it that not belonging arouses, if not the awareness that our being there consists of having to talk, to chat, about the entity? Once divorced from the entity of which we are talking, being flees. But this is not an ontological or metaphysical statement, it is more a lexical observation. No meaning corresponds to this word, das Sen, as opposed to das Sind. Both terms have the same extension, unlimited, and the same intention, null. The entity is known to us but being. When we try to determine, or even just to grasp such a notion, are we not seized by vertigo? Heidegger 1973, 4, b. 41. It is exactly the same vertigo that seizes us when we want to say what the entity is as an entity. Terms of equal intension and extension, the only instance of absolute synonymy, Sind and Sen both indicate the same something. The Sen always appears in Heidegger's discourse as an intruder, as the substantivized hypostasis of a verbal usage typical of ordinary discourse. Being there finds itself again, becomes aware of itself insofar as it is assigned to the entity, and therein discovers its real essence, which is not quiddity but decision, as being prepared to meet death. It is a sort of transcendental apperception without I and without I think, in which being there discovers itself as thought, emotion, desire, and corporeality, otherwise it would not have to die. In relating himself to the entity that he is not, man finds himself already before the entity as that which sustains him, that to which he finds assigned to him, that which, with all his culture and all his technology, he can never fully master, Heidegger 1973, 196. In this horizon the Dasein recognizes itself as such, in every state of mind, for which each of us is in this or that disposition, our being there is manifest. Agreed. But why does Heidegger go on to say that we therefore understand being but nevertheless lack the concept, Heidegger 1973, 4, b. 41. Why is the Sen discovered in this state of mind or disposition? It is natural for the concept to be lacking, if its intention is null, as is the case with the entity as such. But why do we need this concept? As Heidegger says in Being and Time, 490, Angst constitutes the opening of being there to its existence as being thrown for its own end, agreed, and the grammatical subject of this thrown being is the Dasein. But then why is it said immediately afterward that because of it Angst, being opens to being there and the being of being there is totally at stake? The being of being there is pure tautology. Being there cannot be based on something, given that it is thrown. Why? Because it is. Whence comes this Dasein that opens itself to being there, if the being there that opens itself is an entity among the entities? When Heidegger says that the problem of the founding of metaphysics is rooted in man's questioning of being, or, better, in its most intimate foundation the understanding of being as really existing finiteness, Heidegger 1973, 198, the sen is none other than the existential understanding of our finite way of being assigned to the horizon of the entities. The sen is nothing, except our understanding that we are finite entities. And so it could be said that, at most, being's experience of being. There is an efficacious metaphor for the obscure sphere in which an ethical decision is formed, to assume genuinely our destiny to be for death, and at this point silently to sacrifice what metaphysics would have said at length about the legion of entities over which it has established its illusory dominion. But then comes, a philosophically influential event, the care, or turning point. And in the turning point this so intentionally slippery being becomes a massive subject, albeit in the form of an obscure borborygmus wandering about in the bowels of the entities. It wants to speak and reveal itself. If it speaks, it will speak through us, given that, like sen, it emerges only in its connection with Dasein. It is necessary therefore, as was the case with the ontic/ontological duplication by which being was divorced from itself, to have language also divorced from itself. On the one hand, there will be the language of metaphysics, which by this time has had its day, senescent in its stubborn forgetfulness of being, anxious to deal with objects, and, on the other hand, a language capable, shall we say, of giving un sens plus per auxiliary mos de l'attribut. With the result that, rather than conceal being, it reveals it. An immense power is therefore conferred upon language, and some maintain that there is a form of language so strong, so consubstantial with the very foundations of being, that it shows us being, that is, the indissoluble plexus of being language, so that the self-revelation of being is actuated within the language. The last verse of Hoderlin's Ondenkbe is emblematic of this, but what remains will be intuited by the poets. The idea is an ancient one and manifests itself in all its glory in the Neoplatonism of the Pseudo-Dionysius. Given a divine one which is neither body, figure, nor form, which has no quantity or quality or weight, which is in no place, does not see or hear, is neither soul, nor intelligence, nor number, order, or size, is neither substance, nor eternity, nor time, is not shadow and is not light, nor error nor truth, Theologia Mystica, because no definition may circumscribe it. It can be named only with an oxymoron such as most luminous sud, or by other obscure dissimilarities, such as lightning, jealousy, bear, or panther, precisely to underline its ineffability, de coelesti hierarchia. This so-called symbolic way, which is abundantly metaphorical in point of fact, and which was to have an influence upon the Thomist and post-Thomist concepts of analogy, is an example of how being can be talked of only through poetry. So it is the most ancient mystical tradition that has given to the modern world the idea that there exists, on the one hand, a discourse capable of naming the entities univocally, and, on the other, a discourse of negative theology that allows us to talk of the unknowable. This leaves the way clear for the persuasion that the only people who can talk of the unknowable are the poets, the masters of metaphor, which always talks of something else, and of oxymoron, which always talks of the presence of opposites, an idea to the liking of poets and mystics, but even more to that of positivist scientists, prepared to rationalize about prudent limits of knowledge by day and to organize spiritualist seances by night. This solution could find a place within a highly complex relation with the definitions provided over the course of centuries by poetic and, generally speaking, artistic discourse. But let us employ poetry and poet as synecdoches for art and artist. From Plato to Baumgarten, we have a sort of devaluation of artistic as opposed to theoretical knowledge, from the idea of imitation of an imitation to the idea of a gnoseologia inferior. With this, having equated the perfection of knowledge with an understanding of the universal, we reduce poetic knowledge to a kind of halfway house between the perfection of a generalizing knowledge, revealed through the discovery of laws, and the perfection of a knowledge that was predominantly individualizing. The poet conveys to us the nuances of color in a leaf, but he doesn't tell us what color is. Now, in historical terms, it was precisely with the advent of an era of science, from the Age of Enlightenment to the century of positivism, that scientific knowledge and its limits were put to the test. As the validity of this knowledge was gradually questioned, and limited to highly circumscribed universes of discourse, there gradually emerged the possibility of an area of certainty that would definitely come very close to the universal but through a quasi-numinous revelation of the particular, which is none other than the modern notion of epiphany. In this way the gnoseologia inferior becomes the instrument of privileged knowledge. But faute de mieux, the revelatory power attributed to the poets is not so much the effect of a re-evaluation of poetry as a slump affecting philosophy. The poets have not won, the philosophers have surrendered. Now, even granted that the poets speak to us of the otherwise unknowable, before we entrust to them the exclusive task of speaking about being, we must accept as a postulate that the unknowable exists. But this is precisely one of the four incapacities listed by Peirce in his Some Consequences of Four Incapacities, in which it is argued, in order, that, we have no power of introspection, but all knowledge of the internal world is derived by hypothetical reasoning from our knowledge of external facts. 2. We have no power of intuition, but every cognition is determined logically by previous cognitions. 3. We have no power of thinking without signs. 4. We have no conception of the absolutely incognizable. It is not necessary to agree with the first three propositions in order to accept the fourth. Peirce's argument strikes me as beyond criticism. Every unidealistic philosophy supposes some absolutely inexplicable, unanalyzable ultimate, in short, something resulting from mediation itself not susceptible of mediation. Now that anything if that inexplicable can only be known by reasoning from signs. But the only justification of an inference from signs is that the conclusion explains the fact. To suppose the fact absolutely inexplicable is not to explain it, and hence the supposition is never allowable. WR2, 213. By this Peirce does not mean to say that we can or must exclude a priori that the incognizable exists. He says that in order to state this, it is necessary to have tried to know it through chains of inferences. Therefore, if philosophical questioning is to be kept open, we ought not to presuppose or postulate the incognizable from the start. By way of a conclusion, ours, if this presupposition is not allowed, right from the outset we ought not to delegate the power of speaking about the incognizable to those who do not intend to follow the path of hypothesis but go straight for the path of revelation. What do the poets reveal to us? It is not that they say being, they are simply trying to emulate it, ars imitator naturam in sua operatione. The poets assume as their own task the substantial ambiguity of language, and try to exploit it to extract a surplus of interpretation from it rather than a surplus of being. The substantial polyvocity of being usually obliges us to make an effort to give form to the formless. The poet emulates being by reproposing its viscosity, he tries to reconstruct the formless original, to persuade us to reckon with being. But he offers us an ersatz and does not tell us anything more about being than being has already told us or than we have had it say, in other words, very little. We have to decide what the poets say when they intuit what remains. In Holzwege, Heidegger 1950, we notice an oscillation between two very different aesthetics. For the first, it is stated that when Van Gogh portrays a pair of clogs, the work of art has let us know what shoes really are, and this entity manifests itself in the non-concealment of its being. In other words, in this representation the being of the entity attains the stability of its appearance. Therefore there is a truth, and there is a being, sen, that says it by appearing, and by using as a vehicle that Dacian called Vincent, just as for certain heretics Christ was allegedly incarnated passing through the Virgin quasi perturbum, but it was the Word that took the initiative, not its fleshly and accidental go-between. But a second aesthetic emerges when it is said that a Greek temple appears, and I translate as an epiphany of the earth, and through this quasi-numinous experience the work keeps open the opening on the world. Here the work is not the mediator through which the sen reveals itself, it is, as we were saying, how art makes a tabula rasa of the inauthentic ways in which we encounter the entities, and it invites and provokes us to reinterpret the something in which we are. These two aesthetics are irreconcilable. The first affords a glimpse of an Orphic realism, something outside us that tells us how things really are. The second celebrates the triumph of questioning and hermeneutics. But this second aesthetic does not tell us that being is revealed in the discourse of the poets. It tells us that the discourse of the poets does not replace our questioning of being but sustains and encourages it. It tells us that precisely by destroying our consolidated certainties, by reminding us to consider things from an unusual point of view, by inviting us to submit to the encounter with the concrete and to the impact with an individual in which the fragile framework of our universals crumbles. Through this continuous reinvention of language, the poets are inviting us to take up again the task of questioning and reconstructing the world and of the horizon of the entities in which we calmly and continuously thought we lived, without anxieties, without reservations, without any further reappearance, as Peirce would have put it, of curious facts that cannot be ascribed to known laws. In this case, the experience of art is not something radically different from the experience of talking about something, in philosophy, in science, in everyday discourse. It is at once a moment and a permanent corrective. As such, it repeats to us that there is no divorce between seen and sen. Here we are still, talking about something, asking ourselves how we talk about it and if there can be a moment in which the discourse stops. The implicit answer is no, for no discourse stops only because we say to it, "You are beautiful." On the contrary, it is precisely at this point that that discourse asks us to be taken up again in the work of interpretation. Let us start off again from the strong assumption that being is said in many ways. Not in four, ascribable to the parameter of substance, not by analogy, but in radically different ways. Being is such that diverse interpretations of it may be given. But who talks of being? We do, and often as if being were outside us. But evidently, if there is something, we are part of it. The result is that by opening ourselves to being, we also open ourselves to ourselves. We categorize the entity, and at the same time we realize ourselves in the /thin /. In saying how we can think of being, we already fall victim, for linguistic reasons at least in the Indo-European languages, to a dangerous dualism: a subject thinks an object, as if the subject were not part of the object of which it is thinking. But since the risk is implicit in the language, let us run it. Then we shall make the necessary corrections. Let us attempt therefore a mental experiment and construct an elementary model that contains a world and a mind that knows and names it. The world is a whole composed of elements. For the sake of convenience, let us call them atoms, without any reference to the scientific sense of the term, but rather in the sense of stoicheia, structured in accordance with reciprocal relations. As for the mind, it is not necessary to conceive of it as human, as a brain, as any residential cogitans. It is simply a device for organizing propositions that serve as a description of the world. This device has elements that we might call neurons or bytes, or stoicheia, but again for the sake of convenience let us call them symbols. A word of warning, which is fundamental if we are to have a guarantee against the schematic nature of the model: if the world were a continuum and not a series of discrete states, and therefore segmentable but not segmented, it would not be possible to talk of stoicheia. If anything, it would be the mind that, because of its own limitations, would not be able to think of the continuum except by segmenting it into stoicheia, thereby rendering it homologous with the discrete nature of the mind's system of symbols. Let us say then that the stoicheia, rather than real states of the world, are possibilities, tendencies on the part of the world to be represented through discrete sequences of symbols. But in any case it shall be seen that this rigidity on the model's part will already be called automatically into question by the second hypothesis. By world we mean the universe. In its maximal version, it contains both that which we hold to be the present universe and the infinity of possible universes we do not know whether unrealized or realized beyond the extreme limits of the known galaxies, in Giordano Bruno's space of an infinity of worlds, perhaps all simultaneously present in different dimensions, the whole that encompasses both physical entities and ideal objects or laws, from Pythagoras's theorem to Odin and Thumbelina. In the light of what we have said about the precedence of the experience of being with regard to the question of its origin, Our universe can therefore include God too, or any other original principle. In a reduced version of the experiment, we could also think of the simple material universe, the one known to physicists, historians, archaeologists, and paleontologists, the things that are in being now, plus their history. If we prefer to understand our model as maximal, it is to elude the dualistic impression that it may give. In the experiment, both the atoms and the symbols can be conceived as ontologically homologous entities, stoichia made of the same stuff, as if in order to represent three spheres, atoms of the world, a mind were capable of arranging a sequence of three cubes, which in their own turn are simply atoms of the same world. The mind is only a device that, upon demand, or through spontaneous activity, assigns a symbol to every atom, so that every one of the mind's sequences of symbols may stand for, it does not matter to whom, a procedure of interpretation of the world. In this sense we overcome the objection that in our experiment a mind is put in opposition to a world, as if a mind, whatever it may be, could not in its turn belong to the world. We can conceive of a world capable of interpreting itself, which delegates a part of itself to this purpose, so that among its infinite or indefinite atoms some stand for symbols that represent all the other atoms, exactly in the sense in which we, human beings, when we talk of phonology or phonetics, delegate some sounds, which we emit as actuated phonations, to talk of all phonations that may be actuated. To make the situation more visible and to eliminate the misleading image of a mind that disposes of symbols that are not atoms of the world, we can think of a mind that, confronted with a series of 10 light bulbs, wants to explain all their possible combinations to us. This mind only has to light up various sequences of light bulbs in series, the switching on of the light bulbs standing for symbols of those real or possible combinations that the bulbs as atoms could realize. In that case the system would be, as Helmslef would have put it, monoplanar, operations carried out on the continuum of the universe, by digitally activating some of its states, would be at the same time linguistic operations that describe possible states of the continuum. Activating states would be the same as saying that those states are possible. Put another way, being is something that, at its own periphery, or at its own center, or here and there in its mesh, secretes a part of itself that tends to interpret itself. According to our inveterate beliefs, this is the task or the function of human beings, but this is presumption. Being could interpret itself in other ways, certainly through animal organisms, but perhaps vegetable and, why not, mineral ones too, in the silicon epiphany of the computer. 1-2 In a more complex model the mind could therefore be represented not as if put before the world but as if contained by the world, and it could have a structure that enabled it to talk not only of the world, which is opposed to it, but also of itself as a part of the world, and of the same process whereby it, a part of what is interpreted, could serve as interpreter. At this point, however, we would no longer have a model but precisely what the model was clumsily trying to describe. And if we possessed this knowledge, we would be God, or in a Fichtean sense we would have constructed him. In any case, even if we succeeded in elaborating such a model, it would be didactically less efficacious than the one, still dualistic, we are proposing. Let us therefore accept all the limitations, and the apparently dualistic nature, of the model, and continue. First hypothesis. Let us imagine that the world is composed of 3 atoms, 1, 2, 3, and that the mind has 3 symbols, A, B, C. The 3 worldly atoms could combine in 6 different ways, but if we limited ourselves to considering the world in its present state, including its history, we could suppose that it is equipped with a stable structure given by the sequence 123. If knowledge were specular, and the truth adequatio reiet intellects, there would be no problem. The mind assigns, not arbitrarily, to atom 1 the symbol A, to atom 2 the symbol B, to atom 3 the symbol C, and with the ordered triplet ABC it represents the structure of the world. It should be noted that in this case there would be no need to say that the mind interprets the world, it would represent it specularly. The problems arise if the assignation of the symbols to atoms is arbitrary, For example, the mind could also assign A to 3, B to 1, and C to 2, and by combinatorial analysis it would have 6 possibilities of providing a faithful representation of the same 123 structure. It would be as if the mind had 6 different languages at its disposal to describe a world that was always the same one, in such a way that different triplets of symbols always stated the same proposition. If we admit the possibility of total synonymy, the 6 descriptions would still be 6 different specular representations. But the metaphor of 6 different mirror images of the same object allows us to think that either the object or the mirror has moved every time, providing 6 different aspects. At this point it would be better to go back to talking about 6 interpretations. Second hypothesis. The symbols used by the mind are less numerous than the atoms of the world. The symbols used by the mind are still 3, but the atoms of the world are 10, 1, 2, 3. 10. If the world were always structured by triplets of atoms, by factorial calculation it could group its 10 atoms into 720 different ternary structures. The mind would then have 6 triplets of symbols, ABC, BCA, CAB, ACB, BAC, CBA, TO account for 720 triplets of atoms. Different worldly events, from different perspectives, could be interpreted by the same symbols. Which amounts to saying, for example, that we would always be obliged to use the ABC triplet of symbols to represent 123, or 345, or 547. We would have a bewildering superabundance of homonyms, and we would find ourselves exactly in the situation described by Aristotle. On the one hand, a single abstract concept such as man would serve to name the multiplicity of individuals. On the other hand, being could be said in many ways because the same symbol would stand both for the is in a man is an animal, being according to substance, and for the is in that man is sitting, being according to accident. The problem would not change except for ulterior complications if the world were organized not in a stable manner but chaotically, and if it were capricious, evolutionary, bent on restructuring itself in time. By continually changing the structure of the triplets, the language of the mind would have to adapt itself continually, always because of an excess of homonyms, to the different situations. Which likewise would happen if the world were an infinitely segmentable continuum, an epiphany of fractals. The mind, rather than adapt itself to the changes in the world, would continuously change its image, gradually causing it to gel into systems of different stoichia, depending on how it projects, as copies or schemata, its triplets of symbols onto it. But it would be worse if the world were hyperstructured, that is to say, if it were organized in accordance with a sole structure given by a particular sequence of 10 atoms. By combinatorial analysis, the world could organize itself into 3,628,800 different decuplets or combinations. Let us not even think of a world that readjusts itself through successive hyperstructuring, that is, one that changes the arrangement of sequences at every moment, or every 10,000 years. Even in the event of the world's having a fixed structure, that is, if it were organized in a single decuplet, the mind would still have only 6 triplets of symbols with which to describe it. It could try to describe it only a piece at a time, as if it were looking at it through a keyhole, unable ever to describe it in its entirety. Which seems very like what happens to us now and what has been happening to us over the course of the millennia. Third hypothesis. The mind has more elements than the world. The mind possesses 10 symbols, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, and the world has only 3 atoms, 1, 2, and 3. And that is not all. The mind can combine these 10 symbols in duplets, triplets, quadruplets, and so on. As if to say that the cerebral structure had more neurons and more possible combinations among them than the number of the atoms and their combinations identifiable in the world. It is clear that this hypothesis should be immediately abandoned, because it clashes with the initial assumption that the mind is also part of the world. If it were part of the world, Such a complex mind should also consider its own 10 symbols as worldly stoicheia. To permit the hypothesis, the mind would have to leave the world. It would be a kind of highly rational divinity that has to account for an extremely poor world, which moreover it does not know, because the world has been cobbled together by a demiurge devoid of imagination. However, we could also think of a world that in some way secretes more residential cogitans than res extensa, that is, one that has produced an extremely small number of material structures, using few atoms, keeping others in reserve for use only as symbols of the mind. In any case, it is worth entertaining this third hypothesis, because it serves to throw a certain light on the fourth. It follows from this that the mind would have an astronomical number of combinations of symbols to represent the worldly structure 123, or at most its 6 possible combinations, each from a different point of view. The mind could, for example, represent 123 through 3,628,800 decuplets, each of which accounts not only for 123 but also for the hour and the day on which 123 is represented, the internal state of the mind itself in that moment, the ends and intentions according to which the mind represents it, assuming that a mind as rich as this one also has ends and intentions. There would be an excess of thought in relation to the simplicity of the world, we would have an abundance of synonyms, or else the stock of possible representations would exceed the number of the possible existing structures. And perhaps this is the way it happens, given that we can lie and construct fantastic worlds, imagine and foresee alternative states of things. The mind could very well represent even the various ways in which it is in the world. Such a mind could write the Divine Comedy even if the infundibular structure of the Inferno did not exist in the world, or it could construct geometries with no counterpart in the material order of the world. It could even set itself the problem of the definition of being, duplicate entities and being, formulate the question why there is something rather than nothing, given that it could talk in many ways of this something without ever being sure it was saying it the right way. Fourth hypothesis. The mind has 10 symbols, as many as there are atoms in the world, and both mind and world can combine their elements, as in the third hypothesis, into duplets, triplets, quadruplets, decuplets. The mind would then have an astronomical number of propositions at its disposal to describe an astronomical number of worldly structures, with all the possible synonymies that derive from them. But that is not all. The mind could also, given the abundance of worldly combinations not yet realized, design modifications of the world, just as it could be taken continuously by surprise by worldly combinations that it had not yet foreseen. Moreover, the mind would be hard put to explain in different ways how the world works. There would be not an excess of thought with respect to the simplicity of the world, as in the third hypothesis, but a sort of continuous challenge among contenders fighting each other on a potentially equal footing but in reality changing weapons for every attack and thereby putting their adversaries in difficulty. The mind would confront the world with an excess of perspectives, and the world would avoid the mind's traps by continuously changing the rules, including the rules of the mind itself. Yet again, all this seems very similar to something that has happened to us before and is happening to us now. Let us abandon our model now, since it has transformed itself into the realistic portrait of our being thrown into being, and it has confirmed to us that being can be nothing other than what is said in many ways. We have understood that, whichever way things stand, but even the very idea that things stand in some way might be called into question, every proposition regarding that which is, and that which could be, implies a choice, a perspective, a point of view. Every attempt to say something about that which is would be subject to revision, to new conjectures on the suitability of using one or the other image, or schema. Many of our claimed representations would be perhaps incompatible with one another, but they could all tell a truth of their own. I would not say that we cannot have any real knowledge. If anything, I would maintain that we have an excess of real knowledge. Some are prepared to object that there is no difference between saying there is no truth and saying there are many truths, even if it were only a very simple double truth. But we might likewise object that this excess of truth is transitory, it is an effect of our groping our way along, between trial and error, it indicates a limit beyond which these different perspectives, all partly true, could one day be combined in a system. And that at bottom our continuous renewal of the question of truth depends precisely on this excess. It may be that, in our language, there is a superabundance of being. Perhaps when scientists say that hypotheses should not be verified but above all falsified, they mean to say that in order to know, we need to prune away the excess of being that can be stated by language. In any case, the idea that our descriptions of the world are always perspectival, bound up with the way we are biologically, ethnically, psychologically, and culturally rooted in the horizon of being, would be more than acceptable. These characteristics would not hinder our discourses from corresponding to the world, at least from a certain standpoint, without this leading to our feeling satisfied by the degree of correspondence, with the result that we are never persuaded to maintain that our answers, even when they seem basically good, must be considered definitive. But the problem is not how to come to terms with the fact that being may be talked of in many ways. It is that, having identified the deep mechanism of the plurality of answers, we come to the final question, which is central in what has become known as the postmodern world: if the perspectives on being are infinite, or at least astronomically indefinite, does this mean that one equals the other, that all are equally good, that every statement on that which is says something true, or does this mean that, as Feyerabend said about scientific theories, anything goes? In other words, the final truth would lie beyond the limits of the Western logocentric model, would elude the principles of identity, of non-contradiction, and the excluded middle, would coincide precisely with the kaleidoscope of truth that we formulate by attempting to name it. There would be no transcendental meaning. Being would be the same process of continuous deconstruction that is made ever more fluid, malleable, and elusive by our speaking of it, or as Johnny Vadimo once said, being would be moth-eaten and friable, in other words, rhizomatic, a network of jumping-off points that could be traveled along according to an infinity of different options, a labyrinth. But no need to go as far as Feyerabend, or the loss of transcendental meaning, or Vadimo's weak thought. Let us listen to Nietzsche, still not yet 30, in Liberwaret und Lugim außer moralischen Sinn, Nietzsche 1873, 355-72. Since nature has thrown away the key, the intellect plays on fictions that it calls truth, or systems of concepts, based on the legislation of language. Nietzsche's first reaction owes, I would say, a debt to Hume. The second is more decidedly skeptical. Why do we designate things on the basis of an arbitrary selection of properties? The third is a prelude to the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis: different languages organize experience in different ways. The fourth is Kantian: the thing in itself may not be grasped by the constructor of the language we think we talk about, and no, trees, colors, snow, and flowers, but they are metaphors that do not correspond to the original essences. Every word becomes concept as its pallid universality takes the color out of the differences between fundamentally unequal things. Thus we think that in correspondence with the multiplicity of individual leaves there exists a primordial leaf on the model of which all leaves have supposedly been woven, drawn, circumscribed, colored, wrinkled, and painted, but by a clumsy hand in such a way that no exemplar would seem to be correct and reliable as a faithful copy of the original shape. 360. It costs us an effort to admit that birds or insects perceive the world differently from us, nor is there any sense in saying which of the perceptions is more correct, because we would need that criterion of exact perception that does not exist. 365, because nature instead knows no form and no concept, and therefore no genus either, but only an X, for us unattainable and indefinable. 361. A Kantism therefore, but without a transcendental foundation and without even a critique of judgment. At most, after having stated that our antithesis between individual and genus is only an anthropomorphic effect and one that does not spring from the essence of things, the correction, more skeptical than the skepticism it attempts to correct, says, we dare not say that this antithesis corresponds to this essence. This would be in fact a dogmatic assertion, and as such as indemonstrable as its opposite, 361. It has to be decided, therefore, what truth is. And it is said metaphorically, agreed, but precisely by someone who is telling us that something is known only through free and inventive metaphor. In fact, the truth is a poetically elaborated mobile army of metaphors, metonymies, and anthropomorphisms that subsequently gel into knowledge, illusions whose illusory nature has been forgotten, coins whose image has been worn away and are taken into consideration only as metal, so we become accustomed to lying according to convention, in a style that is binding for everyone, placing our actions under the control of abstractions, and having reduced the metaphors to schemata and concepts. Thence a pyramidal order of castes and ranks, laws and delimitations, constructed entirely by language, an immense Roman columbarium, the graveyard of intuition. That this is an excellent portrait of how the edifice of language regiments the landscape of the entities, or perhaps of a being that refuses to become set within categorical systems, is undeniable. But, even from the passages that follow, two questions are missing: whether by adapting to the constrictions of this columbarium we can manage to reckon with the world in some way, which would be no insignificant observation, and whether it doesn't happen that every so often the world obliges us to restructure the columbarium. Or even to choose an alternative form to the columbarium, which is, at the end of the day, the problem of the revolution of cognitive paradigms. Nietzsche, who after all supplies us with the image of one of the ways of explaining the world that I outlined in the preceding paragraph, does not seem to ask himself whether or not the world has many possible forms. His is a portrait of a holistic system where no new factual judgment can intervene to throw the system into confusion. In other words, to tell the textual truth, he recognizes the existence of natural constrictions and knows a way of change. The constrictions appear to him as terrible forces that put continuous pressure on us, opposing scientific truths with other truths of a different nature. But evidently he refuses to recognize those other truths by conceptualizing them in their turn, since it was to escape from them that we forged ourselves a protective suit of conceptual armor. The change is possible, not as a restructuring but as a permanent poetic revolution. If each of us, for himself, had a different sensation, if we ourselves could perceive now as birds, now as worms, now as plants, or if one of us saw the same stimulus as red and another saw it as blue, and if a third were even to hear the stimulus as a sound, then no one could talk of such regularity in nature. 366-67. What a coincidence that these lines were written 2 years after Rimbaud, in a letter to Domeny, proclaimed, "Le poète est fait voyant par un long, immense et raisonné dérèglement de tous les sens," and in the same period saw en voir, corset valut de mouches éclatants and au suprême clarin plein de stridures étranges. And thus in Nietzsche's view, art, and with it myth, continuously muddles the rubrics and the compartments of concepts, presenting new transcriptions, metaphors, and metonymies. It continuously reveals the desire to give the subsisting world of waking men a figure so multicolored, irregular, devoid of consequences, incoherent, exciting and eternally new, which is that provided by the world of dreams. 369. A dream of trees that conceal nymphs, and of gods in the form of bulls dragging along virgins. But here the final decision is missing. Either we accept that what surrounds us, and the way in which we have tried to order it, cannot be lived in, and so we deny it and opt for dreams as an escape from reality, which is reminiscent of Pascal, for whom dreaming of being king really every night was sufficient grounds for happiness, but Nietzsche himself admits, 370, that this would be a deception, albeit a supremely light-hearted one that does no harm, and that this would be the dominion of art over life. Or, and this is what Nietzsche's followers have taken as the real lesson, art can say what it says because it is being itself, in its languid weakness and generosity, that accepts this definition too and takes pleasure from seeing itself seen as changeable, a dreamer, extenuatingly vigorous and victoriously weak. However, at the same time, no longer as fullness, presence, foundation, but thought instead as fracture, absence of foundation, indefinitive travail and suffering, Vattimo 1980, 84. Being can therefore be said only insofar as it is in decline, as it does not impose itself but absconds. This brings us to an ontology supported by weak categories, Vattimo 1980, 9. Nietzsche's announcement of the death of God is nothing more than the proclamation of the end of the stable structure of being, Vattimo 1983, 21. Being exists only as suspension and as shirking, Vattimo 1994, 18. In other words, once the principle is accepted that being can be spoken of only in many ways, what is it that prevents us from believing that all perspectives are good, and that therefore not only does being strike us as an effect of language but that it is radically the effect of language and nothing else but the effect of language, and specifically of the form of language that can permit itself the greatest unruliness, the language of myth and of poetry? Being, therefore, would be not only moth-eaten, malleable, and weak but also pure flatus vocis. At this point it really would be the work of the poets, understood as dreamers, liars, imitators of nothing, capable of irresponsibly putting an equine head on a human body, and turning every entity into a chimera. Not at all a comforting decision, given that once we have reckoned with being, we find ourselves having to reckon with the subject that emits this flatus vocis, which is moreover the limit of every magic idealism. And that is not all. While it is a principle of hermeneutics that there are no facts, only interpretations, this does not prevent us from asking if there might not perchance be bad interpretations. Because to say that there are no facts, only interpretations, certainly means saying that what appears to us as fact is the effect of interpretation but not that every possible interpretation produces something that, in the light of subsequent interpretations, we are obliged to consider as if it were a fact. In other words, the fact that every winning poker hand is constructed by a choice, may be encouraged by chance, on the part of the player does not mean that every hand the player lays down is a winning one. It would be sufficient if my opponent played a royal flush to my three of a kind, and my bet would be shown to be a bluff. Does our game with being begin as soon as something replies with a royal flush to our three aces? The real problem with every deconstructive argumentation of the classic concept of truth is not to demonstrate that the paradigm by which we reason might be fallacious. It looks as if everybody is in agreement about this, by now. The world as we represent it to ourselves is an effect of interpretation. The problem has more to do with the nature of the guarantees that authorize us to attempt a new paradigm that others must not recognize as delirium, pure imagination of the impossible. What is the criterion that allows us to distinguish between dream, poetic invention, and an acid trip, because there are people who, after having taken the drug, throw themselves out of windows convinced they can fly, only to wind up splattered all over the ground, and end, mark you, in sharp contrast with their hopes and intentions, from acceptable statements on the things of the physical or historical world around us? We can even posit, as Vattimo does, 1994, 100, a difference between epistemology, which is the construction of rigorous bodies of knowledge, and the solution of problems in the light of paradigms that dictate the rules for the verification of propositions. And that seems to correspond to Nietzsche's portrait of the conceptual universe of a given culture, and hermeneutics as the activity that takes place during the encounter with different paradigmatic horizons, which do not allow themselves to be assessed on the basis of some kind of conformity to rules or, in the final analysis, to the thing, but exist as poetic proposals of other worlds, of the establishment of new rules. What new rule should the community prefer, and what others condemn as folly? There are and will always be those who wish to demonstrate that the world is square, or that we do not live on the exterior but on the interior of its crust, that statues weep, that you can bend forks on television, or that apes descend from men, and to be flexibly honest and not dogmatic we likewise need to find a public criterion with which to judge whether their ideas are in some way acceptable. In a debate held in 1990, now in Eco 1992, with regard to the existence or otherwise of textual criteria of interpretation, Richard Rorty, broadening the discourse to include criteria of interpretation of things that are in the world, denied that the use made of a screwdriver to tighten screws is imposed by the object itself, While the use made of it to open a parcel is imposed by our subjectivity, he was discussing my distinction between the interpretation and use of a text, see Eco 1979. In the oral debate, Rorty also alluded to the right we would have to interpret a screwdriver as something useful to scratch our ears with. This explains my reply, which also remained in the printed version of the debate, without my knowing that in the speech sent by Rorty to the publisher the allusion to ear scratching had disappeared. Evidently Rorty had interpreted it as a simple boutade, an off-the-cuff remark made in the course of the conversation, and therefore I refrain from attributing this no longer documented example to him. But if Rorty does not use it, someone else might, and therefore my counter-objection is still valid. Indeed, I reconfirm it in the light of that notion of pertinence, of the perceptual affordances I talk of in this volume, 3.4.7. A screwdriver can serve also to open a parcel, given that it is an instrument with a cutting point, easy to use in order to exert force on something resistant, but it is inadvisable to use it for rummaging about in your ear, precisely because it is sharp and too long to allow the hand to control the action required for such a delicate operation, and so it would be better to use not a screwdriver but a light stick with a wad of cotton at its tip. It suffices to imagine a possible world in which there is only a hand, a screwdriver, an ear, or at most a parcel and a screw, for the argument to acquire all its ontological value. There is something in the conformation both of my body and the screwdriver that prevents me from interpreting the latter at my whim. Now, so we might get out of this tangle, does there exist a hard core of being, of such a nature that some things we say about it and for it cannot and must not be taken as holding good, and if they are said by the poets, let them be held good only insofar as they refer to a possible world but not to a world of real facts? As usual, metaphors are efficacious but risky. By talking of a hard core I do not think of something tangible and solid, as if it were a kernel that, by biting into being, we might one day reveal. What I am talking about is not the law of laws. Let us try rather to identify some lines of resistance, perhaps mobile, vagabond, that cause the discourse to seize up, so that even in the absence of any previous rule there arises, within the discourse, a phantasm, the hint of an anacholuthon, or the block of an aphasia. That being places limits on the discourse through which we establish ourselves in its horizon is not the negation of hermeneutic activity, instead it is the condition for it. If we were to assume that everything can be said of being, the adventure of continuously questioning it would no longer have any sense. It would suffice to talk about it randomly. Continuous questioning appears reasonable and human precisely because it is assumed that there is a limit. One can only agree with Heidegger, the problem of being is posed only to those thrown into being there, into the Dasein, of which our disposition both to notice that something is there and to talk about it is a part. And in our being there we have the fundamental experience of a limit that language can say in advance, and therefore only predict, in one way only, beyond which it fades into silence. It is the experience of death. We are induced to postulate that being, at least for us, sets limits because we live, in the horizon of the entities and also in the horizon of that limit that is being for death. Either we do not talk of being because its presence overwhelms us, or, as soon as we talk of it, among the first statements that we are accustomed to considering a model of all certain premises, we find all men are mortal. Our elders inform us of this very soon when, once we learn to speak, we formulate the first whys. Since we talk of being in the knowledge that there is at least one limit, all we can do is continue with our questioning to see whether, by chance, there are others. Just as we don't trust those who have lied to us at least once, we don't believe the promise of the unlimited made by those who have introduced themselves to us by immediately setting a limit. And, as we pursue the discourse, we very soon discover other limits in the horizon of the entities we have named. We learn by experience that nature seems to manifest stable tendencies. It is not necessary to think of obscure and complex laws, like those of universal gravitation, but of simpler, more immediate experiences, such as the rising and setting of the sun, gravity, the objective existence of the species. The universals may well be a figment and infirmity of thought, but once dog and cat have been identified as species, we learn immediately that if we mate a dog with a dog, another dog is born of it, but if we mate a dog with a cat, nothing is born of it, and even if something were born, it would not be able to reproduce itself. This still does not mean that there is a certain, I would like to say Darwinian, reality of the genera and species. It is only intended to suggest that even though speaking in generalia may be an effect of our penuria nominum, nonetheless, something resistant has driven us to invent general terms, whose extension we can always review and correct. The objection that one day some biotechnology might make this grain obsolete is invalid. The fact that any breach of the grain would require a technology, which by definition alters natural limits, means that natural limits exist. The possible worlds are part of another region of being. In the ambiguous horizon of being, things might have gone differently, and there is nothing to exclude that there might be a world in which these confines between the species might not exist, where the confines are other or even absent, that is, a world in which there are no natural genera, and in which the crossing of a camel with a locomotive might produce a square root. Nevertheless, if I can think of a possible world in which only non-Euclidean geometries are valid, the only way I can think of a non-Euclidean geometry is to establish its rules, and therefore its limits. It is also possible that there are regions of being about which we are unable to talk. It seems odd, seeing that being always manifests itself in language only, but let us grant this, since there is no reason why one day humanity might not invent languages different from the known ones. But let us keep to those regions of being we usually talk about, and tackle this talk of ours in the light not of a metaphysics but of a semiotics, that of Helmslef. We use signs to express a content, and this content is carved out and organized in different forms by different cultures and languages. What is it made from? From an amorphous stuff, amorphous before language has carried out its vivisection of it, which we will call the continuum of the content, all that may be experienced, said, and thought, the infinite horizon, if you will, of that which is, has been, and will be, out of both necessity and contingency. It would seem that before a culture has organized it linguistically in the form of content, this continuum is everything and nothing, and therefore eludes all determination. Nonetheless, scholars and translators have always been perplexed by the fact that Helmslef called it mening in Danish and in the English translation of 1943, which the author co-signed with his translator, purport. At a certain point Helmslef makes it clear that the fact that different expressions such as jeg ved det ilk, I do not know, jene sayes pa, naluvara have a factor in common, namely the purport, the thought itself, even though this purport still exists as an amorphous mass and receives a particular form only in and from a particular language, 1943, 50-52. The same could not be said of expressions such as piove, tu plut, it is raining. What does it mean to say there is purport before any sensate articulation affected by human cognition? I would prefer to translate Helmslef's mening as sense, a term that can suggest both meaning, but there is no meaning or content before a given language has segmented and organized the continuum, and direction or tendency. As if to say that in the magma of the continuum there are lines of resistance and possibilities of flow, as in the grain of wood or marble, which make it easier to cut in one direction than in another. It is like beef or veal, in different cultures the cuts vary, and so the names of certain dishes are not always easy to translate from one language to another. And yet it would be very difficult to conceive of a cut that offered at the same moment the tip of the nose and the tail. If the continuum has a grain, unexpected and mysterious as it may be, then we cannot say all we want to say. Being may not be comparable to a one-way street but to a network of multi-lane freeways along which one can travel in more than one direction, but despite this some roads will nevertheless remain dead ends. There are things that cannot be done, or said. The fact that these things were said once upon a time does not matter. Afterward we ran up against some evidence that convinced us that it was no longer possible to say what had been said before. Here we should avoid a misunderstanding. When we talk of the experience of something that obliges us to recognize the grain and lines of resistance, and to formulate laws, by no means are we claiming that these laws adequately represent the lines of resistance. If along the path that leads through the wood, I find a boulder blocking the way, I must certainly turn right or left, or decide to turn back, but this gives me absolutely no assurance that the decision taken will help me know the wood better. The incident simply interrupts a project of mine and persuades me to think up another one. To state that there are lines of resistance does not yet mean, as Peirce would have said, that there are universal laws at work in nature. The hypothesis of universal laws, or the hypothesis of a specific law, is only one of the ways in which we react to the onset of a resistance. But Habermas, in his search for the kernel of Peirce's criticism of the Kantian thing in itself, emphasizes that the Peircean problem is not that something, concealed behind the appearances that would mirror it, has, like a mirror, a rear side that eludes reflection, a side that we are almost sure we will one day discover. As long as we manage to get around the figure we see, it is that reality imposes restrictions on our cognition only in the sense that it refuses false interpretations. Habermas 1995, 251. To state that there are lines of resistance merely means to say that being, even if it appears only as an effect of language, is not an effect of language in the sense that language freely constructs it. Even those who state that being is pure chaos, and therefore susceptible to all discourse, would at least have to exclude that it is order. Language does not construct being ex novo, it questions it, in some way always finding something already given, even though being already given does not mean being already finished and completed. Even if being were moth-eaten, there would always be a fabric whose warp and web, confused by the infinite holes that have eaten into it, still subsist in some stubborn way. This already given is in fact what we have called the lines of resistance. The appearance of these resistances is the nearest thing that can be found, before any first philosophy or theology, to the idea of God or law. Certainly it is a God who manifests himself, if and when he manifests himself, as pure negativity, pure limit, pure no, that of which language cannot or must not talk. Which is something very different from the God of the revealed religions, or it assumes only his severest traits, those of the exclusive Lord of interdiction, incapable of saying so much as go forth and multiply but only intent on repeating thou shalt not eat from this tree. On the other hand, something resists even the God of the revealed religions. Even God prescribes limits for himself. This brings to mind the Quaestio Quodlibetalis in which Aquinas asks himself Utrutun Deus possit reparare virginis ruinum, that is, whether God can remedy the fact that a virgin has lost her virginity. Aquinas's reply is clear: if the question concerns spiritual matters, God can certainly remedy the sin committed and restore the state of grace to the sinner. If it concerns physical matters, with a miracle God can restore the girl's physical integrity, but if the question is logical and cosmological, well, not even God can ordain that what has been has not been. Let us leave it open as to whether this necessity was freely laid down by God or whether it is part of divine nature itself. In any case, from the moment he is, even the God of Aquinas is limited by it. After having said that nothingness and negation are pure effects of language and that being always manifests itself in the positive, one might wonder whether it is not contradictory to speak of its limits and its capacity to refuse. Let us therefore correct another metaphor, which struck us as so handy for rhetorical reasons, to make clear what we wanted to suggest. Being says no to us in the same way a tortoise would say no if we asked it to fly. It is not that the tortoise realizes it cannot fly. It is the bird who flies. In its own way it knows it can fly and does not conceive of not being able to fly. The tortoise proceeds on its earthbound path, positively, and does not know the condition of not being a tortoise. Of course, the animal also encounters obstacles that it senses as limits, and it seems to struggle to remove them. Just think of the dog who scratches and barks at the door while biting the handle. But in such cases the animal is getting closer to a condition similar to our own. It manifests desires and intentions, and it is with respect to them that the limit is set. A closed door is not in itself a no, on the contrary, it could be a yes for those who, inside, seek privacy and protection. It becomes a no only for the dog planning to cross the threshold. It is we, given that the mind can provide imaginary representations of impossible worlds, who ask things to be what they are not. And, when they carry on being what they are, we think they are telling us no, and setting limits for us. We are the ones who think that our leg, in articulating at the knee, can describe some angles, from 180 to 45 degrees, but it cannot describe an angle of 360 degrees. The leg, for what little a leg can be said to know, is unaware of any limits and is aware only of possibilities. To us who capriciously would like to live on, death appears as a limit, but for the organism it arrives when things go exactly as they must. Being never tells us no, except in our metaphor. Simply, faced with a demanding question on our part, it does not give the answer we would have wished. But the limit is in our desire, in our reaching out for absolute freedom. Of course, in the light of these resistances, the language of the poets seems to occupy a free zone. Liars by vocation, they are not those who say what being is, but seem to be those who instead often permit themselves, and us, to deny its resistances, because for them tortoises can fly, and there can even be creatures that elude death. But their discourse, in telling us sometimes that even the impossibilia are possible, brings us face to face with the immoderate nature of our desire, by letting us glimpse what could be beyond the limit. On the one hand they console us for our finiteness, and on the other they remind us how often we are a useless passion. Even when they refuse to accept the resistances in being, in denying them they remind us of them. Even when they suffer on discovering them, they let us think that perhaps we have identified them, and hypostatized them into laws, too soon, that perhaps the resistances could still be got around. What the poets are really saying to us is that we need to encounter being with gaiety, and hopefully with science too, to question it, test its resistances, grasp its openings and its hints, which are never too explicit. The rest is conjecture. Chapter 2. Often, when faced with an unknown phenomenon, we react by approximation. We seek that scrap of content, already present in our encyclopedia, which for better or worse seems to account for the new fact. A classic example of this process is to be found in Marco Polo, who saw what we now realize were rhinoceroses on Java. Though he had never seen such animals before, by analogy with other known animals he was able to distinguish the body, the 4 feet, and the horn. Since his culture provided him with the notion of a unicorn, a quadruped with a horn on its forehead, to be precise, he designated those animals as unicorns. Then, as he was an honest and meticulous chronicler, he hastened to tell us that these unicorns were rather strange, not very good examples of the species, we might say, given that they were not white and slender but had the hair of the buffalo and feet like the feet of an elephant. He went on to give even more detail. It has 1 horn in the middle of the forehead, very thick and large and black. And I tell you that it does no harm to men and beasts. With its horn, but only with the tongue and knee, for on its tongue it has very long spines and sharp. It has the top of the head made like a wild boar. It is a very ugly beast to see and unclean. And they are not so as we hear say and describe, who say that it lets itself be caught in the lap by a virgin girl, but I tell you that it is quite the contrary of that which we believe that it was. Polo, The Description of the World, ed. and trans. A. Moule and P. Pelliot, London, Routledge, 1938. Marco Polo seems to have made a decision, rather than resegment the content by adding a new animal to the universe of the living, he has corrected the contemporary description of unicorns, so that, if they existed, they would be as he saw them and not as the legend described them. He has modified the intention and left the extension unchanged. Or at least that is what it seems he wanted to do, or in fact did, without bothering his head over much regarding taxonomy. What would have happened if Polo had arrived in Australia rather than in China and spotted a platypus along some riverbank? Or the platypus is a strange animal. It seems to have been conceived to foil all classification, be it scientific or popular. On the average about 50 centimeters long and roughly 2 kilos in weight, its flat body is covered with a dark brown coat, it has no neck and a tail like a beaver's, it has a duck's beak, bluish on top and pink or variegated beneath, it has no outer ears, and the 4 feet have 5 webbed toes, but with claws, it stays underwater, and eats there, enough to be considered a fish or an amphibian. The female lays eggs but breastfeeds her young, even though no nipples can be seen, the male's testicles cannot be seen either, as they are internal. We are not wondering whether Marco Polo would have recognized the animal as a mammal or an amphibian, but he certainly would have had to ask himself if what he was seeing, presuming it was an animal and not an illusion of the senses, or a creature from hell, was a beaver, a duck, or a fish, and in any case if it was a bird, sea animal, or land animal. A nice quandary, from which he could not escape by using the notion of the unicorn. At best he could have fallen back on the idea of the chimera. The first Australian colonists to see the platypus found themselves in the same quandary, they saw it as a mole, and in fact they called it the water mole, but this mole had a beak, and therefore it was not a mole. Something perceptible outside the mold supplied by the idea of mole made the mold unsuitable, because to recognize a beak as a beak we would have to presume that the colonists had a template for the beak. Had he come across one, Peirce too would have had problems with the platypus, many more than he had with lithium or apple pie. While it can be maintained that semiotic processes are involved in the recognition of the known, because it is precisely a matter of relating sense data to a conceptual and semantic model, the problem, which has been debated for a long time now, is to what extent a semiotic process plays a part in the understanding of an unknown phenomenon. Any semiotician of the Peircean school is convinced that semiosis lies hidden in the perceptual processes, and not so much because we still have to reckon with the fact that a good part of the psychological philosophical tradition talks of perceptual meaning, as because Peirce repeatedly stresses the inferential character of perceptual processes. Once again it should suffice to quote some consequences of Four Incapacities and the polemic against Cartesian intuitionism: we have no introspective or intuitive powers, but all knowledge derives by hypothetical reasoning from the knowledge of external facts and previous knowledge. WR2, 213. Peirce's proposal seems almost to describe Marco Polo's clumsy attempts with the rhinoceros. Polo had no Platonic intuition of the unknown animal, nor did he try to construct its image and notion ex novo, but cobbled together previous notions, thus creating a new entity starting from some ideas about entities already known. All things considered, the recognition of the rhinoceros appears to be a far more complex abduction than the canonical ones. First of all, faced with a curious and inexplicable result, Polo guessed that it might constitute the case of a rule and concluded that the animal was a unicorn. Then, on the basis of successive experiences, he proceeded to reformulate the rule. The list of properties that characterizes unicorns was changed. I should call this an interrupted abduction. What did Marco Polo W before saying he saw unicorns? Did he see something that nonetheless had to be an animal? Note that we are opposing a primary see to a say. Of course, to see is a rhetorical figure, it stands for any other tactile, thermic, or auditory response. But the problem is that, on the one hand, it seems that the fullness of the perception, as the assignation of meaning to the unknown, has been attained by starting from a sketch, a skeleton plan, an outline, an idea, if you like. On the other hand, after having brought into play the idea of the unicorn, Marco Polo had to admit that that unicorn was not white but black. This obliged him to correct his first hypothesis. What happened when he said this is black hoy, and did he say it before or after hypothesizing that the animal was a unicorn? And if he said it before, why did he nevertheless insist on the hypothesis that it was a unicorn? And when he realized that the animal did not coincide with his idea of the unicorn, did he simply admit that what he saw was not a unicorn, or did he correct his idea of unicorns, deciding that the world also contained ill-favored black unicorns? Marco Polo was not a philosopher. And so let us get back to Peirce. In passing from the contact with the dynamical object, through the representamen, to the formation of an immediate object, which then becomes the starting point of the chain of interpretants, Peirce posits the ground as an instance that seems to constitute the initial moment of the cognitive process. The ground makes its first appearances in Peirce's youthful writings, where the interest is eminently logical. 2. Between the concept of substance, the present in general, a subject still devoid of intention, to which properties will later be attributed, pure something on which our attention fixes, a yet to be determined it, and the concept of B1. Ing, pure conjunction of subject and predicate, we find, as accidents, the reference to the ground, the reference to a correlate, and the reference to an interpreton. The ground, insofar as it is a quality, is a predicate. And while the reference to the correlate regards denotation and extension, reference to the ground regards comprehension and connotation. In the logical sense of the term, the ground has to do with internal qualities, the properties of the object. In the in \is black the quality black, or, rather, blackness, embodied by the ink, is abstracted from it, through a process of abstraction, or precision. Nonetheless, even from a logical standpoint, the ground is not the totality of markers that make up the intension of a term. Such a totality can be ideally realized only in the process of interpretation. In prescinding, attention is paid to one element by neglecting another. In the ground the object is seen in a certain respect, the attention isolates one feature. In purely logical terms, it is evident that if I predicate the blackness of ink, I do not predicate its liquidity. But if we were to cleave to the logical value of the ground, we would not get very far. At most we would find ourselves once more among examples that seem to confuse our ideas rather than clarify them, prisoners of compulsive Peircean triadism. 3. Moreover, the choice of the term ground is not one of the happiest. It suggests a background against which something is set, while Peirce's view was that it was probably a something set against a background that was still indistinct. But we must not underestimate the fact that these youthful writings were explicitly influenced by Kant. In them Peirce basically wanted to explain how our concepts serve to unify the manifold of sense impressions. He makes it clear that the first impressions on our senses are not representations of certain things unknown in themselves, but that these very first impressions are something unknown until the mind manages to wrap them up in predicates. Like the post-Kantian he was on his way to becoming, Peirce was later to say that this process of conceptualization proceeds only by hypothetical inferences. Therefore, it happens not only in the process of conceptualization but even in the recognition of sensations. In a certain sense, in fact, in all of them, Peirce does not give a satisfactory explanation of the shift from impression to concept, seeing that for both he proposes, by way of example, the hypothetical workings of one who recognizes, from a series of sounds, a sonata by Beethoven and recognizes it as beautiful. But all things considered, Peirce distinguishes the two moments. Both are identified with the naming of that which is experienced, and to name is always to make a hypothesis. Just think of Marco Polo's efforts in this regard. But the names given to recognize sensations, such as the sensation of redness, are casual, not truly motivated. They serve only to distinguish, as if by sticking a label on them, a certain sensation from others. I say that I sense redness to exclude other possible chromatic sensations, but the sensation is still subjective, temporary, and contingent, and the name is attributed to it as a signifier whose meaning is still unknown. Instead, with the concept we move on to the signified. It might be said that here Peirce is thinking of the Kantian distinction between perceptual judgments and judgments on the basis of experience, see 2.4 below, even though, like Kant, he does not manage to give a precise definition of the former. As a matter of fact, naming the quality black no longer characterizes the moment of an impression, otherwise the ground would not be a category, and Peirce insists that the blackness predicated is already pure species or abstraction. Nonetheless he sees the name given to the ground as a term, not as a proposition or as an argument. The term still precedes every assertion of existence or truth, and, even before referring to something still to be identified, it refers inferentially to an aspect of that something. This takes us from a logical problem to an epistemological one. The ground is firstness not by virtue of triadic symmetry but because it lies at the roots of the origin of conceptual understanding. It is an initial way of considering the object from a certain point of view. I could consider ink as a liquid, but in the example put forward I consider it immediately under the profile of blackness. As if to say, I don't know yet that the something I am confronted with is ink, but I grasp it as something black, I grasp it from the point of view of blackness. My use of the word profile is not only metaphorical. Insofar as it is a quality, the ground is a firstness and therefore an icon or a likeness. After that, it appears that Peirce abandoned the idea of the ground for about 30 years, and we shall see in 2.8 how he picked it up again. Even 30 years afterward, he was talking about it as a sort of idea, in the Platonic sense, in which it is said that someone grasps another's idea, just as by remembering what one was thinking of before one recollects the same idea, cp 2.228. In the meantime, he had better elaborated what he meant by perceptual judgment, which in 1903 is defined as a judgment asserting in propositional form what a character of a percept directly present to the mind is. The percept of course is not itself a judgment, nor can a judgment in any degree resemble a percept. It is as unlike it as the printed letters in a book, where a Madonna of Murillo is described, are unlike the picture itself, cp 5.54. Perceptual judgment already appears as an inference, a hypothesis starting from those sense data that appear to be percepts, and it already belongs to thirdness, at least as the premise of a subsequent chain of interpretations, cp 5.116. At this point where should the ground be? On the side of the percept that is not yet judgment? On the one hand, Peirce tells us that perceptual judgment already contains or prefigures general elements, that universal propositions are deducible from perceptual judgments, that abductive inference shades off into perceptual judgment, without a clear line of demarcation between them, so that, as Prony observes, logical principles are apprehended in the amalgam of perceptual cognition itself, 1990, 331. On the other hand, and in the same text, Peirce tells us that perceptual judgments are to be regarded as an extreme case of abductive inferences, from which they differ in being absolutely beyond criticism, cp 5.181. Which means, as we see in cp 5.116, that insofar as first premises of all our reasoning, our perceptual judgments, cannot be called into question. A curious position: if there is inference in the perception itself, then there is fallibilism, and in fact Peirce also deals with perceptual illusions, cp 5.183, and yet it seems that at the same time these perceptual inferences are not hypothetical but apodictic. A fine and explicit affirmation of realism, were it not uttered by one who never ceased saying that perception is also semiosis and therefore already abduction. And finally, if perceptual judgment could not be called into question, we would have an intuition of the singular, an idea Peirce always rebelled against, right from his anti-Cartesian writings. Moreover, if that which cannot be called into question, and is singular, is the percept, and the percept is identified with the ground, it cannot set off inferential processes that have to do only with general terms, cp 5.298. If there is an abstractive moment in perception, then there is interpretation, even if rapid and unwitting, see Prony 1990, 1.5.2.4, and if there is interpretation, there is possible criticism. If we were to forget these subtleties, and the inevitable contradictions found in writings from different periods, we might be able to cut a long story short this way: agreed, there is an unclear blend in that space lying between firstness, ground or non-ground, and fully realized thirdness. There is a first moment of reaction of the senses that is unquestionable, the moment in which the quality presents itself to me as the quality of something. Secondness, this something becomes the premise of every other inference, in the sense that I know that in any case there is a dynamical object that is triggering the chain of my responses. At this point the work of interpretation begins, and, when perceptual judgment establishes itself and takes shape, it resolves itself into the formation of the immediate object. Some aspects of the ground converge in the immediate object. It has the nature of an icon, of likeness, as well as all the aspects of perceptual judgment. It presents itself as the point of departure of every subsequent interpretation. At most we can say that there are also immediate objects of something we do not know through perception. There must certainly be two immediate objects that correspond to the terms President and Alpha Centauri. But it should not trouble us too much if we think that an icon is not necessarily an image in the visual sense of the term, because also the melody we whistle, perhaps tunelessly, may be an icon of Beethoven's Fifth, and because even a graph has an iconic nature though it perhaps does not betray any morphological similarity with the situation represented. We could therefore gain a breathing space by recognizing that, while the notion of the ground and the very nature of perceptual judgment are still obscure, the same cannot be said of the notion of the immediate object. It is the object as it is represented, CP 8.343, MME respect in which it is thought, CP 5.286, it is the type of which the dynamical object that triggered the sequence of responses was the token, Prodi 1990, 265, to some extent it eludes the individuality of perception, because insofar as it is interpretable, it is already public and intersubjective. It does not tell us all about the object, but it is only by coming to it that finally we know and can say something about the object. Now, in this process and in the moment of its first fulfillment, it appears to me that a problem arises that Peirce had already come across in Kant. Peirce is trying to reformulate, without deducing it transcendentally, the Kantian notion of schema. Is Peirce really thinking of Kantian schematism? Is it by trying to distinguish the categories, but which, his or Kant's, from the schema and the categories from the manifold of the sensible intuition that an apparently inextricable knot between the ground and the immediate object is created? Peirce always returns, almost parenthetically, to the Kantian notion of schema. In CP 2.385 he says without hesitation that the Kantian schema is a diagram, but he speaks of it in an abstract fashion, in reference to the postulates of empirical thought in general, and within a framework of modal logic. However, in 1885, he said that the doctrine of schemata must have come to Kant's mind only late, when the system of the first critique had already been laid down, or if the schemata had been considered early enough they would have overgrown his whole work, WR 5, 258-59. It seems like a research program, the identification of a breach, through which it should be possible to arrive at a non-transcendental Kantism. But what had Peirce understood of schematism, of which even Kant, as we shall see, had understood something only step by step? Is there a reason why Peirce, the future theoretician of semiotics, started by reading and rereading Kant, considering Kant's table of judgments and categories as if they had been handed down to him from Sinai? 5. Kant has been reproached for a radical lack of attention to the problem of semiotics. But as Kellerman, 1991, notes, since Hammond's and Herder's day this lack has been attributed to the fact that Kant considered a very close nexus between language and thought to be implicit, and it has been suggested that this nexus presents itself precisely in the doctrine of schematism, so much so as to suggest that the schema was concept Wortbegriff. On the other hand, it cannot be denied that there is an implicit semiotics in the distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments, that there is explicit discussion of the theory of signs in the Anthropology, 6, and that it is possible to read the entire logic in semiotic terms, see April 1972. Moreover, the nexus between knowing and communicating has been repeatedly underlined, a nexus of which Kant speaks in numerous passages, even though he does not dwell on the subject overmuch, as if he considered the question obvious, Kellerman 1991, 37. Finally, and we shall be coming back to this, there are the semiotic pages of the Third Critique. In any case it should suffice to consider the purely verbal origin of Kant's categorical apparatus as much as Aristotle's and quote a celebrated remark of Heidegger's. Beings equipped with an intuitive capacity must always be able to mingle in the intuition of the entity, but finite intuition, insofar as it is intuition, always remains in the first place anchored to the singular intuited from time to time. The entity intuited is known only if everyone can make it comprehensible to himself and to others, and succeeding in this way in communicating it. 1973,1, 2. To talk of that which is means rendering what we know communicable. But to know it, and to communicate it, implies recourse to the generic, which is already an effect of semiosis, and depends on a segmentation of the content in which the Kantian system of categories, bound fast to a venerable philosophical tradition, is a cultural product that is already established, culturally rooted, and linguistically anchored. When the manifold of the intuition is ascribed to the unity of the concept, the percipienda are by that time perceived as culture has taught us to talk about them. That a semiosic foundation is implied by the general framework of Kantian doctrine is one thing, but whether Kant ever elaborated a theory of how we assign names to the things we perceive, be they trees, dogs, stones, or horses, is another matter. Given the question how do we assign names to things, in the way that Kant had received the problem of a theory of knowledge, the answers were in brief two. One was provided by the tradition we will call scholastic, but begins with Plato and Aristotle. Things present themselves to the world already ontologically defined in their essence, raw material modeled by a form. It is of no importance to decide whether this form, universal, is anti-rem or in re, it offers itself to us, splendid in its individual substance, is grasped by the intellect, is thought and defined, and therefore named, as a quid deity. The work of our mind amounts to what the active intellect, wherever it may work, does in the blink of an eye. The second answer was provided by the British empiricists: we do not know substances, and if there were any, they would not reveal anything to us. What we do have, according to Locke, are sensations, which propose simple ideas, both primary and secondary, but still disconnected, a rhapsody of weights, measures, dimensions, and then colors, sounds, tastes, and reverberations, which change with the time of day and the state of the subject. Here the intellect is active, in the sense that it works, it combines, correlates, and abstracts, in a way that is certainly spontaneous and natural. But only thus does it coordinate simple ideas into those compound ideas to which we give the name of man, horse, tree, and then triangle, beauty, cause, and effect. To know is to put a name to these compositions of simple ideas. The task of the recognition of things was even simpler for Hume. We work directly on impressions, of which ideas are faint images. If anything, the problem arises in establishing relations among ideas of things, as happens in affirmations of causality. And here we would say that there is work, but carried out gently, by force of habit and a natural tendency to believe, even if we are asked to consider the contiguity, priority, or constancy in the succession of our impressions. Kant certainly did not think it possible to repropound the scholastic solution. On the contrary, if there is a genuinely Copernican aspect to his revolution, it lies in the fact that he suspends all judgment on form in re and assigns a synthetic productive, and not merely abstractive, function to the old active intellect. As for the British empiricists, Kant's goal was to establish a transcendental foundation for the process that they basically accepted as a reasonable way of moving in the world, a process whose legitimacy was confirmed by the fact that, all things considered, it worked. But in doing this, Kant considerably shifted the focus of interest within a theory of knowledge. It is rash to say, as Heidegger did, that the critique of pure reason has nothing to do with a theory of knowledge but is, rather, ontology questioning itself regarding its own intrinsic possibility, but it is also true that, to use Heidegger's words again, it has little to do with a theory of ontic knowledge, that is, of experience. 1973, 24. Yet Kant believed in the evidence of phenomena. He believed that our sensible intuitions came from somewhere. He took the trouble to articulate a confutation of idealism. Apparently it was Hume who awoke him from his dogmatic slumbers, by posing the problem of the causal relation between things, and not Locke, who had also tabled the problem of an activity of the intellect in the naming of things. To say why, after having received an impression of something, I decide I am confronted with a tree or a stone was a fundamental problem for the empiricists, but it seems that it became a secondary problem for Kant, overly concerned with guaranteeing our knowledge of celestial mechanics. The first critique constitutes not so much a theory of everyday knowledge as a theory of scientific knowledge. Kant was not interested in knowledge but knowledge that, in other words, interested not in the conditions of knowledge, and therefore of naming, of objects as much as in the possibility of founding the truth of our propositions about objects. His primary interest is how it is possible to have a pure mathematics and a pure physics, or how it is possible to make mathematics and physics two theoretical bodies of knowledge that must determine their objects a priori. The nucleus of the first critique concerns the search for a warrant for a legislation of the intellect regarding those propositions that have their model in the Newtonian laws and that out of necessity are sometimes exemplified by more understandable and venerable propositions such as all bodies have weight. Kant is concerned with guaranteeing the knowledge of those laws that underpin nature understood as the set of the objects of experience. He never doubts that these objects of experience are also the same objects that exercised the empiricists so much, dogs, horses, stones, trees, or houses. But, at least until the critique of judgment, he seems extraordinarily uninterested in clarifying how we know the objects of everyday experience, at least those objects that today we customarily call natural kinds, such as camel, beech, and coleopteran. This was realized with evident disappointment by a philosopher interested in knowledge of like Husserl. 8. But the disappointment was converted into satisfaction for those who instead maintained that the problem of knowledge, both of and that, could be resolved only in linguistic terms, that is to say, in terms of coherency among propositions. Rorty, 1979, 3.3, takes issue with the idea that knowledge must be a mirror of nature, and he even wonders how it was possible for Kant to assert that intuition offers us the manifold, when this manifold is known only after it has already been unified in the synthesis of the intellect. In this sense Kant would have made a step forward with respect to the epistemological tradition that runs from Aristotle to Locke, a tradition for which attempts were made to model knowledge on perception. Kant would have liquidated the problem of perception by stating that knowledge hinges on propositions and not objects. Rorty is satisfied for evident reasons, even though his idea is to overturn the very paradigm of analytic philosophy. This is nonetheless his point of departure, even in terms of his personal history, and therefore Kant strikes him as the first to have suggested to the analytic tradition that it was necessary not so much to wonder what a dog is as to wonder if the proposition dogs are animals is true or not. This does not eliminate Rorty's problems, not even if he intended to reduce knowledge to a purely linguistic problem, because it prevents him from tackling the problem of the relations among perception, language, and knowledge. That is to say, if the opposition is, if, like Rorty, we may pick up the thread of an opposition proposed by Sellers, between knowing how X is and knowing what type of thing X is, we would still have to ask ourselves whether in order to answer the second question it is not necessary also to have answered the first. 9. This does even less to eliminate the problems of Kant, who not only seems uninterested in explaining how it happens that we understand how X is but also is unable to explain how we decide what type of thing X is. In other words, the first critique fails to deal with the problem of how we understand that a dog is a dog, and it does not even explain how we are able to say that a dog is a mammal. There is nothing extraordinary about this if we reflect upon the cultural climate in which Kant was writing. By way of examples of rigorous knowledge that might be founded a priori, he had at his disposal mathematical science and physical science as they had already been established for centuries, and he knew very well how to define weight, extension, force, mass, triangle, or circle. But he did not have a science of dogs, just as he did not have a science of beech or lime trees, or of coleopterans. Let us not forget that when he was writing the first critique, only a little more than 20 years had passed since the publication of Linnaeus's Systema Naturae, the first tentative monument to the establishment of a classification of natural kinds. The dictionaries of the preceding century defined dog as a known animal. Attempts at universal classification such as those of Dalgarno or Wilkins, 17th century, employ taxonomies that today we would define as approximative. 101 understands why Kant could define the concept of dog as an empirical one, and, as he was to repeat on several occasions, we shall never be able to know all the notes of empirical concepts. That is why the first critique begins, Introduction 7, with the declaration that in transcendental philosophy concepts containing anything empirical must not appear. The object of the a priori synthesis cannot be the nature of things, which is in itself inexhaustible. Therefore, even if he realized that he was reducing knowledge to the knowledge of propositions, and therefore to linguistic knowledge, Kant could not have posed himself the problem, which Peirce was to set himself, that the nature of knowledge was not linguistic but semiotic. It is true that, while Kant could not do this in the first critique, he was to move in this direction in the third, but in order to take that path he had to reckon with the difficulties encountered in the first critique by bringing into play the notion of the schema, of which more will be said in 2.5. According to a Kantian example, p. 23, I can move from an uncoordinated succession of phenomena. There is a stone, it is struck by the sun's rays, it is hot and, as we shall see, this is an example of perceptual judgment, to the proposition the sun heats the stone. If we suppose that the sun is A, the stone B, and the being hot C, we can say that A is the cause whereby B is C. According to the table of categories, of transcendental schemata and of the principles of pure intellect, see figure 2.1, the axioms of intuition tell me that all intuitions are extensive quantities and, through the schema of the number, I apply the category of the singularity to A and B. Through the anticipations of perception, by applying the schema of degree, I state the reality, in an existential sense, realitet, of the phenomenon given me by intuition. Through the analogies with experience, I see A and B as substances, permanent in time, into which I insert accidents, and I establish that the accident C of B is caused by A. Finally, I decide that what is linked to the material conditions of experience is real, reality in the modal sense, where /lich/eat, and, for the schema of existence in a set time, I assert that the phenomenon is effectively occurring. Equally, if the proposition were by natural law it always and of necessity occurs that the sun's light heats all stones, I should have to apply in the first instance the category of unity and in the last instance that of necessity. If we take the transcendental foundation of a priori synthetic judgments as good, but this is not the matter in dispute, the Kantian theoretical apparatus would have explained to me why I can say with certainty that A necessarily causes the fact that B is C. But at this point Kant has still not said how he can bind the variables. Why do I perceive A as sun and B as stone? How do the concepts of pure intellect intervene to make me understand a stone as such, distinct from all the other stones in the heap, from the sunlight that heats it, and from the rest of the universe? Those concepts of the pure intellect that are the categories are too vast and far too general to enable me to recognize the stone, the sun, and the heat. It is true that Kant assures us, CPR/B, 94, that once a list of primitive pure concepts has been drawn up, it is easy to add the derived and subaltern ones, but, since his task was to deal with the principles of the system rather than with the completeness of the system, he saved this integration for another work. In any case, all we need do is consult the manuals of ontology and thereby nimbly subordinate the predicibles of force, action, and passion to the category of causality, or the predicibles of birth, death, and change to the category of modality. But even then we should still be on such a high level of abstraction that we could not say this B is a stone. Therefore the table of categories does not allow us to say how we perceive a stone as such. Concepts of the pure intellect are only logical functions, not concepts of objects, p. 39. But, if I am unable to say not only that this A is the sun and this B is a stone but also that this B is at least a body, all the universal and necessary laws that the concepts of the pure intellect guarantee me are worth nothing, because they could refer to any datum of experience. Perhaps I could. 74. Say that there is an A that heats everything, whatever empirical concept I may assign to B, but I wouldn't know what this heating entity is, because I would not have assigned any empirical concept to A. Concepts of the pure intellect have need not only of sensible intuition but also of concepts of objects to which they may be applied. The concepts of sun, stone, and air, and Kant is clear about this, are empirical concepts, and in that sense they are not very different from those that the empiricists called ideas of genera and species. Kant sometimes talks of generic concepts, which are concepts, but not in the sense in which he often calls concepts the categories, which are indeed concepts, but of the pure intellect. The categories, as we have seen, are most abstract concepts, such as unity, reality, causality, possibility, necessity. The concept of horse is not determined through the application of the pure concepts of the intellect. An empirical concept derives from the sensations, through comparison with the objects of experience. Which science studies the formation of empirical concepts? Certainly not general logic, which, according to Kant, must not investigate the source of concepts, or the way in which concepts have their origin, insofar as they are representations. Lee 5, however, it seems that Kant also thought that not even critical philosophy is entitled to undertake this task, since it should examine not how experience takes place, a task more for empirical psychology, but what experience contains. This point of view would be admissible only if the production of empirical concepts had nothing to do with the legislative activity of the intellect. We would have to know horses and houses either through manifest quiddity, as the Aristotelian scholastic school had it, or through a simple process of combination, correlation, and abstraction, which was Locke's view. There is a passage in the Logic that might confirm this interpretation. To form concepts from representations, it is therefore necessary to be able to compare, reflect, and abstract these three logical opera. Kant, Peirce, and the Platypus I-75. Tions of the intellect, in fact, are the essential and universal conditions for the production of any concept in general. I see, for example, a willow and a linden tree. By comparing these objects, first of all, I note they are different from each other with regard to the trunk, branches, leaves, etc., but then, on reflecting only upon what they have in common, the trunk, branches, and the leaves themselves, and by abstracting from their size, their shape, etc., I obtain the concept of a tree. Lee 6. Are we really, still, at Locke? The passage would be Lockean if words such as intellect retain the weak, all things considered, meaning of humane understanding. Which could not be the case for the older Kant, who had already published the three critiques. Whatever work the intellect does to understand that a willow and a linden are trees, it does not find this arboreality in the sensible intuition. Without a legislative activity of the intellect, the material of intuition remains blind. And in any case Kant has not told us why, on having a given intuition, I understand that it is the intuition of linden tree. On the other hand, even abstracting in Kant does not signify to take from, to make arise from, which would still be the scholastic perspective, and not even to construct through, which would be the empiricist position. It is pure considering separately, it is a negative condition, it is the supreme maneuver of the intellect, which knows that the opposite of abstraction is the conceptus omni mode determinatus, the concept of an individual, which in Kant's system is impossible, the sensible. Intuition must be elaborated by the intellect and illuminated by general or generic determinations. And as a matter of fact, the passage was perhaps a response to exigencies of didactic simplification in a text that is a collection of notes taken and then certainly reelaborated by others in the course of his lessons, because it is in clear contrast with what is said 2 pages before. 3. The empirical concept derives from the senses by comparison of the objects of experience, and thanks to the intellect it receives only the form of universality. Only. 76/. 2.4 Perceptual judgments. When Kant dealt with empirical psychology in the decade prior to the first critique, and here too the reference is to lessons given out of necessity and transcribed by others, 1-2 he already knew that information provided by the senses was insufficient, because you need the intellect that reflects on what the senses have put before it. The fact we think we know things on the sole basis of the testimony of the senses depends on avidium subreptionis. From infancy we are so used to grasping things as if they appeared to us already given in the intuition, that we have never considered the role played by the intellect in this process. Being unaware that the intellect is in action does not mean that it is not working, and so in the logic, intr. Many automatisms of this kind are mentioned, as for example when we talk and therefore show we know the rules of language, but if someone asked us which rules, we would be unable to reply, and perhaps we would not even be able to say they exist. Today we would say that to obtain an empirical concept we must be able to produce a perceptual judgment. But by perception we intend a complex act, an interpretation of sensible data that involves memory and culture and that ultimately results in the understanding of the nature of the object. On the other hand, Kant talks of perceptio or Wahrnehmung only as a representation with consciousness. Such perceptions can be subdivided into sensations, which simply modify the state of the subject, and forms of objective knowledge. As such they can be empirical intuitions, which through the sensation refer to the singular object, and they are still appearances, devoid of concept, blind. Or they are imbued with concept, through a distinctive sign common to many things, a note, CPR/B, 249. For Kant, then, what is a perceptual judgment, Wahrnehmung Surteil, and how is it distinguishable from a judgment on the basis of experience, Erfahrung Surteil? Perceptual judgments are a lower-order logical activity, Lee 57, that creates the subjective world of personal consciousness. They are judgments such as when Kant, Peirce, and the Platypus I-77. Sunlight bathes a stone, the stone is heated. They can also be mistaken and are in any event contingent, p. 20, 23. Judgments based on experience instead establish a necessary connection. Example, they in fact assert, the sun heats the stone. 1. It seems therefore that the categories intervene only in judgments based on experience. But then why are perceptual judgments judgments? Judgment is not immediate but mediated knowledge of an object, and in all judgments we find a concept that holds good for a plurality of representations, CPR/B, 85. It cannot be denied that having the representation of the stone and its heating already represents a unification actuated in the manifold of the sensible. To unify representations in the consciousness is already to think and to judge, p. 22, and judgments are a priori rules, p. 23. If we were not satisfied, all synthesis, without which even perception would be impossible, is subject to the categories, CRP/B, 125. It cannot be that, as is said in the p21, the a priori principles of the possibility of every experience are propositions, SDTZE, that subordinate all perception to intellectual concepts, Verstandesbegriff. A Wahrnehmung Surteil is already deeply imbued with Verstandesbegriff. There's no way around it. Recognizing a stone as such is already a perceptual judgment. A perceptual judgment is a judgment, and therefore it too depends on the legislation of the intellect. The manifold is given in the sensible intuition, but the conjunction of a manifold in general can come to us only through an act of synthesis on the part of the intellect. 1. In short, Kant postulates a notion of empirical concept and of perceptual judgment, a crucial problem for the empiricists, but he does not manage to pull either of them out of the mire, from that muddy ground between sensible intuition and the legislatory activity of the intellect. But for his critical theory this no man's land cannot exist. The various phases of knowledge, in Kant, could be represented by a series of verbalizations in this sequence. 1. This stone. 2. This is a stone, or here there is a stone. 3a. This stone is white. 3b. This stone is hard. 4. This stone is a mineral and a body. 5. If I throw the stone, it will fall back to earth. 6. All stones, insofar as they are minerals and therefore bodies, have weight. The first critique certainly deals with propositions like 5 and 6. It is debatable whether it really deals with propositions like 4, and it certainly is vague about the legitimacy of propositions like 1 and 3b. It is legitimate to wonder if 1 and 2 express different locutionary acts. With the exception of infantile holophrastic language, it is impossible to conceive of someone who, when confronted with a stone, utters 1. If anything, this symptom could occur only in 3a or 3b. But no one has ever said that there must be a verbalization in correspondence with every phase of understanding, and the same freedom holds good even for acts of self-consciousness. Someone could walk along a road at whose sides stand heaps of stones, without paying any attention to them, but if he were asked what there was along the road, he could very well reply that there were only stones. 1.5 Therefore, if the fullness of perception is in fact already a perceptual judgment, and if we wanted to verbalize it at all costs, we would have 1, which is not a proposition and therefore does not imply judgment. By the time we get to the point of verbalizing it, we are immediately at 2. Therefore, when questioned with regard to what he has seen or is presently looking at, someone who has seen a stone will either answer 2, or there will be no guarantee of his having perceived anything. As for 3a and 3b, the subject can have all the possible sensations of whiteness or hardness, but the moment he predicates whiteness or hardness, he has already entered the categorial, and the quality he predicates is applied to a substance, precisely to determine it at least from one respect or capacity. Perhaps he might start from something expressible, such as this white thing or this hard thing, but even so he would already have begun the work of hypothesis, and it is worth observing that this would be the situation typical of a person who sees a platypus for the first time, a swimming thing with fur and a beak. It remains for us to decide what happens when our subject says that that stone is a mineral and a body. Peirce would have said that we have already entered the moment of interpretation, whereas for Kant we have constructed a generic concept, but as we have seen, he is very vague about this. The real Kantian problem, however, concerns 1.3. There is a difference between 3a and 3b. For Locke, while the first expresses a simple secondary idea, color, the second expresses a simple primary idea. Primary and secondary are qualifications of objectivity, not of the certainty of perception. One by no means irrelevant problem is whether, on seeing a red apple or a white stone, I can also understand that the apple is white and juicy inside, and that the stone is hard inside and has weight. We might say that the difference lies in whether the object perceived is already an effect of the segmentation of the continuum or whether it is an unknown object. If we see a stone, we know, in the very act of understanding that it is a stone, what it is like inside. Someone who sees a fossil of coralline origin for the first time, in the form of a stone, but red in color, still does not know what it is like inside. But also in the case of the known object, what does it mean to say we know that the stone, white on the outside, is hard inside? Were someone to ask us such an irritating question, we might reply, "That's the way I imagine it, stones are usually like that." It seems curious to put an imagining at the foundation of a generic concept. What does imagine mean? There is a difference between to imagine, in the sense of calling up an image. We are now in the realm of fancy, the delineation of possible worlds, as when my desire portrays a stone I would like to find to crack a nut with, and this process does not call for the experience of the senses, and to imagine, in the sense that, on seeing a stone as such, precisely on account of and in concomitance with the sensible impressions that have stimulated my visual organs, I know, but I do not see, that it is hard. What interests us is the second kind of imagining. The first sense, as Kant would have put it, might as well be left to empirical psychology, but the second sense is crucial for a theory of understanding, of the perception of things, or in Kantian terms in the construction of empirical concepts, not to mention the fact that, even imagining in the first sense, wishing for a stone with which to crack a nut, is possible because, when I imagine a stone, I imagine that it is hard. Wilfrid Sellars, 1978, proposes using the term imagining for to imagine, and imaging for to imagine. For reasons that shall soon be clear, I propose to translate imaging with to figure, both in the sense of constructing a figure, of delineating a structural framework, and in the sense in which we say, on seeing the stone, I figure it is hard inside. In this act of figuring some properties of the stone, we make a choice, we figure it in a certain respect or capacity. If on seeing or imagining the stone, I did not intend to crack a nut but to drive off a bothersome animal, I would also see the stone in terms of its dynamic possibilities, as an object that can be projected and that, insofar as it has weight, has the property of falling toward the target rather than rising in the air. This figuring in order to understand and understanding by figuring is crucial to the Kantian system. It reveals itself as essential both for the transcendental grounding of empirical concepts and for permitting perceptual judgments, implicit and non-verbalized, such as this stone. In Kantian theory it is necessary to explain why categories that are so astrally abstract can be applied to the concreteness of the sensible intuition. I see the sun and the stone, and I must be able to think that star, in a singular judgment, or all stones, in a universal judgment, even more complex, because in point of fact I have seen only one stone, or a few, heated by the sun. Now, special laws, therefore, as they refer to phenomena which are empirically determined, cannot be completely derived from the categories. Experience must be suprad, CPR/B, 127. But, since the pure concepts of the intellect are heterogeneous with respect to sensible intuitions, in comprehending any object under a concept, CPR/B, 133, but in reality one should say in every subsumption of the subject of the intuition under a concept, so that an object may arise, we need a third mediating element that, so to speak, makes it possible for the concept to wrap itself around the intuition and renders the concept applicable to the intuition. In this way the need for a transcendental schema comes into being. The transcendental schema is a product of the imagination. Let us leave aside the discrepancy between the first and second edition of the Critique of Pure Reason, whereby in the first edition the imagination is one of the three faculties of the soul, together with sense, which empirically represents appearances in perception and apperception, while in the second edition imagination becomes only a capacity of the intellect, an effect produced by the intellect on the sensibility. In the view of many interpreters, including Heidegger, this transformation is enormously relevant, to such a degree that one is obliged to go back to the first edition and overlook the second thoughts found in its successor. From our point of view this issue is secondary. Let us grant therefore that the imagination, whatever faculty or activity it may be, provides the intellect with a schema, so that it can apply it to the intuition. Imagination is the capacity to represent an object even without its being present in the intuition. It is reproductive in the sense that we have called to imagine, or it is synthesis speciosa, productive imagination of a species, figure. This synthesis is that whereby the empirical concept of plate can be thought by means of the pure geometric concept of the circle, because the roundness which is conceived in the first forms an intuition in the second, CPR/B, 134. Despite this example, the schema is not an image, and therefore it becomes clear here why I preferred figure to imagine. For example, the schema of number is not a quantitative image, as if I imagined the number 5 in the form of 5 dots lined up one after the other, like this. It is evident that in such a way I could never imagine the number 1000, not to mention greater numbers. The schema of number is rather the representation of a method of representing in one image a certain quantity, according to a certain concept, CPR/B, 135, so that one could understand Peano's 5 axioms as the elements of a schema for the representation of numbers, 0 is a number, the successor of every number is a number, there are no numbers with the same successor, 0 is not the successor of any number, every property of the 0, and the successor of any number with those properties, belongs to all numbers, so that any series xo, xi, x2, x3, xn, which is infinite, contains no repetitions, has a beginning, and does not contain terms that cannot be reached starting from the first, in a finite number of passages, is a series of numbers. In the preface to the second edition of the first critique, Kant mentions Thales, who from the figure of one isosceles triangle, in order to discover the properties of all isosceles triangles, did not follow step by step what he saw, but had to construct the isosceles triangle in general. The schema is not an image, because the image is a product of the reproductive imagination, while the schema of sensible concepts, also of figures in space, is a product of the pure a priori capacity to imagine a monogram, so to say, CPR/B, 136. If anything, one should say that the Kantian schema, more than what is commonly understood as a mental image, which evokes the idea of a photograph, is like Wittgenstein's build, a proposition that has the same form as the fact it represents, in the same sense in which we talk of an iconic relation for an algebraic formula, or of a model in the technical scientific sense. In order to gain a better understanding of the concept of schema, perhaps we need to consider what computer operators call a flowchart. The machine is capable of thinking in terms of if, then go to, but this is an overly abstract logical device, given that it can serve us both for making a calculation and for drawing a geometrical figure. The flowchart shows us the steps that the machine must perform and that we must order it to perform. Given one operation, at a certain juncture in the process a possible alternative is produced, and, depending on the answer that appears, a choice needs to be made. Depending on the new answer, it is necessary to return to a higher node of the chart, or proceed beyond, and so on. The chart has something that can be intuited in spatial terms, but at the same time it is substantially based on a temporal course, the flow, in the same way as Kant observes that the schemata are based fundamentally on time. This idea of the flowchart seems to explain rather well what Kant meant by the schematic rule that governs the conceptual construction of geometrical figures. No image of a triangle, which I find in experience the face of a pyramid, for example, can ever provide adequate cover for the concept of triangle in general, which must hold good for all triangles, be they right-angled, isosceles, or scalene, CPR/B, 136. 110. The schema is proposed as a rule for the construction in any situation of a figure having the general properties of triangles, let us say, even without talking in strictly mathematical terms, that one of the prescribed steps the schema obliges me to take is that, if I have arranged 3 toothpicks on the table, I must not seek a fourth but must for the time being close the figure with the 3 toothpicks available. 1.6 Kant reminds us that we cannot think of a line without tracing it in our thoughts, we cannot think of a circle without describing it. I believe that in order to describe it I must have a rule that tells me that all the points of the circle must be equidistant from the center. We cannot represent the 3 spatial dimensions without putting 3 lines perpendicular to one another. We cannot even represent time without tracing a straight line, CPR/B, 120. 21 ff. Note that at this point we have radically modified what we defined at the beginning as Kant's implicit semiotics, because thinking is not just the application of pure concepts deriving from a previous verbalization, it is also the entertaining of diagrammatic representations. As well as time, memory comes into the construction of these diagrammatic representations. In the first edition of the Critique, CPR/A, 78-79, Kant says that if while counting I forget that the units now present to my senses have been added gradually, I cannot know the production of pluralities through successive addition, and therefore I cannot even know the number. If in thought I were to trace a line, or if I wished to think of the time between one noon and the next, but in the process of addition I always lost the preceding representations, the first parts of the line, the preceding parts in time, I would never have a complete representation. We can see how schematism works in the anticipations of perception, a really fundamental principle because it implies that observable reality is a segmentable continuum. How can we anticipate what we have not yet sensibly intuited? We must work as if degrees might be inserted into experience, as if one could digitize the continuous, without this causing our digitization to exclude infinite other intermediate degrees. Cassirer points out that if we were to admit that in the instant A body manifests itself in the state X and in the instant B it manifests itself in the state X, without having passed through the intermediate values between these two, then we would conclude that we were not dealing with the same body. We would assert that the body that was in the state X in the moment A, had disappeared, and that in the moment B another body appeared in the state X. The upshot is that the assumption of the continuity of physical changes is not a singular result of observation but a presupposition of knowledge of nature in general, and therefore it is one of those principles that govern the construction of the schemata. Cassirer 1918, 3. So much for the schemata of the pure concepts of the intellect. But it so happens that it is precisely in the chapter on schematism that Kant introduces examples concerning empirical concepts. It is not only a matter of seeing how the schema allows us to homogenize the concepts of unity and reality, inherence and subsistence, possibility and so on with the manifold of the intuition. There is also the schema of the dog. The concept of dog means a rule, according to which my imagination can always draw a general outline of the figure of a four-footed animal, without being restricted to any particular figure supplied by experience or to any possible image which I may draw in the concrete. CPR/B, 136. It is no accident that after this example, a few lines later, Kant wrote the renowned phrase according to which the schematism of our intellect, which also concerns the simple /BRRW of appearances, is an art concealed in the depths of the human soul. It is an art, a procedure, a task, a construction, but we know very little of how it works. Because it is clear that our nice little analogy with the flowchart, which might help us understand how the schematic construction of the triangle proceeds, works far less well in the case of the dog. A computer can certainly construct the image of a dog, provided it is given suitable algorithms, but it is not by examining the flowchart for the construction of the dog that a person who has never seen a dog can have a mental image, whatever a mental image may be, of one. Once more we find ourselves faced with a lack of homogeneity between categories and intuition, and the fact that the schema of the dog can be verbalized as quadruped animal brings us back only to the extreme abstractness of every predication by genus and differentia, but it does not allow us to distinguish a dog from a horse. Deleuze, 1963, observes that the schema consists not of an image but of spatio-temporal relations that embody or realize some purely conceptual relations, and this seems exact as far as the schemata of concepts of pure intellect are concerned. But it does not seem to be sufficient when it comes to empirical concepts, since Kant was the first to tell us that in order to think of a plate, I must resort to the image of the circle. While the schema of the circle is not an image but a rule for constructing the image if necessary, the empirical concept of the plate should nonetheless include the notion that its form may be constructed in some way in a visual sense, to be exact. One must conclude that when Kant thinks of the schema of the dog, he is thinking of something very similar to that which, in the sphere of the present-day cognitive sciences, Marr and Nishihara, 1978, call a 3D model, which they represent as in Figure 2.2. In perceptual judgment the 3D model is applied to the manifold of experience, and we distinguish an X as a man and not as a dog. Which ought to demonstrate how a perceptual judgment does not necessarily boil down to a verbal assertion. In fact, it is based on the application of a structural diagram to the manifold of sensation. The fact that other judgments are necessary to determine the concept of man in all its possible properties, and, as happens with all empirical concepts, the task seems infinite, never fully realized, is another matter. With a 3D model I could even confuse a man with a primate and vice versa, but it would be difficult for me to mistake him for a snake. The fact is that in some way one starts off from a schema of this kind, even before knowing or asserting that man has a soul, that he talks, or even that he has an opposable thumb. At this point we might say that the schema of the empirical concept comes to coincide with the concept of the object. In fact, we might say that around the schema a kind of trinity comes to be constructed, whose three persons are in the final analysis one and one alone, even though they can be considered the 3 points of view: schema, concept, and meaning. Producing the schema of the dog means having at least one essential concept of it. Does a 3D model of man correspond to a concept of man? Certainly not as far as the classic definition, mortal rational animal, is concerned, but as far as the possibility of recognizing a human being is concerned, and then of being able to add the determinations that derive from this first identification, it certainly does. Which explains why in the Logic, 103, Kant noted that a synthesis of empirical concepts can never come to an end, because in the course of experience it will still be possible to identify other notes of the object dog or man. But unfortunately, using an overly strong expression, Kant said that therefore empirical concepts cannot even be defined. They cannot be defined once and for all, like mathematical concepts, but admit of a first nucleus around which successive definitions will gel, or arrange themselves harmoniously. Can we say that this first conceptual nucleus is also the meaning that corresponds to the term with which we express it? Kant does not use the word meaning, Bedeutung, very often, but, fancy that, he uses it precisely when talking of the schema. Concepts are wholly impossible, nor can they have any meaning, unless an object is given either to them or at least to the elements of which they consist. CPR/B, 135. Kant is suggesting in a less explicit way that coincidence of linguistic meaning and perceptual meaning that was later to be energetically asserted by Husserl. A red object is recognized as red and denominated as red as the result of a single act. All things considered to denominate as red in the sense of present denomination, which presupposes the underlying intuition of the denominated, and to recognize as red are expressions whose meanings are identical. Logical Investigations 6, 7, 327. But if this is so, not only the notion of empirical concept but also the notion of the meaning of terms that refer to perceivable objects, example names of natural kinds, introduces a new problem. And this is that the first nucleus of meaning, the one identified with the conceptual schema, may not be reduced to a mere classificatory datum. A dog is not understood and identified, and recognized, because it is a mammalian animal but because it has a certain form, and for the time being let us allow this term to keep all its Aristotelian connotations, despite their being highly dangerous in this context. As we have just seen, the concept of plate must also have a correspondence with that of circularity, and Kant tells us that the schema of dog includes its having legs and that there are 4 of them. A man, in the sense of a member of the human race, is nonetheless still something that moves in accordance with the articulations provided for by the 3D model. Where does this schema come from? While in the case of the schema of geometrical figures, it sufficed to reflect on the pure intuition of space, and therefore the schema could be drawn from the very constitution of our intellect, this is certainly not the case with the schema, and therefore the concept, of dog. Otherwise we would have a repertoire, if not of innate ideas, of innate schemata, a repertoire including the schema of doghood, horsehood, and so on, until we had exhausted the inventory of the entire universe. And in that case we should also be equipped with an innate schema of the platypus, even before ever having seen one, otherwise we would not be able to think of one if we saw one. It is eminently clear that Kant could not endorse a Platonism of this sort, and whether Plato did or not is a matter for debate. So, the empiricists would have said, the schema is drawn from experience, the schema of the dog is none other than the Lockean idea of dog. But this statement is unacceptable in Kant's view, seeing that experience occurs precisely by applying the schemata. I cannot abstract the schema of dog from intuitive data, because the data become thinkable precisely as a consequence of the application of the schema. And therefore we are in a vicious circle, which the first critique, and I think this can be said with some confidence, does nothing to get us out of. Which leaves only one solution: by reflecting upon the data from the sensible intuition, by comparing them, assessing them, by using an innate and secret art hidden in the deepest profundities of the human soul, and therefore of our own transcendental apparatus, we do not abstract but construct the schemata. While we have been taught the schema of dog and we don't even realize when we apply it, since by vidium subreptionis we are led to believe that we are seeing a dog because we are receiving sensations, Kant, as we have seen, saw it as a side effect of the quasi-unconscious way in which we put the transcendental apparatus to work. That Kantian schematism implies in the sense that it cannot but bring us to think about it a constructivism is not an original idea, especially in the return to Kant discernible in many contemporary cognitive sciences. But that the schema can and must be a construction should not emerge so much from the fact that previously constructed schemata, example that of the dog, apply. The real problem is what happens when we must construct the schema of an object that is as yet unknown. The choice of the platypus as an example of an unknown object does not spring from mere whimsy. The platypus was discovered in Australia at the end of the 18th century and was first named water mole, duck mole, or duck-billed platypus. In 1799, a stuffed specimen was examined in England, and the naturalists could not believe their eyes, with the result that some insinuated it was a practical joke on the part of a taxidermist. In 4.5.1, I shall come to the story of how it was studied and defined. When the platypus made its appearance in the Western world, Kant had already written his works. The last work published was Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View, 1798. By the time people began talking about the platypus, Kant was already senile. It may be that someone had mentioned it to him, but the information would have been inaccurate in any case. By the time it was finally decided that the platypus was an egg-laying mammal, Kant had been dead for 80 years. We are therefore free to conduct our mental experiment and to decide what Kant would have done had he come across a platypus. It would have been a matter of figuring the schema, starting from sense impressions, but these sense impressions are not suited to any previous schema. How could one reconcile the beak and the webbed feet with the fur and the beaver tail, or the idea of beaver with the idea of an oviparous animal? How could one see a bird where there was a quadruped? Kant would have found himself in the same situation as Aristotle when, after drawing up all possible rules for distinguishing ruminants from the other animals, no matter which way he turned, he never managed to find a place for the camel, which eluded all definition by genus and differentia. Had Aristotle tried to make one fit, he would have had to chase another ruminant, the ox, out of its own definitory space. Some would be tempted to say that Aristotle would have found himself in an even more awkward position, because, since he would have been convinced that a platypus had to have an essence independent of our intellect, the impossibility of finding a definition for it would have disquieted him all the more. Kant, the confuter of idealism, would also have known very well that if the platypus offered him a sensible intuition, then it was and therefore could necessarily be thought, and no matter where the form that he conferred upon it sprang from, it had to be possible to construct it. What problem would Kant have faced if he had encountered a platypus? The terms of the problem became clear to him only in the critique of judgment. Judgment is the faculty of thinking of the particular as part of the general, and if the general, the rule, the law, is already given, judgment is determinate. But if only the particular is given and the general must be sought for, judgment is reflective. By introducing schematism to the first version of the system, as Peirce suggested, Kant found himself with an explosive concept that obliged him to go further, in the direction of the critique of judgment, in fact. But, we might say, once we arrive at reflective judgment from the schema, the very nature of determinate judgment enters a crisis. Because the capacity of determinate judgment, we finally find this clearly spelled out in the chapter of the critique of judgment on the dialectic of the capacity of teleological judgment, does not have in itself principles that found concepts of objects, determinate judgment limits itself to subsuming objects under given laws or concepts such as principles. Thus the capacity of transcendental judgment, which contained the conditions for subsumption under categories, was not in itself nomothetic, but simply indicated the conditions of the sensible intuition under which a given concept may be given reality, application. Therefore any concept of an object, if it is to be founded, must be fixed by the reflective judgment, which must subsume under a law that is yet to be given, cj 69. As far as Kant is concerned, nature is before our eyes, and his native realism prevents him from thinking that the objects of nature are not there, functioning in a certain way, given that they develop by themselves. One tree produces another tree of the same species and at the same time grows and therefore also produces itself as an individual, and the bud of one tree leaf grafted onto the branch of another tree produces yet another plant of the same species. The tree lives as a whole at which the parts converge, since the leaves are produced by the tree, but defoliation would have an effect on the growth of the trunk. Therefore the tree lives and grows by following its own internal organic law, cj 64. But what this law is cannot be known from the tree, given that the phenomenal teaches us nothing about the noumenal. Nor do the a priori forms of the pure intellect teach us anything, because the entities of nature obey a plethora of particular laws. And yet they should be considered necessary according to the principle of the unity of the manifold, which is moreover unknown to us. These objects of nature are, apart from those highly general laws that allow us to think of the phenomena of physics, dogs, horses, stones, and platypuses. We must be able to say how these objects are organized into genera and species, but and mark this genera and species are not only a classificatory judgment of ours. In nature there is a subordination of genera and species that we can grasp. In their turn the genera approximate themselves to one another according to a common principle, so that it is possible to move from one to the other, and with that, to a higher genus, cjintrv. And so we try to construct the concept of tree, we assume it, as if the trees were as we can think them. We imagine something as possible according to the concept, we try for an agreement between the form and the possibility of the thing itself, even though we have no concept of it, and we can think of it as an organism that obeys certain ends. To interpret something as if it were in a certain way means proposing a hypothesis, because the reflective judgment must subsume under a law not yet given, and therefore in fact it is only a principle of reflection on objects for which objectively there is absolutely no law or a concept of the object sufficient for the cases that arise, cj 69. And it must be a very adventurous type of hypothesis, because from the particular, from a result, it is necessary to infer a rule as yet unknown, and in order to find the rule somewhere or other it is necessary to presume that that result is a case of the rule to be constructed. Of course Kant did not express himself in these terms, but Peirce the Kantian did. It is clear that reflective judgment is none other than an abduction. In this abductive process, as we have said, the genera and species are not merely arbitrary classifications, and if they were such, they could become established only after abduction has taken place, in an advanced phase of conceptual elaboration. In the light of the third critique it has to be admitted that, insofar as it is teleological, the reflective judgment assigns a character of animality, or of living being, to the object already in the course of schematic structure. Let us reflect on what would have happened to Kant if he had seen a platypus. He would have had the intuition of a multiplicity of characteristics that obliged him to construct the schema of an autonomous being, not moved by external forces, that could manifestly coordinate its own movements, an organic and functional relation between beak, which permits it to take food, feet, which permit it to swim, head, trunk, and tail. The animality of the object would have suggested itself as the fundamental element of the perceptual schema, not as a successive abstract attribution, which would only have ratified conceptually what the schema already contained. 1-8 Had Kant been able to observe the platypus, its morphology, usage, and customs, as was done gradually over the 2 centuries that followed, he would probably have come to the same conclusion as Gould, 1991, 227. This animal, which was already present during the Mesozoic, before the other mammals of the tertiary period, and whose evolution never went any further, does not represent a clumsy attempt on nature's part to produce something better, but is a masterpiece of design, a fantastic example of environmental adaptation, which permitted a mammal to survive and flourish in rivers. Its fur seems to have been created specifically to protect it from cold water. It can regulate its own body heat. All its morphology makes it suited to diving into water to find food with eyes and ears closed. Its front limbs enable it to swim, the rear limbs and the tail serve as a rudder. The renowned rear spurs equip the male to compete with other males in the mating season. The platypus has, in short, a most original structure, perfectly designed for the purposes to which it is intended. But probably Gould could not have given this teleological reading of the platypus, if Kant had not suggested to us that an organized product of nature is one in which all is end and, reciprocally, means too, cj 66, and that the products of nature manifest themselves, unlike machines, moved by a mere driving force, bewegend Kraft, as organisms moved internally by a build-end Kraft, a capacity, a formative force. And yet Gould, in his attempt to define this build-end Kraft, found nothing better to do than fall back on the metaphor of design, which is a way of modeling non-natural entities. I don't think that Kant could have said Gould was wrong. If he had, he would have found himself in a felicitous contradiction. The fact is that the capacity of judgment, once it has emerged as reflective and teleological, overwhelms and dominates the entire universe of the cognizable and informs all thinkable objects, even a chair. It is true that a chair, as an art object, could be judged only insofar as it is beautiful, a pure example of an end without a purpose and universality without a concept, a source of pleasure without interest, the result of a free play of the imagination and the intellect. But at this point it does not take much to add a rule and a purpose whence we sought to abstract them, and the chair will be seen in accordance with the intention of the person who conceived it as a functional object, whose end is intended for its function, organically structured so that all its parts sustain the whole. It is Kant who passes with a certain nonchalance from teleological judgments on natural entities to teleological judgments on products of artifice. If someone were to perceive, in a seemingly uninhabited land, a geometric figure, drawn on the sand, a regular hexagon let us say, then his reflection, by elaborating a concept of that figure, would realize through the reason, albeit obscurely, the unity of the principle of generation of this hexagon, and so, in conformity with reason, he would deem that neither the sand, not the sea nearby, nor the winds, nor even the animals with their tracks, which he knows, nor any other cause devoid of reason are the foundations of the possibility of this figure, because a coincidence with this concept, which is possible only in the reason, would seem to him so infinitely contingent that there might as well be no natural law in that regawide. And it would seem to him as a consequence that there is not even a cause in nature, which produces effects in a merely mechanical manner, able to contain the causality for this effect, but that only the concept of this object can, as a concept that only the reason can provide and with which it can compare the object, and that as a consequence that object can certainly be considered as an end, but not as a natural end, therefore, as a product of art, vestigium hominis video. CJ 64. Kant is certainly among those who have convinced philosophers that it is legitimate to construct a sentence that in the Academy edition runs to 22 lines before the full stop finally arrives, but he makes a good job of telling us how to develop an abduction worthy of Robinson Crusoe. And if someone were to observe that in this case art has nonetheless imitated a regular figure, which is not invented by art but produced by pure mathematical intuition, it should suffice to mention an example given shortly before the one quoted here, where, by way of an example of empirical ends, as opposed to the pure one of the circle, which seems to have been conceived with a view to highlighting all the demonstrations that can be deduced from it, he proposes a fine garden, and certainly a fine garden in the French style, in which nature bows before art, with its well-ordered flower beds and avenues, and talks of ends, empirical ones, agreed, and real, insofar as we are well aware that the garden has been arranged in accordance with a purpose and a function. It can be said that seeing the garden or the chair as organisms with ends calls for a less adventurous hypothesis, because I already know that artificial objects obey the intentions of the Creator, while for nature judgment postulates the end, and indirectly a creative constructiveness, a sort of natura naturans, as the only possibility of understanding it. But in any case even the artificial object cannot but be informed by reflective judgment. It would be optimistic to say that this teleological version of the schema is exposed with absolute clarity in the third critique too. See, for example, the celebrated 59, which has caused rivers of ink to flow on the part of those who have sought to rediscover in Kant the elements of a philosophy of language. Above all he delineates therein a difference between schemata, proper to the pure concepts of the intellect, and examples, Beispiel, that hold good for empirical concepts. In itself the idea is not devoid of charm. In the schema of the dog or the tree prototypical ideas come into play, as if through the Ausensein of one dog, or of the image of a single dog, one could represent all dogs. Nonetheless, we would still have to decide how this image, which must mediate between the manifold of the intuition and the concept, may not already be interwoven with concepts to be the image of a dog in general and not of that dog. And, once again, which example of dog would mediate between intuition and concept, seeing that for empirical concepts it really seems that the schema comes to coincide precisely with the possibility of figuring a generic concept? Immediately afterward it is said that the sensible exhibition of something, hypotypesis, can be schematic when a concept grasped by the intellect is given a corresponding intuition, and this holds good for the schema of the circle, indispensable for understanding the concept of plate, but it is symbolic when a concept that only the reason can think of, there being no corresponding intuition, is supplied by analogy, as would happen if I wanted to represent the monarchical state as a human body. Here Kant is certainly talking not only of symbols in the logical formal sense but also of phenomena such as metaphor or allegory. Therefore a gap still remains between schemata and symbols. While for the platypus I can say that the first impact was metaphorical, water mole, the same cannot be said of the dog. There is a gap, which I believe Kant tried to bridge in the opus posthumum. Of which, without going into its labyrinthine complexities, one can say that Kant was trying even harder to determine the various particular laws of physics that cannot be deduced from the categories only. In order to ground physics, Kant had to postulate the ether as a material that, diffused throughout cosmic space, is found in and permeates all objects. External perceptions, as the stuff of a possible experience, which lack only the form of their connection, are the effect of the moving, or driving, forces of matter. Now, to mediate the application of these motive forces to the relations that present themselves to experience, it is necessary to identify empirical laws. They are not given a priori but need concepts constructed by us, selbst gemacht. These are not concepts given by reason or experience but factitious concepts. They are problematic, and we should remember that a problematic judgment depends on the postulate of empirical thought in general, whereby that which agrees with the formal conditions of experience is possible. These concepts must be thought of as the foundation of natural inquiry. We must therefore postulate, in the case of the factitious concept of ether, an absolute whole subsisting in matter. Kant repeats on various occasions that this concept is not a hypothesis but a postulate of reason, but his distrust of the term hypothesis has Newtonian roots, in fact a concept, built, so to speak, on nothing, that makes possible the totality of experience is an abduction that appeals, in order to explain some results, to a rule constructed ex novo. 19 Nor should we let ourselves be distracted by the fact that the postulate of ether was subsequently proved erroneous. It worked well enough for a long time, and good abductions, just think of the theories of Epicles and Difference, endure for long periods, until a more suitable, more economical, and more powerful abduction comes onto the scene. As Vittorio Matthew observes with regard to Kant's last work, the intellect makes experience by designing the structure according to which the driving forces of the object can act. Rather than observe, and thence produce schemata, the reflective judgment produces schemata to be able to observe, and to experiment. And such doctrine goes beyond that of the first critique for the freedom that it assigns to the intellectual designing of the object too. 0. With this late schematism, the intellect does not construct the simple determination of a possible object but makes the object, constructs it, and in the course of this activity, problematic in itself, it proceeds by trial and error. At this point the notion of trial and error becomes crucial. If the schema of empirical concepts is a construct that tries to make the objects of nature thinkable, and if a complete synthesis of empirical concepts can never be given, because new notes of the concept, Lee 103, can always be discovered through experience, then the schemata themselves can only be revisable, fallible, and destined to evolve in time. If the pure concepts of the intellect could constitute a sort of atemporal repertoire, empirical concepts could only become historic, or cultural, if you will. 2. Kant did not say this, but it seems hard not to say it if the doctrine of schematism is carried to its logical conclusions. In any case, this was the understanding of Peirce, who put the entire cognitive process down to hypothetical inference, whereby sensations appear as the interpretations of stimuli, the perceptions as interpretations of sensations, perceptual judgments as the interpretation of perceptions, particular and general propositions as interpretations of perceptual judgments, and scientific theories as interpretations of series of propositions, see Bonfantini and Grazia 1976, 13. In the light of the infinite segmentability of the continuum, both perceptual schemata and propositions regarding the laws of nature, what a rhinoceros is like, whether the dolphin is a fish, whether it is possible to conceive of the cosmic ether, carve out objects or relations that, albeit to different degrees, always remain hypothetical or subject to the possibility of fallibilism. Naturally, at this point transcendentalism will also undergo its Copernican revolution. The guarantee that our hypotheses are right, or at least acceptable as such until proved otherwise, will no longer be sought for in the a priori of the pure intellect, even though the intellect's most abstract logical forms will be saved, but in the historic, progressive, and temporal consensus of the community. 2. Faced with the risk of fallibilism, the transcendental is also historicized. It becomes an accumulation of interpretations that are accepted, and accepted after a process of discussion, selection, and repudiation. 2. For this foundation is unstable, based on the pseudo-transcendental of the community, an optative idea rather than a sociological category, and yet it is the consensus of the community that today makes us favor Kepler's abduction rather than Tycho Brahe's. Naturally, the community has supplied what are called proofs, but it is not the authoritativeness of the proof in itself that convinces us or prevents us from falsifying it. It is, rather, the difficulty of calling a proof into question without upsetting the entire system, the paradigm that supports it. This detranscendentalization of knowledge crops up again, through an explicitly Peircean influence, in Dewey's notion of warranted assertion, or, as people now prefer to say, of warranted assertability, and it is still present in the various holistic concepts of knowledge. But, even though in that sense an acceptable concept of truth depends on the structural pressure of a body of interdependent knowledge, within this body facts nonetheless are always emerging, which show themselves gradually and which seem recalcitrant to experience. And so in this way within a unitary and unanimous paradigm there reappears what in Peirce's view was always one of the fundamental problems, and tasks, of the community, how to recognize after having collectively and at length run up against the NOS, the opposition and refusals, the grain of the continuum. But I'll be coming back to this in 2.9. In 2.2, we said that Peirce, in feeling his way through ground, perceptual judgment, and immediate object, was trying to solve the problem of schematism from the standpoint of an inferential view of knowledge. I do not think that, on the various occasions in which he again took up the theme that runs through all his work, Peirce gives us one definitive answer. He attempted lots. He needed a concept of schema, but he could not find one with its modalities already founded, and he could not deduce them. He had to find them in action, in the middle of an incessant activity of interpretation. And so I don't think it is enough to trust in philology, at least I have no intention of doing so here. What I shall do is try to say how I think Peirce should be read, or reconstructed, if you will. In other words, I shall try to make him say what I wish he had said, because only in that case will I manage to understand what he meant to say. Fumagalli, 1995, 3, points out that in 1885 there was a change in Peirce's thinking. From that date the categories of the youthful new list were no longer deduced from an analysis of the proposition but concerned three areas of experience. There is a sort of shift, I would say, from logic to epistemology. The ground, for example, is no longer a predicate but a sensation. Likewise, the second moment, that of indexicality, becomes a type of experience that has the form of a shock. It is an impact with an individual, with a haeasitas that strikes the subject without being a representation yet. Fumagalli observes that we have a Kantian return here to the immediacy of intuition, prior to all inferential activity. Nevertheless, since this intuition, as we shall see, remains the pure sentiment that I am confronted with something, the intuition would still be devoid of all intellectual content, and therefore, it seems to me, it could withstand the young Peirce's anti-Cartesian polemic. The ground is a firstness. As we have seen, the term can mean background, and this would be a misleading interpretation, or basis or foundation. It is a foundation in the sense of the cognitive process, which is non-metaphysical, otherwise the ground would be the substance, something that obscurely proposes itself as the subjection of predications. Instead, the ground itself seems a possible predicate, more like an it is read than a this is read. We are still before the encounter with something that resists us, we are about to enter secondness, but we are not there yet. At a certain point Peirce tells us that it is pure species, but I don't think one can understand the term in its scholastic sense. It should be understood in its current sense, as appearance, as semblance. Fabricici 1981, 471. Why does Peirce call it icon and likeness and say that it has the nature of an idea? I think this is because Peirce was brought up in the Greco-Occidental tradition, in which knowledge is always transmitted by a vision. If Peirce had been brought up in the Jewish tradition, perhaps he would have talked of a sound, of a voice. What is visual about the immediate sensation of heat, which is every bit as much firstness as a sensation of red? In both cases we still have something elusive, so much so that Peirce uses an extremely delicate term to express the idea of firstness, which is so tender that you cannot touch it without spoiling it, cp 1.358. But this is the way the ground should be seen, from the standpoint both of Peirce's realism and from that of his theory of the icon. From the point of view of Peircean realism, firstness is a presence such as it is, no more than a positive characteristic, cp 5.44. It is a quality of feeling, like a purple color noticed without any sense of the beginning or the end of the experience, without any awareness other than the feeling of color. It is not an object, nor is it initially inherent to any recognizable object. It has no generality, cp 7.530. It is, and it induces us to pass on to secondness, to take account of several qualities, which already reciprocally oppose one another before opposing us, 7.533, and also because at that point we do have to say that something is there. From that moment interpretation may begin, but forward, not backward. However, by appearing, it is still mere maybe. cp 1.304, potentiality without existence, cp 1.328, mere possibility, cp 8.329, and in any case a possibility of a perceptual process that is not rational, yet capable of rationalization, cp 5.119. It cannot be articulately thought, asserted, and it has already lost its characteristic innocence, for assertion always implies a denial of something else. Only, remember that every description of it may be false, CP 1.357. 2.5 Peirce is not a Kantian here, he is not at all concerned with discovering a manifold in intuition. If primary intuition exists, it is absolutely simple. I imagine that other attributes, after the first red, the first heat, the first sense of hardness, may later be added, in the inferential process that follows as a consequence, but the beginning is an absolute point. I think that, when Peirce says the ground is a quality, he means to say what philosophy still defines today as the phenomenon of qualia, see Dennett 1991. The ground shows all the antinomies of the dramatic problem posed by qualia. How can it be pure possibility, prior to any conceptualization, and yet become a predicate, a general predicible of many different objects? In other words, how can a sensation of white be a pure album that precedes even the recognition of the object to which it is inherent, and still be not only nameable but predicible as albedo of different objects? And, a further problem for Peirce, how is it possible that this pure quality and possibility, as we mentioned in 2.2, can be neither criticized nor called into question? Let us start with the last problem. With regard to equality, Peirce is still not talking about perceptual judgment, he is talking about a mere tone of cognition, and it is this tone that he defines as being resistant to all possible criticism. Peirce is telling us not that the sensation of red is infallible but that, once it has been, even if we then realize that we were wrong, it is still beyond doubt that it has been, see Prony 1992, 3161. In an example in CP 5.412, there is mention of something that in the first instance strikes one as perfectly white and then, after a series of successive comparisons, strikes one as off-white. Peirce could have developed the example to tell me of a housewife who in a first moment perceives of her freshly washed sheet as extremely white but then, after comparing it with another, admits that the second is whiter than the first. There is nothing casual or roguish about this reference to the canonical schema of detergent commercials. Peirce's intention was to talk about exactly this problem. Faced with the television commercial, Peirce would have told us that the housewife initially perceived the whiteness of the first sheet, pure tone of awareness, then, once she had moved on to the recognition of the object, secondness, and had begun a comparison full of inferences, thirdness, discovering that whiteness is manifested by degrees, she could state that the second sheet is whiter than the first, but at the same time she could not cancel the preceding impression, which as a pure quality has been, and therefore she says, I thought, before, that my sheet was white, but now that I have seen yours, etc. But and now we come to the first problem in the course of this process. By comparing diverse gradations of the album that was at first pure possibility of awareness, in other words by reacting to the album of at least two different sheets, the housewife has moved on to the predicate of the albedo, i.e., to a general, which can be named and for which there is an immediate object. We might say that it is one thing to perceive an object as red, without having become aware as yet that we are dealing with something external to our awareness, and it is another thing to perform the precision whereby one predicates of that object the quality of being red. But having said this, we still have not answered a series of questions. We have made clear what Peirce wanted to talk about but not how he might have explained the process he was talking about. How is it that a pure quality, firstness, which should be the immediate and unrelated point of departure of all subsequent perceptions, can function as a predicate, and therefore already has been named, if semiosis is established only in thirdness? And how is it, all knowledge being inference, that we have a point of departure that cannot be inferential, since it manifests itself immediately without even having been discussed or denied? For example, the ground should not even be an icon, if the icon is likeness, because it cannot have a relation of likeness with anything if not with itself. Here Peirce is swinging between two notions. In one sense, as we have seen, the ground is an idea, a skeleton plan, but if it is such, it is already an immediate object, a full realization of thirdness. In another sense it is a likeness that does not resemble anything. All it says to me is that the sensation I feel is in some way emanated by the dynamical object. In this case we must liberate, even if this means going against Peirce, who, by changing the term every time, confuses our ideas, the concept of likeness from the concept of comparison. Comparison occurs in relations of similitude, when on the basis of a given proportion we say of a graph, for example, that it expresses certain relations that we must suppose in the object. Similitude, already riddled with laws, explains the workings of hypoicons, such as diagrams, drawings, pictures, musical scores, and algebraic formulae. But the icon is not explained by saying that it is a similitude, nor even by saying that it is a likeness. The icon is a phenomenon that founds all possible judgments of likeness, but it cannot be founded on likeness itself. Therefore it would be misleading to think of the icon as a mental image that reproduces the qualities of the object, because in that case it would be easy to abstract a general image from many particular images, just as one abstracts, however this happens, a general idea of bird or tree from many birds or many trees. I do not wish to say that mental images must not be admitted or that in certain moments Peirce did not think of the icon in terms of a mental image. I am saying that in order to conceive the concept of primary iconism, the one that establishes itself in the moment of the ground, we have to abandon even the notion of mental image. 2.6 Let us try to eliminate the mental facts and make a mental experiment instead. I have just got up and, still half asleep, I put the coffee percolator on the gas. Probably I have put the gas on too high, or I haven't put the percolator in the right place, but the fact remains that the handle has got too hot, and when I pick up the percolator to pour the coffee, I burn myself. Standard expletives emitted, and deleted, I protect my fingers and pour the coffee. End of story. But the next morning, I make the same mistake. If I were to verbalize the second experience, I would say that I put the same percolator on the gas and that I had the same painful sensation. But the two types of recognition are different. Establishing that the percolator is the same is the effect of a complex system of inferences. Full thirdness I could have, as I do have, two percolators of the same type, one older and one newer, and establishing which of the two I picked up implies a series of recognitions and conjectures regarding some morphological characteristics of the object, and even the memory of where I put it the day before. But feeling that what I feel today is the same, with some negligible variations in thermic intensity, as what I felt yesterday is quite another kettle of fish. I am pretty sure I have the same impression of burning, or, rather, I feel a painful thermic sensation that in some way I recognize as similar to that of the previous day. I don't think many inferences are required to activate this recognition. The handiest solution would be that the previous experience has left a trace in my neural circuits. But there is the risk of already considering this trace as a schema, a prototype of the feeling, a rule for recognizing similar feelings. Let us accept, if we wish, an idea current in neoconnectionist circles, whereby it is not necessary for the neural network to construct a prototype of the category, and there is no distinction between rule and data, i.e., the memory of the stimulus and the memory of the rule would have the same configuration, the same neural pattern. Even more modestly, we can assume that, the moment I feel the sensation of pain, a point in my nervous apparatus is activated that is the same one activated the day before, and that this point, in activating itself, in some way makes me feel, along with the sensation of heat, a feeling of again. I am not even sure if one must presuppose a memory, if not in the sense that if on one occasion we have suffered an injury in one part of the body has retained a memory of the injury, and, when a new injury occurs, it reacts in a different way than if it were hurt in a part still undamaged. It is as if the first time I noticed a sensation of heat, and the second time a sensation of heat. Gibson, 1966, 278, while maintaining that the idea that feelings leave a trace is fairly reasonable and, all things considered, handy, and that the input present must in some way reactivate the trace left by the previous experience, nevertheless observes that an alternative explanation would be that the judgment of likeness between stimuli reflects a concordance between the perceptual system and the invariance of the informative stimulus. No trace, no preliminary schema, simply something that we cannot but call conformity. It is not that we have plunged back into a theory of knowledge, or at least of its sensory anteroom, as at Equatio. We are dealing with a matter of simple correspondence between stimulus and response. Therefore, we do not have to tackle all the paradoxes in a theory of correspondence at higher cognitive levels. If, on perceiving a dog, we find it corresponds to our schema of dog, we must ask ourselves on what basis the judgment of correspondence is founded, and in seeking the model of correspondence, we enter the spiral of the third man. On the contrary, identity, the statistical correspondence between stimulus and response, tells us that the response is exactly that caused by the stimulus. What does correspondence mean in this case? Let us suppose that somebody managed to record the process that comes about in our nervous system every time we receive the same stimulus, and that the record always has the configuration X. We should say therefore that X corresponds adequately to the stimulus and is the icon of it. Let us say, then, that the icon evinces a likeness with the stimulus. This correspondence we have decided to call likeness has nothing to do, yet, with an image that corresponds point by point with the characteristics of the object or the field of stimulus. As Maturana, 1970, 10, reminds us, two states of activity in a given nerve cell can be considered the same, i.e., as equivalents, if they belong to the same class and are defined by the same pattern of activity, without their having to possess the nature of a map with one-to-one correspondences. For example, let us accept as good Fechner's law, whereby the intensity of a sensation is proportional to the logarithm of the excitatory influence. If this were the case, and if the proportion were constant, the intensity of excitation would be the icon of the excitatory influence. In the formula S equals K log R, the equals sign would express the relation of iconic similarity. I think that for Peirce primary iconism lies in the correspondence whereby the stimulus is adequately represented by that sensation and not by another. This correspondence is not to be explained but only recognized. That is why it is the icon that becomes a parameter of similarity and not vice versa. If from that moment we mean to talk of other and more complex relations of similarity, or of calculated relations of similitude, it is on the basis of the model of that primary likeness, the icon, that we establish what it means, evidently in a sense that is less immediate, rapid, beyond dispute, to be similar to. 1 in 6.11 we shall see that a relation of this kind, non-mediated, beyond dispute, provided there is no interference from elements capable of fooling the senses, occurs in mirror images. But here I prefer to avoid recourse to an image of any nature, precisely to free the notion of iconism of its historic ties with visual images. If it is possible to define primary iconism in non-mental terms, it is because within Peirce's thinking there is an encounter between two different but mutually dependent perspectives, the metaphysical cosmological standpoint and the cognitive standpoint. Unless they are read from a semiotical point of view, Peirce's metaphysics and cosmology are certainly incomprehensible, but the same thing ought to be said of his semiotics with regard to his cosmology. Categories such as firstness, secondness, and thirdness, and the concept of interpretation itself, not only define modi significandi, that is, the ways in which the world can be known, they are also modi essendi, ways in which the world behaves, the procedures through which the world, in the course of evolution, interprets itself. 2.8 From the cognitive standpoint, the icon, seen in its nature as pure quality, state of awareness, absolutely unrelated, is a likeness, because it corresponds to what called it into being. The icon is thus, even though it has not yet been compared to its own model, even though it is not yet seen in connection with any object external to the senses. From the cosmological standpoint, the icon is the natural willingness of something to correspond to something else. If Peirce had come to know about the theory of the genetic code, he would certainly have said that the relation that permits chains of nitrogenous bases to produce successions of amino acids, or permits triplets of DNA to be replaced by triplets of RNA, was an iconic one. I am referring to what in a theory of semiotics, 0.7, I had defined as the lower threshold of semiotics, excluding it from a discussion in which an attempt was made to work out a semiotics of cultural relations, the only one that made any sense if the dynamical object was considered a terminus ad quern of the processes of signification and reference. But we are now considering the dynamical object as a terminus a quo, and therefore this natural semiosis, a part objecti, must be taken into consideration. With all due caution, in no way am I repudiating the distinction, which remains fundamental, between signal and sign, between dyadic processes of stimulus-response and triadic processes of interpretation, so that only in the full expansion of this last do phenomena such as signification, intentionality, and interpretation, however you wish to consider them, emerge. I am admitting with Prodi, 1977, that to understand the higher cultural phenomena, which clearly do not spring from nothing, it is necessary to assume that certain material bases of signification exist, and that these bases lie precisely in this disposition to meet and interact that we can see as the first manifestation, not yet cognitive and certainly not mental, of primary iconism. In this sense the elementary condition of semiosis would be a physical state whereby one structure is willing to interact with another, Prodi would have said, is willing to be read by. In a debate between immunologists and semioticians in which the immunologists maintained that phenomena of communication occurred on a cellular level, Surkarts et al. 1988, what was at stake was to decide if some phenomena of recognition on the part of lymphocytes in the immune system could be dealt with in terms of sign, meaning, and interpretation. See the same problem in Edelman 1992, 3, 8. I am still wary of extending beyond the lower threshold of semiosis terms that indicate higher cognitive phenomena, but it is certain that we need to postulate what I am presently calling primary iconism to explain why and how T lymphocytes have the capacity to distinguish infected from normal macrophages because they recognize as signs of abnormality small bacterial fragments on the macrophage surface. Eichmann 1988, 163. Let us eliminate from this context the word signs and allow terms such as to recognize a metaphorical value, by rejecting the notion that a lymphocyte recognizes something in the same way that we recognize the faces of our parents. Let us also refrain from commenting upon the fact that many immunologists think that the lymphocyte also makes some choices with regard to alternative situations. The fact remains that, in the situation cited, two somethings meet because they correspond to each other, as a screw corresponds to the female thread. In the course of the same debate, Prodi, 1988, 55, commented, an enzyme selects its substrate from among a number of meaningless molecules with which it can collide, it reacts and forms a complex only with its partner molecule. This substrate is a sign for the enzyme, for its enzyme. The enzyme explores reality and finds what corresponds to its own shape. It is a lock that seeks and finds its own key. In philosophical terms, an enzyme is a reader that categorizes reality by determining the set of all the molecules that can react with it factually. This semiotics, or proto-semiotics, is the basic feature of the entire biological organization: protein synthesis, metabolism, hormonal activity, the transmission of nervous impulses, and so on. Yet again I would refrain from using terms such as sign, but it is beyond doubt that when we come up against this lock that seeks its own key, we come up against a proto-semiotics, and it is to this proto-semiotic disposition that I would tend to give the name of natural primary iconism. Every time I wondered how I would have reorganized a theory of semiotics if I had to write it again now, I would say to myself that I would have begun at the end, i.e., by putting the part on modes of sign production at the beginning. It would have been interesting to begin instead by starting with what happens when, subjected to the pressure of the dynamical object, one decides to consider it a terminus a quo. Had I begun from the end, I would have to return to the pages of the book where, taking my cue from Volley 1972, I identified congruencies, i.e., casts, as being among the first modalities of the production and recognition of signs. Eco 1976, 3.6.9. On that occasion I was interested in how, starting from a cast, where at each point in the physical space of the expression there is a corresponding point in the physical space of an impressor. By reverse transformation one could infer the nature of the impressor. I started from the example of a death mask, because I was interested in the object as a terminus ad quern of an already conscious process of the interpretation and recognition of a sign. I was so interested in the relation of construction of a possible content of the sign that I was prepared to consider also cases of interpretation of a death mask that was not such but, rather, the simulation of a non-existent impressor. Now all we have to do is take up the example again and focus the attention not on the moment in which the cast is read but on the moment in which it produces itself, and it produces itself by itself, without the action of a conscious being who intends to produce a sign destined for interpretation, an expression that must then be correlated with the content. We would then be at a beginning, still pre-semiotic, where something is pressed onto something else. Only afterward could anyone, finding the concavity that something convex had produced, begin to project backward, in an attempt to infer what could have been there before from what is there now, with regard to which what is there now can be assumed as an impression, and therefore an icon. But at this point an objection would arise. If primary iconism is to be considered this way, how can we define the moment of firstness using the metaphor of the cast or the impression, which calls for an impressing agent, and therefore an original contact, a comparison, a de facto correspondence between two elements? By virtue of that very fact we would already be in secondness. Let us think of the process of the transmission of genetic inheritance, which we were talking about earlier. Therein we have an occurrence of steric phenomena, a series of correspondences, and therefore we would have a stimulus-response process that already has to do, from a Peircean standpoint, with secondness. Peirce would probably have been the first to agree. He said on many occasions that firstness can be prescinded, logically, from secondness but cannot occur in its absence, see Ransdell 1979, 59. Therefore, in talking of primary iconism as a cast, we are talking not of actuated correspondence but of a predisposition to correspond, of likeness through the complementary nature of one element with respect to another to come. Natural primary iconism would be the quality proper to impressions that still have not found, necessarily, their impressor but that are ready to recognize it. But if we know that that impression is ready to receive its own impressor, and if we know the ways of the impression to come, the natural law whereby only the screw can be screwed into the screw thread, then we can infer, if the impression is theoretically seen as a sign, the form of the impressor from the impression. Exactly the same way in which, as we shall be saying later, in the course of the perceptual process we can from that unrelated sensation elsewhere called the ground construct the immediate object of something that should possess, among other qualities, that quality as well. It may seem paradoxical to talk of the icon, which Peirce held was the first moment of an absolute evidence, as pure disposition to, of pure absence in some way, an image of a thing that is not there yet. It would seem that this primary icon is like a whole, given that we have everyday experience of it but nonetheless have difficulty defining it, and given that 152 can be recognized only as an absence within something that is present, see Casati and Varza. 1994. And yet it is precisely from that non-being that one can infer the shape of the plug that could stop it up. But since by talking of wholes we already enter the realm of metaphysics, and we have said that primary iconism cannot be understood if not in initially metaphysical terms, I should like to mention another page of metaphysics, the text in which Leibniz talks of 1 and 0, de organosis arte magna cogitandi, and identifies two fundamental concepts. God himself, and also nothingness, that is to say privation, which is demonstrated by an admirable similitude. The similitude was the binary calculus where with admirable method all the numbers between unity and nothingness are expressed in this way. It is singular that, in discussing the nature of the icon, which has always been enlisted in the army of the analogical, one must have recourse to the text that laid the foundations of the future digital calculus, and find oneself translating the concept of the icon in Boolean terms. but in terms of the dialectic between presence and absence, the possibility of all steric phenomena can be defined, including the admirable correspondence between a hole and its plug. In defining the least structured of experiences, iconic firstness, we find the structural principle whereby an element can be identified insofar as it is not the other, which, by evoking it, it excludes. See Eco 1968, 2nd ed., 12. Naturally, once this presupposition is accepted, we can tackle those situations halfway between natural primary iconism and non-human cognitive systems, such as cases of recognition and camouflage among animals, a regular bee in the bonnet, if I may put it that way, for many zoosemioticians. 2.9 All these phenomena, which I was personally reluctant to consider semiosic because they seem to me to belong more to the dyadic reaction, stimulus and response, than to the triadic one, stimulus, series of interpretations, and possible final logic interpreton, now acquire all their importance the moment we need, on seeing the dynamical object as a terminus a quo, to find a basis, and a prehistory, for that initial iconic moment of the cognitive process that Peirce is telling us about. Otherwise we could not even explain in what sense this primary iconism, in Peirce's view, is connected with the giveness of the manifold of the Kantian intuition, which constitutes the hardcore of the cognitive process, nor could we explain the unswerving confidence that prompted Kant to confirm his confutation of idealism. Once primary iconism has been recognized, we must ask ourselves how, in Peirce's view, in the shift from ground to immediate object it is reelaborated and transformed at higher cognitive levels. Having entered the symbolic universe, Peirce's incontrovertible basic realism is called into question, i.e., it is subjected to the activity of interpretation. The iconic moment establishes that everything starts from an evidence, albeit imprecise, which we have to take account of, and this evidence is the pure quality that in some way emanates from the object. But the fact that the quality emanates from the object does not provide any guarantee of its truth. Insofar as it is an icon, it is neither true nor false, the torch of truth must still pass through many hands. It is the condition whereby we set off on our way to saying something. On the way, and right from its first instance, even that primary iconism can be subjected to scrutiny, because I could have received the stimulus under conditions, external or internal, capable of fooling my nerve ends. But we are already in an advanced phase of elaboration, we no longer have only one ground to answer to, we have many of them to keep together, and therefore to interpret, one in the light of the other. In Peirce's thinking, this primary iconism is still a postulate of his fundamental realism rather than a realistic proof of the existence of the object. Since he denies that intuition possesses any power and asserts that all cognition springs from previous cognitions, not even an unrelated sensation, be it thermic, tactile, or visual, can be recognized without bringing into play an inferential process that, no matter how instantaneous and unconscious, verifies the sensation's reliability. This is why such a point of departure, which precedes even what Kant would have said was the intuition of the manifold, can be defined in logical terms but not clearly identified in epistemological terms. The certainty supplied by the ground is not even proof that we are faced with something real, because it is still pure maybe, but it tells us under what conditions we could accept the assumption that we are faced with something real, and that this something is this and that. See Euler 1979, 69. In fact, in the new list Peirce had already said that the ground is the self abstracted from the concreteness which implies the possibility of an other, WR2, 55, and while everybody is free to interpret Peirce's dreadful English as he sees fit, we should reflect on this point. Firstness lets us know that it is possible that something is there. In order to say that it is, to say that something is resisting me, we must already have entered secondness. It is in secondness that we really run into something. Finally, in moving on to thirdness, which implies generalization, one arrives at the immediate object. But since it has opened the gateway to the universal for me, it no longer offers me any guarantee that the something is there, or that it is not a construction of mine. 3-0 And yet the ground will remain in the immediate object, whose iconic aspect is emphasized by Peirce on several occasions, as a memory of that warrant supplied by primary iconism, which is moreover still a Kantian concept, except that in Peirce's case the guarantee, granted by something that precedes the intuition of the manifold, is nonetheless warranted only by perceptual inference. And so, in a vague and swampy region between firstness, secondness, and thirdness, the perceptual process begins. I say process, something in movement, not judgment, which suggests conclusion and rest. Insofar as it is a process, if we are to account for it, we can no longer content ourselves with a stimulus-response schema. It will be necessary to bring into play those mental facts that I had excluded from the attempt to define primary iconism in some way. The fact that for Peirce these can be quasi-mental facts in the sense that a theory of interpretation can be established in a formal fashion, without taking account of a mind in which this happens, is another argument. At this point the contrivance of something that functions as a mind emerges as indispensable. What explains the perceptual process to us is that by the time I arrive to calm the process, to stop it for a moment, having ascertained that the something I am faced with is a hot, or white, or circular, plate, I shall already have delivered a perceptual judgment. There is a series of texts from the early 20th century, in which Peirce reaffirms what he meant by perceptual judgment, cp. 7, 615-88. Feeling, pure firstness, is the awareness of a moment of absolute and atemporal singularity, but from this first moment we already enter secondness. We attribute the first icon to an object, or at least to something we are faced with, and we have the sensation, an intermediate moment between firstness and secondness, between icon and index. The first stimulus, which I am working to integrate into a perceptual judgment, is an index of the fact that there is something to perceive. Perhaps something catches my eye, without my being moved by any intention, and something impinges upon my perception. I see a yellow chair with a green cushion, but mark this, I am already beyond firstness, I am opposing two qualities, I am moving on to a moment of greater concreteness. What is taking shape before me is what Peirce calls a percept, which is not yet a full perception. Peirce notes that one might call what I see an image, but this would be a misnomer, because the word would make me think of a sign that stands for something else, while the percept stands for itself. It simply knocks at the portal of my soul and stands there in the doorway, cp. 7.619. I am forced to admit that something appears, but this something is still, precisely, obtuse appearance. It does not make any appeal to reason. It is pure individuality, in itself dumb. Only at this point does perceptual judgment come on the scene, and we are in thirdness. 3.1 When I say that is a yellow chair, I have already used the hypothesis to construct a judgment of the percept present. This judgment does not represent the percept, just as the percept was not even its premise, because the percept was not even a proposition. Any statement regarding the character of the percept is already the responsibility of the perceptual judgment. It is the judgment that warrants the percept, not vice versa. Perceptual judgment is not a copy of the percept. At most, according to Peirce, it is a symptom of it, an index. Perceptual judgment no longer moves on that threshold where the line between firstness and secondness is blurred. It is already asserting that what I see is true. Perceptual judgment has an inferential freedom that the percept, stupid and inane, has not. But that's not all. It is clear that for Peirce, when I state that the chair is yellow, my perceptual judgment retains a trace of primary iconicity. And yet it desingularizes it. The perceptual judgment pronounces quite carelessly the chair yellow. What the particular shade, hue, and purity of the yellow may be it does not consider. The percept, on the other hand, is so scrupulously specific that it makes this chair different from any other in the world, or rather, it would do so, if it indulged in any comparisons. CP 7.633. It is dramatic to see how already in the perceptual judgment, for which yellow was that yellow, primary iconism shades off into a generic equality, that yellow is like all the other yellows I have seen. The individual sensation has already transformed itself into a class of similar sensations, but the similarity of these sensations is no longer the same quality of similarity between stimulus and ground. By this point, if we can say that the predicate yellow resembles the sensation, it is only because a new judgment would predicate the same predicate of the same percept. And here Peirce does not seem particularly interested in saying how and why this happens. He seems to endorse the interpretation I gave to the ground in 2.8.2, two stimuli are respectively the icon, the likeness, of each other, because they are both the icon of my response pattern. And in fact Peirce says that the same percept arouses in the mind an imagination that involves elements of the senses. Therefore it is clear that the perceptual judgment is not a copy, icon, or diagram of the percept, no matter how crude. CP 7637. This is puzzling, because we might be tempted to say that this perceptual judgment so permeated by thirdness is identified with the immediate object. And yet Peirce has repeatedly emphasized the iconic character of the immediate object. But the iconism of the immediate object certainly cannot be the primary iconism of feeling. It is already dominated by calculations of similarity, by ratios of proportion. It is already diagrammatic or hypoiconic. Therefore must we suppose that when Peirce talks of the immediate object, he is not talking about perceptual judgment, and when he is talking about perceptual judgment, he is not talking about the immediate object. But it is equally clear that the second should be none other than the completed fulfillment of the first. I think we have to distinguish the function of the immediate object, and its relation with perceptual judgment, according to whether it is constructed, so to speak, ex novo, but not in the absence of previous cognitions, when faced with a new experience, example the platypus, or in the process of recognizing something already known, example the plate. In the first case, the immediate object will still be imperfect, tentative, in theory. It will come to coincide with the first hypothetical perceptual judgment, perhaps this thing is like this or like that. In the second case, I have recourse to an immediate object, which has already deposited itself in my memory, as if to a preformed schema that orients the formation of the perceptual judgment, and is a parameter of it at the same time. Having perceived the plate therefore means having recognized it as a token of an already known type, and at that point the immediate object would perform the same function that in the cognitive process is performed by the Kantian schema. The upshot is that in that phase I shall not only know that what I have perceived is a white plate but also know, before having touched it, that it should have a certain weight, because the schema already formed also contained that information. The perceptual process was tentative, still private, while the immediate object, insofar as it is interpretable, and therefore transmissible, is on its way to becoming public. It can even, as a cognitive schema already consigned to me by the community, act not to encourage but to block the process of perceiving something new, as was the case with Marco Polo and the rhinoceros. Indeed it too must be subjected to continuous scrutiny, revision, and reconstruction. This is why it has been possible to maintain, see, example Eco 1979. 2.3, that, from a certain point of view, ground, immediate object, and meaning are the same thing. From the point of view of the knowledge that has provisionally subsided into a first outline, the original iconic elements, the information I already possessed, and the first attempts at inference have composed themselves into a single schema. On the other hand, it is certain that if we consider the temporal scansion of the perceptual process, even though the process is sometimes almost instantaneous, but for Kant, too, temporality was a constituent of the schema. The ground and the immediate object are respectively the point of departure and the first stop on a journey that could continue for a long time as it runs along the tracks of potentially infinite interpretation. Only in this sense can the ground, the moment it is consciously inserted into the process of interpretation, be considered as a filter, a selector, on the part of the perceptual signal, of those properties of the dynamical object destined to be made pertinent by the immediate object. And the hitherto uninterpreted ground represents the presemiasic moment, pure possibility of segmentation traced out in the hitherto unsegmented continuum? 1. In this phase one could also reintroduce icons to the immediate object, as a phenomenon of visual correspondence. After all, Kant too used to say that in order to perceive the plate, I have to bring the concept of the circle into play. But I should like to keep this Peircean reading out of the extremely lively debate, within modern cognitive sciences, between iconophiles and iconophobes, Dennett 1978, 10. It could always be said that the schema that is the immediate object does not necessarily have to be a photo in your head, it might be more like the description of a scene than its portrayal, see, example Pilechian 1973. Without involving Peirce in the debate regarding a computational theory of knowledge, we could always say that the circle by which a plate is perceived is not a visible geometrical form but the precept, the rule for drawing the circle. As far as the dog is concerned, seeing that in order to identify its morphological characteristics, coat, forelegs, the shape of the nose, I have not so much pure geometrical concepts at my disposal but, as we have said, a 3D model, it is hard to think of the dog's immediate object without having to presume mental images. I am not sure how Peirce would have taken part in current debates within the cognitive sciences. Also because there can be an immediate object that corresponds to a term that is not intended to take account of a perceivable object, such as cousin or square root. When Peirce conceives a diagram, which he says is a pure icon, not for objects but for propositions, since like Kant he is thinking of a schema that also mediates between categories and sense data through experientially based judgments that assume proportional form, and also through propositions that assert some thing about objects not known through perceptions. The diagram assumes the aspect of a program that is only occasionally represented visually. I am thinking in general of the theory of graphs, and in particular of a diagram that appears in the Grand Logic, where Peirce wonders how to put into shape the proposition that every mother loves some child of hers. 3. 4. I am surprised by the analogies between this program and some present-day representations of cognitive processes, and, even without following the long and detailed reading that Peirce gives of it, I feel it is enough to reproduce it, see figure 2.3. Peirce makes it clear that the diagram, precisely because it is a pure icon, shows a state of things and nothing else. It does not assert in a distinct fashion that which is understood by the proposition, but limits itself to showing some relations of inherence. It is in fact a schema and a prelude to subsequent interpretations. But it is clear that this schema could today be supplied to a machine as an instruction expressed in non-visual language, and the relations it expresses would be retained, independently of whether one presumes, as its container or active producer, a mind. This schema, abundantly imbued with symbolic, and therefore conceptual, elements which does not tend to account for any perceptual experience, is the immediate object that regulates the understanding of the situation in question. It is also a schema of its meaning. Therefore, from a primary iconism and through a perceptual process already imbued with inferences, we come to an identity, if not final, at least temporarily established, between perceptual judgment and immediate object, and between immediate object and the first nucleus of meaning associated with the represent amen. And the complete meaning as an all-inclusive set of markers, definitions, and interpretants? It vanishes, in a certain sense, and one can agree with Nesher, 1984, that it cannot be collocated in any of the phases of the cognitive process, but that it distributes itself through every phase, including the most advanced ones, but certainly starting from the most elementary ones, of the process. In this case the immediate object is something more than the Kantian schema, it is less empty, it does not mediate between concept and intuition but is in itself the first conceptual nucleus, and at the same time, insofar as its iconic nature is always reiterated, does not only put into shape, does not translate, but reelaborates by conserving, and in a certain sense it captures and memorizes something of the sensations from which it started. Or, at least, when it is the immediate object that realizes perceptual situations and not abstract terms. Unlike the schema, or at least the version of it given in the first critique, it is tentative, revisable, ready to grow by virtue of interpretation. And yet it certainly represents the way in which Peirce settles the inheritance of schematism in a non-transcendental vein. But Peirce had already said as much. If Kant had had to deduce all the consequences of the advent of the schemata, his system would have been thrown into confusion. The time has come, in bringing this double rereading of Kant and Peirce to a conclusion, to say why and in what way it is connected to the reflections I made in 1.10. And I shall do this by continuing for the time being to use the concept of schema, which even at the end of this rereading still emerges as being rather vague. But it is handy to let it fluctuate like this, between the immediate object and a cognitive model whose physiognomy I shall try to fix better in 3.3. Even though cognitive schemata are constructs, imbued with as if, that in Kant's view start from a still blind material of the intuition, and in Peirce's view start from a primary icon that does not yet provide us with any guarantee of objectivity, there must have been something in the platypus that prevented the explorer from defining it as a quail or a beaver. This does not guarantee us that it was right to classify it among the monotrams. Tomorrow a new taxonomy could radically change the rules. And nonetheless right from the start, in order to construct a schema of the platypus, attempts were made to respect the grain possessed by that manifestation of the still unsegmented continuum. Even granting that the schema is a construct, we can never assume that the segmentation of which it is the effect is completely arbitrary, because, in Kant as in Peirce, it tries to make sense of something that is there, of forces that act externally on our sensory apparatus by exhibiting, at the least, some resistances. Therefore there is probably a truth of the schema, a point of view, a profile, an abscatum that always shows us something from a certain perspective. The 3D model of a human being still depends on the fact that man cannot be interpreted as a quadruped, and no matter how many joints he has in his body, the ones that articulate the arm at the elbow and the leg at the knee will always exhibit a pertinence that would be hard to revoke. It can be abstracted but not denied. There was also a truth in the schema that depicted the whale as a fish, i.e., with the schematic traits proper to fish. It was wrong, as we now say, from the taxonomic standpoint, but it was not, and still is not, even for us, from the standpoint of the construction of a stereotype. But in any case it would never have been possible to schematize the whale as a bird. Even if the schema were a construct in a state of perpetual inferential becoming, it would still have to take account of experience and allow us a return to it by acting according to habits. This does not exempt us from supposing that perhaps there might be better ways of organizing experience, otherwise the principle of fallibilism would make no sense, but at the same time it must guarantee us that, according to the schema, experience can be reckoned with in some way. The schema of something cannot be constructed arbitrarily, even though it is possible to have different schematic representations of one and the same thing. In Kant's view, that the sun rises, that it illuminates the stone, and that the stone is gradually heated come from the perceptual judgment, that between the rising of the sun and the heating of the stone there is a lapse of time comes from pure intuition, that the sun is the cause of the heat of the stone comes from the marshalling of the entire categorical apparatus. Everything depends on the legislative activity of the intellect. But that it does not happen that the heat of the stone comes before and the sunrise after depends on the very stuff of the sensible intuition. I cannot think of the causal nexus that runs from the sun to the heated stone without the forms of the intellect, but no form of the intellect can ever allow me to establish that it is the heating up of the stone that causes the sun to rise. The schemata can also be considered unnatural, in the sense that they do not pre-exist in nature, but this does not change the fact that they are motivated. 5. It is in this hint of motivation that the grain of the continuum is revealed. Chapter 3. Cognitive Types N. Nuclear Content. If Kant had considered schemata early enough, Peirce said, they would have overgrown his whole work, WR 5, 258-59. In the previous chapter, I suggested that it was precisely the problem of schematism that obliged Kant to undertake a change of direction in the third critique. But we might say something more, if we were to reconsider the problem of Kantian schematism. Much of the semantics of this century, from the truth functional to the structural variety, would find itself in difficulty. And this is what has happened in the area usually referred to as cognitive studies. In point of fact, a hint of various forms of Kantian schematism, connected to a constructivist idea of knowledge, is present in the contemporary cognitive sciences, even though their practitioners are sometimes unaware of this connection. One nevertheless today, when we come across notions such as schema, prototype, model, and stereotype, they are certainly not comparable to the Kantian notion. They do not imply transcendentalism, for example, nor can these terms be understood as synonyms. Moreover, these cognitive schemata are usually intended to account for phenomena such as perception and the recognition of objects or situations, while we have seen that Kantian schematism, created to explain how judgments such as all bodies have weight are possible, fell short of the mark precisely when it had to explain how we manage to have empirical concepts. Cognitivism drew attention back to empirical concepts and recommenced wondering about the same things Locke, and Husserl too, basically, had wondered about: what happens when we talk about dogs, cats, apples, and chairs? But to say that cognitivism asks questions about cats and chairs does not mean to say that the conclusions it comes to, which are many and discordant, are satisfactory. The ghost of schematism haunts much contemporary research, but the mystery of this secret art has not yet been revealed. Nor have I any pretensions to revealing it in these pages, also because, as we shall see, I would rather not poke my nose into the black box of our mind or brain processes. I shall ask myself only a few questions regarding the relations between a possible neo-schematism and semiotic notions of meaning, dictionary and encyclopedia, and interpretation. 3. Given the erratic character I should like these reflections to have, I shall not always try to identify positions, theories, research, or the schools of thought within contemporary cognitivism. Instead, I shall recount, as will be seen, lots of stories, mental experiments in narrative form, that exemplify some of the problems. Most of my stories are about something fairly similar to what Kant held to be empirical concepts. I mean to say that I intend to deal with the way in which we speak, of objects or situations of which we have or might have direct experience, such as dog, chair, walking, eating out, climbing a mountain. 2. Of objects and situations of which we have no experience but could have, such as armadillo, or performing an appendectomy. 3. Of objects and situations of which someone has certainly had experience but we can no longer have, and regarding which the community nevertheless transmits us sufficient instructions to speak of as if we had had experience of them, such as dinosaur and Australopithecine. Dealing with such elementary phenomena from a semi-otic standpoint poses first and foremost a preliminary question, whether there is any sense in talking of perceptual semiosis, that is, of a semiotic aspect of perception. The problem of perception as a semiosic process has already made its appearance in 2. Of course, those unfamiliar with the Peircean standpoint will find this concept difficult, or quasi-imperialist, because if we accept that even perception is a semiosic phenomenon, discriminating between perception and signification gets a little tricky. For we have seen that Husserl also thought that perceiving something as red and naming something as red ought to be the same process, but this process might have diverse phases. Between perceiving a cat as a cat and naming it cat, or indicating it as an ostensive sign for all cats, is there not a jump, a gap, at least that shift from terminus a quo to terminus ad quern? Can we detach the phenomenon of semiosis from the idea of sign? There is no doubt that when we say that smoke is a sign of fire, the smoke we notice is not yet a sign. Even if we accept the Stoic standpoint, smoke becomes a sign of fire not in the moment in which it is perceived but when we decide that it stands for something else. In order to pass on to that moment, we must leave the immediacy of perception and translate our experience into propositional terms so that the observation of smoke becomes the antecedent of a semiosic inference. There is smoke. 2. If there is smoke. 3. Then there is fire. The passage from 2 to 3 is a matter of inference expressed propositionally, while is a matter of perception. On the contrary, we speak of perceptual semiosis not when something stands for something else but when from something, by an inferential process, we come to pronounce a perceptual judgment on that same something and not on anything else. 5. Let us suppose that someone with almost no knowledge of English but nonetheless accustomed to seeing English titles, names, or phrases on record sleeves, postcards, or various tinned goods, receives a fax that, as often happens, has superimposed or distorted lines and illegible letters. Let us suppose, by transcribing the illegible letters as X, that he attempts to read Zappy next Zier. Even without understanding the meaning of the words, he remembers seeing expressions such as happy, new, and year and presumes that these were the words the fax was intended to transmit. He will therefore have made inferences solely on the basis of the graphic form of the terms, from what was there on the sheet of paper, the expression plain, and not from what the words stood for, and so he would have to consult a dictionary. Therefore any phenomenon, for it to be understood as a sign of something else and from a certain point of view, must first of all be perceived. The fact that the perception may be successful precisely because we are guided by the notion that the phenomenon is hypothetically understood as a sign, otherwise we would pay no attention to certain stimuli, does not eliminate the problem of how we perceive it. 6. When the phenomenological tradition speaks of perceptual meaning, it refers to something that legitimately precedes the constitution of meaning as the content of an expression, and yet, see a theory of semiotics 3.3, if I descry an indistinct animal form in the darkness, the success of the perception, the judgment that is a dog, is governed by a cognitive schema, something that I already know about the dog and that can legitimately be considered as a part of the content I usually assign to the word dog. In such a case I have made an inference, I have surmised that the indistinct form I descried in the darkness was a token of the type dog. In the example of the fax, the letters ear stand, in the inferential process, for the why they make it possible to hypothesize. The subject of our example possesses the, purely graphical, knowledge of at least one English word that could end with those letters and therefore guesses that ear is an, incomplete, token of the lexical type denominated year. If on the other hand he has a good knowledge of English, he will also have the right to assume that the missing letter could be chosen from among B, D, F, G, H, N, P, R, T, and W, with each of which one can form an English word that makes sense, without being able to assume C, I, O, Q, or U. But if he extends the inference to the whole symptom Zappy next Zier, he notices that one solution is more probable than the others, because he assumes that the whole string, incomplete in 3 places, is none other than Happy New Year, a stock phrase and a highly codified expression of good wishes. We could then say that even in such an elementary process the token stands for its type. But what happens in the perception of unknown objects, such as the platypus? The process is certainly more adventurous, that to stand for is contracted through processes of trial and error, but the relation of mutual referral from type to token is fixed once a perceptual judgment has been established. 7. If, as is reiterated in Eco 1984, the basic characteristic of semiosis is inference, while the equivalence established by a code, A equals B, is only a sclerotized form of semiosis, fully found only in ciphers, i.e., in the equivalences between one expression and the other, as in Morse code see Eco 1984, 172-73, then the perceptual inference may be considered a process of primary semiosis. 8. Naturally it might be decided that the question is wholly nominalistic. If it were established that semiosis occurred only when institutionalized sign functions appeared, then any talk of semiosis in the case of perception would be purely metaphorical, and in such a case we would have to say that so-called primary semiosis is only a precondition of semiosis. If this makes it possible to do away with pointless discussion, I have no problems in speaking of perceptual presemiosis. 9. But things would not change that much, because, as we shall see in the following story, the relation between this primary phase and the successive development of full-fledged semiosis presents no evident fractures, rather, it constitutes a sequence of phases in which the preceding one determines the following one. The first Aztecs to hasten to the coast witnessed the landing of the conquistadors. 10 Although only a very few traces of their first reactions remain and the best information we have depends on Spanish reports and indigenous chronicles written after the event, we know for sure that various things must have completely amazed them: the ships, the Spaniards' awesome and majestic beards, the protective coverings that lent those fully armored aliens with their unnaturally white skins such a frightening air, the muskets and the cannons, and finally, apart from the ferocious dogs, those unheard-of monsters, the horses, in terrifying symbiosis with their riders. The horses must have been no less perceptually puzzling than a platypus. At first, maybe also because they did not distinguish the animals from the pennants and armor that covered them, the Aztecs thought that the invaders were riding deer, and in so thinking they behaved just like Marco Polo. Oriented therefore by a system of previous knowledge but trying to coordinate it with what they were seeing, they must have soon worked out a perceptual judgment. An animal has appeared before us that seems like a deer but isn't. Likewise they must not have thought that each Spaniard was riding an animal of a different species, even though the horses brought by the men of Cortés had diverse coats. They must therefore have got a certain idea of that animal, which at first they called macatl, which is the word they used not only for deer but for all quadrupeds in general. Later, since they began adopting and adapting the foreign names for the objects brought by the invaders, their Nahuatl language transformed the Spanish caballo into caballo or caballo. At a certain point they decided to send messengers to Montezuma to tell him of the landing and of the terrifying marvels they were witnessing. We have posterior evidence of the first message they sent to their lord. One scribe gave the news in pictograms, and he explained that the invaders were riding deer, macayo, the plural of macatl, as high as the roofs of the houses. I don't know whether Montezuma, confronted with such incredible news, men dressed in iron with iron weapons, perhaps of divine origin, equipped with prodigious instruments that hurled stone balls capable of destroying all things, understood what those deer were. I imagine that the messengers, worried about the fact that in their neck of the woods, if the news was not to the hearers' liking, there was a tendency to punish the bearer of it, screwed up their courage and integrated the report with more than just words, since it seems that Montezuma was wont to require his informers to provide him with all the possible expressions for one and the same thing. And so they must have used their bodies to hint at the movements of the macatl, imitating its whinnying, trying to show how it had long hair along its neck, adding that it was most terrifying and ferocious, capable in the course of the fray of overwhelming anyone who tried to withstand it. Montezuma received some descriptions, on the basis of which he tried to get some idea of that as yet unknown animal, and goodness knows how he imagined it. That depended both on the skill of the messengers and on his agility of wit. But he certainly understood that it was an animal, and a worrisome one too. In fact, still according to the chronicles, at first Montezuma did not ask other questions but withdrew into a distressing silence, with head bowed and wearing an absent, sorrowful air. Finally the encounter between Montezuma and the Spaniards came to pass, and I would say that, no matter how confused the messenger's description may have been, Montezuma must have easily identified those things called maco. Simply, faced with the direct experience of the macatl, he must have adjusted the tentative idea he had conceived of them. Now, like his men, every time he saw a macatl, he too would recognize it as such, and every time he heard talk of maco, he would understand what his interlocutors were talking about. Then, as he gradually got to know the Spaniards, he would learn many things about horses, he would begin to call them caballo, he would learn where they came from, how they reproduced, what they ate, how they were reared and trained, what other uses they could be put to, and to his regret he would very soon understand how useful they could be in battle. But according to the chronicles, he must also have harbored a suspicion regarding the invaders' divine origins, because he was told that his men had managed to kill 2 horses. At a certain point the learning process whereby Montezuma was gradually increasing his knowledge of horses stopped, not because he could not learn any more but because he was killed. And therefore I will leave him, and the great number of those who were massacred along with him for having had the revelation of horsehood, in order to observe that in this story a great number of different semiotic phenomena come into play. At the close of their first perceptual process, the Aztecs elaborated what we shall call a cognitive type, CT, of the horse. If they had lived in a Kantian universe, we should say that the CT was the schema that allowed them to mediate between the concept and the manifold of the intuition. But for an Aztec, where was the concept of horse, given that he did not have one before the Spaniards landed? Of course, after having seen some horses, the Aztecs must have constructed a morphological schema not that dissimilar to a 3D model, and it is on this basis that the coherence of their perceptual acts must have been established. But by speaking of a CT, I do not mean just a sort of image, a series of morphological or motor characteristics. The animal trots, gallops, rears, they had perceived the characteristic neigh, and perhaps the smell, of horses. Apart from the appearance, the Aztecs must have immediately attributed a characteristic of animality to the horse, given that the term macatl was immediately applied, as well as the capacity to inspire terror and the functional characteristic of being rideable, since it was usually seen with human beings on its back. In short, let's say that the CT of the horse was of a multimedial nature right from the start. On the basis of the CT thus elaborated, the Aztecs must have been immediately able to recognize as horses other exemplars that they had never seen before, and this apart from variations in color, size, and vantage point. It is precisely the phenomenon of recognition that induces us to talk of type, in fact, as a parameter for the comparison of tokens. This type has nothing to do with an Aristotelian scholastic essence, and we have no interest in knowing what the Aztecs grasped of the horse, perhaps wholly superficial features of a kind that left them unable to discriminate between horses and mules or donkeys. But it is certain that by talking of type in this sense, we conjure up the ghost of a Lockean type of general ideas, and some might object that we have no need of these to explain the phenomenon of recognition. All we need say is that the Aztecs applied the same name to diverse individuals because they found them similar to one another. But this notion of similarity between individuals is no less confusing than that of similarity between a token and a type. Even to express a judgment according to which a token X is similar to a token Y requires the elaboration of criteria of similarity. Two things are similar in some aspects and dissimilar in others, and therefore the ghost of a type reappears that can be referred to as a parameter. On the other hand, some contemporary cognitive theories tell us that recognition occurs on the basis of prototypes, whereby an object elected as a paradigm is deposited in the memory and then others are recognized in relation to the prototype. But to say that an eagle is a bird because it is similar to the prototype of the sparrow signifies having chosen some features of the sparrow that are more pertinent than others, at the expense of dimensions, for example. And so, if things were like this, our prototype would have become a type. If we were to reutilize the Kantian notion of schema here, the CT could be a rule, a procedure for constructing the image of the horse rather than a sort of multimedial image. In any case, whatever the CT may be, it is something that permits recognition. At this point, having postulated the existence, somewhere or other, of this type, schema or multimedial image, as it may be, we have if nothing else cleared the field of a venerable presence, which beyond a doubt still inhabited the Kantian universe. If we postulate a CT, we no longer have any need to bring concepts into play. Especially for our Aztecs, the CT does not mediate between the concept of horse, which they could not have had anywhere, unless we postulate a Platonism that is very transcultural, and the manifold of the intuition. The CT is that which allowed them to unify the manifold of the intuition, and if this was good enough for them, it ought to be good enough for us too. 3-3-1-2 Naming and felicitous reference. And should someone come along and say that the concept of horse is far richer than anything the Aztecs knew, this proves nothing. There are plenty of people around who have a CT of the horse that is no more elaborate than the one the Aztecs had, and that does not prevent them from saying they know what horses are, given that they can recognize them. In this phase of our story, there are a great number of things that the Aztecs still do not know about the horse: whence it comes, how it eats, how it reproduces, how it nurtures its young, how many breeds there are in the world, and even whether it is a dumb animal or a rational being. But on the basis of what they know, they manage not only to recognize it but also to agree on a name for it, and in so doing, they realize that each one of them reacts to the name by applying it to the same animals that the others do. Naming is the first social act that convinces them that they all recognize various individuals, at different times, as tokens of the same type. It was not necessary to name the object horse to recognize it, just as one day I may become aware of an internal sensation that is unpleasant but indefinable and recognize only that it is the same one I felt the day before. However, that thing I felt yesterday is already a name for the feeling I have. It would be even more a name if I were to mention this feeling, an extremely private one, moreover to others. The passage to a generic term springs from the social need to be able to detach the name from the het nunc of the situation, and then to bind it to the type. But how did the Aztecs know they were applying the name Macatl to the same ct? A Spanish observer, let's call him José Gavagay, might have wondered whether, when an Aztec indicated a generic point in space-time by saying Macatl, he meant by that name the animal that every Spaniard recognized, or else the still inseparable unit made up of horseman, the animal's shining trappings, the fact that an unknown thing was coming toward him, or whether he wanted to express the proposition, behold, as out of the sea come those divine beings promised by our prophets, and that one day Gulliver will call Huhums. The certainty that everybody shares a common ct, corresponding to the name, comes about only in cases of felicitous reference, i.e., of reference crowned by success. In 5, I shall be dealing with how problematic the notion of reference is. But experience tells us that there are cases in which we refer to something and others have shown that they understand very well what we wanted to refer to. For example, when we ask someone to bring us the book that is on the table, and this someone brings us the book and not a pen. Given that the Spaniards rapidly allied themselves with some local populations, if someone had asked a native to bring him a horse, and the native returned bringing a horse, and not a basket, a flower, a bird, or a portion of horse, we would have the proof that with that name both parties identified tokens of the same ct. On this basis it is possible to suggest the existence of CTS without being obliged to wonder what and where they are. While in times of violent anti-mentalism it was forbidden even to hypothesize the existence of any mental event whatsoever, in a period in which cognitive studies are flourishing it is legitimate to wonder whether the CT of the horse in the mind of the Aztecs was made up of mental images, diagrams, definite descriptions expressed propositionally, or whether it consisted of a set of semantic markers and abstract relations that constituted the innate alphabet of their mental ace, and they processed strings of discrete signals in pure Boolean terms. A problem of maximum import in the world of the cognitive sciences, but, in my view, wholly irrelevant from the standpoint I have chosen to adopt, to take into account only the data of a folk psychology, or, rather, to revive a venerable philosophical concept that I hold to be still of maximum usefulness, that is, to consider things from a standpoint of common sense. It is on the basis of common sense that we find evidence of the two phenomena of recognition and felicitous reference. 1. 3.3.1.3 The CT and the black box. What happens in our black box when we perceive something is a problem that cognitive scientists debate by discussing, for example, whether the environment provides us with all the necessary information without a constructive contribution on the part of our mental or neural apparatus, or whether there is a selection, interpretation, and reorganization of the stimulating field. 2. Whether in the black box there is something that may be designated as mind, or pure neural processes, or whether, as happens in the field of neoconnectivism, we can assert an identity between rule and data. 3. Where cognitive types or schemata of any kind are, if there are any, and 4. How they are configured mentally or cerebrally. All these are problems I do not intend to deal with. CTS may be in the mind, in the brain, in the liver, in the pineal gland, were the pineal gland not already occupied, these days, by melatonin, they could even belong to an impersonal warehouse, packed into some universal active intellect, whence a miserly divinity takes them and doles them out to me, out of occasionalism, every time I need them, and the cognitive scientists who spend their lives questioning subjects that cannot tell a glass from a plate will have to decide why some of those subjects' cerebral areas are no longer in tune with the divine wavelength. But we must start from the principle that, if there are felicitous acts of reference, it is because, both in recognizing a second time something perceived previously and in deciding that object A and object B can satisfy the requisite of being a glass, a horse, or a building, or that two forms are both definable as right-angled triangles, we relate tokens to a type, whether it be a psychic phenomenon, a physically existing prototype, or one of those third-world entities that philosophy has always tried to account for, from Plato to Freya, from Pierce to Popper. Postulating CTS does not even oblige us to decide beforehand whether they assume, wholly or in part, the configuration of a mental image or are simply computable and processable in terms of discrete symbols. It is well known how this debate between iconophiles and iconophobes is today a central issue for cognitive psychologists. We might restrict ourselves to a summary of the Koslin-Pylyshy polemic. 1-2 On the one hand, forms of mental representation of the iconic type seem indispensable if we are to explain a whole series of cognitive processes with respect to which propositional explanations emerge as insufficient, and this hypothesis would also seem confirmed by computer simulations. On the other hand, mental imagination would seem to be a simple epiphenomenon, explicable as an elaboration of information, accessible only in digital terms. From this standpoint, therefore, mental images are not incorporated into our hardware but are only secondary output. Now, it could be said that love does not exist on a neural level and that falling in love is an epiphenomenon based fundamentally on complex physiological interactions, which might one day be expressible through an algorithm. This does not stop the epiphenomenon falling in love from being central to our personal and social life, to art and literature, to morals, and often even to politics. The result is that a semiotics of the passions does not wonder about what happens in our hardware when we feel hate or fear, anger or love, even though something worth investigating certainly does happen, but about how it happens that we recognize them, express them, and interpret them so that we understand perfectly well what it means when Orlando is described as furioso rather than innamorato. Semiosic experience tells us that we have the impression that we retain mental images, even if a mind does not exist, and above all that we interpret many terms publicly and intersubjectively through visual representations. And so the iconic component of knowledge must be postulated as well as the existence of the CT, if we are to account for what common sense proposes to us. Images are as much systems of instructions as they are verbal devices, and if I have to tell someone how to get to Main Street, I can supply him with lengthy verbal indications regarding the streets he must take as well as show him a map, which is not an image of Main Street but a diagrammatic procedure that makes it possible to find it. Which of the two procedures is the better depends on the capacities and disposition of my interlocutor. 1-3 My refusal to stick my nose into the black box might be interpreted as a confession that philosophy, and in this specific case general semiotics as a philosophy, is an inferior form of knowledge with respect to science. But this is not the case. We can postulate the CTS in the black box precisely because we can have an intersubjective check on what constitutes their output. We have the instruments with which to talk about this output, and this is perhaps the contribution that semiotics can make to the cognitive sciences, that is to say, to the semiotic aspect of the cognitive processes. Whereas at first the Aztecs might have felt that their CT was private, as soon as they all began indicating the same animals by pronouncing the name Macatl, they must have realized that, on the contrary, the CT had established an area of consensus. At first the area of consensus could be postulated only to explain the fact that they understood one another by using the same word. But bit by bit they must have proceeded to collective interpretations of what they understood by that word. They associated a content with the expression Macatl. These interpretations were as similar as we can imagine to a definition, but we certainly cannot think that our Aztecs had said to one another that by Macatl they meant, as an encyclopedia might put it, a browsing herbivorous mammal of the family Equidae, order Perissodactyla, with a highly developed middle toe of the foot enveloped by a protective nail, hoof. At first this agreement must have taken place as a disordered exchange of experiences. Some would have pointed out that the animal had hair along its neck, some that the hair in question swirled in the wind when the animal was galloping, while someone must have been the first to note that the trappings were extraneous to the creature's body, and so on. In other words, the Aztecs gradually interpreted the features of their CT, in order to homologate it as much as possible. While their CT, or CTS, could have been private, these interpretations were public, if they had written them down, or had used pictograms, or if someone had tape-recorded what they said to one another, we would have a verifiable series of interpret ants. As a matter of fact we have them, in the sense that indigenous testimony is still extant, and while we do not know exactly what went through the heads of the first Aztecs when they first saw horses, it is only because we have reason to suspect that the testimony is decidedly tardy, interpretations of the interpretations that the conquistadors had made of the Aztecs' first behavioral responses. But if these interpret ants were available integrally, as is the case with the scientists who saw a platypus for the first time, the Aztecs would not only make clear what their CT was but also circumscribe the meaning they assigned to the expression Macatl. We shall call this set of interpret ants the nuclear content, NC. I prefer to speak of nuclear content rather than meaning, because by time-honored tradition one tends to associate meaning with a mental experience. In certain languages the confusion is greater than in others, and we need think only of the English word meaning, which can stand for that which exists in the mind but also for an intention, for what is recognized as being, for what is denoted or understood, for sense, signification, and so on. Nor should we forget that meaning can also appear as a form of the verb to mean, which is variously defined as to have in mind, to intend, to stand for, and only in a few cases does it come to denote a socially recorded synonymy. The example given in Webster is the word ja in German means yes. The same variations of sense are found also in the German verb meinen. As far as Italian is concerned, even though the term significato is more often understood as a concept expressed by a sign, the pair significato and significare can be used for the expression of thoughts or sentiments, for the emotional effect caused by an expression, for the importance or value that something assumes for us, and so on. On the other hand, the term content in Hjelm's left sense, as the correlate of an expression is less compromised and may be used, as I shall use it, in a public sense and not a mental one. Once this has been made clear, when the requirements of argument of some current theory may encourage me to do so, I shall use the word meaning, but only as a synonym of content. In certain cases CT and NC can practically coincide, when the CT wholly determines the interpret ants expressed by the NC and the NC makes it possible to conceive an adequate CT. Nevertheless I wish to make clear yet again that the CT is private, while the NC is public. We are not talking about one and the same phenomenon, which some might call generically the Aztecs' competence regarding horses on the one hand. We are talking about a phenomenon of perceptual semiosis, CT, and, on the other, about a phenomenon of communicative consensus, NC. The CT which cannot be seen and cannot be touched may be postulated only on the basis of the phenomena of recognition, identification, and felicitous reference. The NC represents the way in which we try intersubjectively to make clear which features go to make up a CT. The NC, which we recognize in the form of interpret ants, can be seen and touched, and this is not just a metaphor, given that the interpret ants of the term horse include a great many horses sculpted in bronze or stone. If Montezuma had collected all the pictograms drawn by his messengers, filmed their gestures, tape-recorded their words, and then locked up all this testimony in a chest before having the messengers put to death and then committing suicide, what remained in that chest would be the content of the expression Macatl for the Aztecs. It would then be up to the archaeologist who found that chest to interpret those interpret ants in his turn, and only through the interpretation of that content would the archaeologist be able, afterward, to conjecture what the Aztec's CT of a horse had been. A CT does not necessarily spring from a perceptual experience, it can be transmitted culturally, in the form of an NC, and lead to the success of a future perceptual experience. Such was the NC of Mecatl that the messengers communicated to Montezuma by means of images, gestures, sounds, and words. On the basis of these interpretations, Montezuma must have tried to get an idea of horses. This idea is the nucleus of the CT that he temporar. Highly constructed on the basis of the NC received in the form of interpretations. 1.4. The way in which NCs are expressed also helps to loosen the knot regarding the question as to whether we have mental images or not. 1. An NC is expressed sometimes in words, sometimes with gestures, sometimes through images or diagrams. Basically, the drawing of Mayer's 3D model, insofar as it is public, is an element of the NC that interprets a procedural modality of our CT. In our brain, what corresponds to that presumed image? Neuronal activation, let's say. Now, even if the pattern of that activation did not correspond to what we intuitively call an image, those cerebral phenomena would represent the cause or the equivalent of our ability both to conceive and to interpret our type of the horse. We postulate a CT as a disposition to produce an NC, and we treat an NC as proof that there is a CT around somewhere. 3.3.2.1 Instructions for identification. The NC of the term also supplies criteria or instructions for the identification of one of the tokens of the type, or rather, as they say, for the identification of the referent. 16.1 Use identification instead of recognition because I should like to reserve the latter term for cognitive phenomena strictly dependent on a previous perceptual experience, and the former term for the capacity to identify perceptually something about which we still have no experience. I identified an alligator, the first time I saw one on the banks of the Mississippi, on the basis of the instructions that had been supplied to me previously through words and images. That is, the NC of the word alligator had been communicated to me. By supplying instructions with which to identify a token of the type, the NC orients one toward the formation of a tentative CT. If the messengers supplied Montezuma with good interpretations, his tentative CT would have been so rich and precise as to permit immediate identification, with few readjustments on the basis of direct perception. But sometimes the instructions supplied by the NC are insufficient. The messengers might have insisted to such a point on the analogy with deer that Montezuma was led to construct a tentative CT so imperfect, it rendered easy identification of horses impossible at the first encounter, so that he confused horses with the oxen in the train of the soldiers. 1. 3.3.2.2 Instructions for retrieval. There is another possibility, that the messengers did not successfully express the properties of the horse to Montezuma. They might have restricted themselves to telling him that some strange and terrible animals had appeared at a point on the coast, and that if he went to that place, he would see white men who wore iron trappings and moved by sitting with legs astride something, and this something was what the messengers were referring to. In this way they would have supplied Montezuma with instructions not for the identification but for the retrieval of the object. The cases I am about to cite concern the CTS of individuals, of which I shall have more to say in 3.7.6, but in any event they serve to distinguish identification from retrieval. First case, every evening I bump into a man in the bar, I recognize him every time, but I don't know his name, and if I were to correlate an NC to the generic name man, it would simply be the description the man I see every evening in the bar. One day I see this man robbing the bank across the road. On my being questioned by the police, by means of verbal interpretations I help the specialized artist make a fairly accurate sketch of him. I have supplied instructions for the identification of this person, and the police can elaborate a CT of him, albeit a vague one, with the result that there is a risk of their erroneously identifying someone else. Second case, every evening I recognize a man in the bar, even though I have never observed him closely, but one day I hear him saying over the telephone that his name is George Brown and that he lives at number 15, London Road. One day this man argues with the bartender, whom he kills by smashing a bottle over his head, then he flees. The police question me as a witness, but I am quite unable to give the artist instructions for a sketch. At most I can say that the man in question is tall, with ordinary features and an unpleasant look, but I can supply his name and address. On the basis of my private CT, I cannot supply instructions for identification, but on the basis of the NC that I associate with the name George Brown, a being of the male sex who lives at 15 London Road, I am able to provide the police with instructions for his retrieval. When, having seen horses in the flesh and having talked with the Spaniards, Montezuma acquired other information about horses, he could have reached the point where he knew what a Spaniard knew about them, though not as much as a zoologist knows today. In this case he would have had what is called a complex knowledge of them. Note that I am talking not about an encyclopedic knowledge, in the sense of a difference between dictionary and encyclopedia, to which I shall return in 4.1, but about broadened knowledge, which includes notions that are not indispensable for perceptual recognition, example that horses are reared in such and such a way or that they are mammals. With regard to this broadened competence I shall talk of molar content, MC. The format of Montezuma's MC might be different from that of his first messengers or his priests, and it would be in continuous expansion. We cannot be sure how it evolved. We need only think of the fact that in our times the MC of horse includes the information that this animal flourishes in the American continent, something that certainly could not have been said in Montezuma's day. I would not identify the MC with knowledge exclusively expressible in propositional form, because it could include images of horses of various breeds or of different ages. A zoologist has an MC of horse, and so does a jockey, even though the two areas of competence are not coextensive. It is on the level of MC that Putnam's division of linguistic labor occurs, something I would prefer to define as a division of cultural labor. On the level of MC there ought to be generalized consensus, albeit with some fraying and gray areas, see 3.5.2. And since it is this area of consensus that constitutes the nucleus of the present discourse, I would tend to avoid considering the MC, which can assume different forms depending on the subject and represents portions of sectorial competence. Let us say that the sum of the MCs coincides with the encyclopedia as a regulative idea and a semiotic postulate, as is said in Eco 1984. On reading the first version of these pages, someone asked me the difference among NC, MC, and concept. I would not know how to answer the question before I resolved two cases. What is the difference between the cognitive type of the platypus constructed by its first discoverer and the concept of platypus that he obviously could not have had previously, not even in the case of an overpopulated Platonic universe? 2. What is the difference between the first Aztec's concept of the horse and a zoologist's concept of the same animal? For the first question, it strikes me as evident that, right from the Kantian idea of a schema for empirical concepts, it was clear that, if a concept existed, it ought to have been mediated by the schema. But if we introduce the schema, then there is no need for concept, and let proof of that be the possibility of constructing schemata for concepts we do not have, like that of the platypus. Therefore the idea of concept becomes a perplexing residue. For the second question, if by concept we mean a mental conception, as etymologists would have it, there are two answers. Either the concept governs perceptual recognition, and in that case it is the same as the CT and is expressed not by the classic definition but by the NC, or it is a rigorous and scientific definition of the object, and in that case it is the same as a particular sectorial MC. It seems outrageous to say so, but from the point of view from which I have adopted the word concept, it comes to mean only what one has in mind. Owing to my intention not to look into the black box, I cannot say what this might be. I wonder, rather, whether those who do look inside the black box ask themselves what it is. But that's another matter. Throughout the story we have been examining, the Aztecs assign an NC to the expression Macatl, but when they speak among themselves about what they have seen, they refer to individual horses. I shall be talking about that very complex phenomenon, the act of referring, in 5. Here we need to detach not only the content from the reference but also the instructions for the identification of the referent from the concrete acts of referring. Someone could have received instructions for identifying an armadillo and yet never in his life referred to an armadillo, i.e., he never said this is an armadillo or there is an armadillo in the kitchen. The CT provides instructions for identifying the referent, and this undoubtedly constitutes a form of competence. Referring to something is, instead, a form of performance. It is certainly based on referential competence but, as we shall see in 5, not only on that. The referent of the word horse is a thing. Referring to horses is an act, not a thing. After listening to his messenger's accounts, Montezuma possessed an embryonic competence, but if, as was related, he withdrew for some time into a stubborn silence, then he did not immediately carry out any act of reference to horses. Even before they provided him with instructions for identifying the referent, his messengers were referring to horses when they told him they intended to talk to him about things they dared not describe. On emerging from his silence, Montezuma could have referred to these as yet unknown things, for example by asking what and how they were, even before he possessed instructions for their identification. In this way he would have demonstrated that one can understand reference to entities, and one can refer to them, without possessing a CT or even an NC. Montezuma understood that the messengers were carrying out an act of reference, and nevertheless he was unable to understand what the referent of that act was. Let us think of a being placed in an elementary environment, before it comes into contact with others of its kind. However it decides to name them, this being will have to acquire some fundamental notions, no matter how it might later decide to organize them into systems of categories, or in any case into units of content. It will have to have a notion of high and low, essential for its corporeal equilibrium, of standing upright or lying down, of some physiological operations, such as swallowing or excreting, of walking, sleeping, seeing, hearing, of perceiving thermic, olfactory, or gustatory sensations, of feeling pain or relief, of clapping hands, thrusting a finger into some soft material, hitting, gathering, rubbing, scratching, and so on. As soon as it comes into contact with other beings, or with the surrounding environment in general, it will have to have notions regarding the presence of something that opposes its body, coitus, struggle, the possession or the loss of an object of desire, probably the cessation of life. However it comes to name these fundamental experiences, they are certainly original. This means to say that the moment in which we enter language, there is a disposition toward meaning of a pre-linguistic character, in other words, there are certain classes of meanings about which human beings are in innate agreement. 1. 8. The attribution of animality to a certain object would be an example of this type. It may be that such an attribution will later emerge as erroneous, as would happen in the case of an archaic mentality that saw the clouds as animals, but it is certain that one of the first ways in which we react to what comes toward us in the environment is an attribution of animality or vitality to an object standing before us, and this has nothing to do with categories such as animal. The animality I am talking about is certainly precategorial. I shall say in 3.4.2 why I consider this use of the terms category, categorial, and precategorial to be improper. In any case, notions such as animal, mineral, and artifact, which in many compositional semantics are considered as semantic primitives, probably innate, not open to further analysis, and occasionally constituted in hierarchic finite systems of hyponyms and hyperonyms, can make sense as elements of an MC. The possibility of their being primitive, impervious to analysis, and organized into hierarchies and the question of to what extent a finite inventory of them can be conceived have been discussed in Eco, 1984, 2. They certainly depend not on perceptual experience but on a segmentation and organization of the continuum of the content that presupposes a coordinated system of assumptions. The semiotic primitives I am talking about are not like this, as they depend on the preclassificatory perception of something as either living and animated or devoid of life. When we feel on the arm or the hand the presence of a foreign body, no matter how small, occasionally without even looking, and sometimes the interval between perceptual hypothesis and motor response is infinitesimal, either we use the other hand to squash something, or we prime the index finger with the thumb to flick something away. Usually we squash when we have assumed, even before having decided, because our safety depends on the speed of our reflexes, that the presence is a mosquito or some other bothersome insect, and we flick the body away when we assume it is vegetable or mineral waste. If it is decided that we must kill, it is because a feature of animality in the foreign body has been noticed. It is a primary recognition, preconceptual, in any case prescientific, having to do with perception and not with categorical knowledge. If anything, it orients categorical knowledge, it offers itself as a basis for interpretation at higher cognitive levels. Cognitive psychology often talks of our capacity for thought as being founded on the possibility of categorical organization. The idea is that the world of which we have experience is made up of such a number of objects and events, that if we were to identify and name them all individually, we would be overwhelmed by the complexity of the environment. And so the only way to avoid becoming a prisoner of the particular lies in our capacity to categorize, that is, to make different things equivalent, grouping objects and events into classes, example Brunner et al. 1956. In itself the idea is incontrovertible. But, and this is not to say that the ancients had already thought of everything, if we substitute categorization with the term conceptualization, it will be noticed that yet again we are talking about the problem of how language, and with it our cognitive apparatus, leads us to talk and think in generalia, in other words, that we unite individuals in sets. Grouping manifold tokens under a single type is the way in which language, affected, as they used to say in the Middle Ages, by penuria nominum, works. But it is one thing to say that, faced with various individuals, we manage to think of them all as cat, and another to say that we manage to think of all cats as animals, or felines. These are two different problems. Knowing that a cat is a feline seems to belong more to the competence registered as MC than to that registered as NC, while the quasi-immediate perception of cat struck us as a precategorial phenomenon. The fact is that in contemporary literature on this subject, the term category is used in a way very different from the one in which it was used by both Aristotle and Kant, even though we often see authors who, when they tackle the problem, refer back, without specific quotations but and in an almost rhetorical attempt to legitimize their assumptions to the classical heritage. Aristotle thought there were 10 categories, the substance and the 9 predicates that could be predicated of them, i.e., that something was in a certain time, in a certain place, that it had certain qualities, that it feared something or did something else, etc. What a certain subject was, a man, a dog, a tree, was not a problem for Aristotle. One perceived a substance and understood what its essence was. In other words, Aristotle thought that as soon as we see the token of a man, we assign it to the type man. In the Aristotelian sense, applying the categories does not go much further than saying that a cat is being perceived, that it is white, that it is running through the Lyceum, etc. From the standpoint of contemporary cognitive psychology, all this would belong to the precategorial, or it would barely bring into play those things that are called basic categories, such as cat, and bring into play also a rather vaguely defined activity that would consist in recognizing that a given object has active or passive properties. For Kant, categories were something far more abstract than the Aristotelian categories: unity, plurality, reality, negation, substance and accident, causality, etc., and we saw in 2.3 how difficult it was for him to say what they have to do with empirical concepts such as dog, chair, swallow, or sparrow. But let us get back to Aristotle. That on seeing a cat running through the Lyceum, one perceived a cat running through the Lyceum was a natural and spontaneous fact for him. Naturally, then, there was the matter of defining what the substance cat was. As definition was arrived at through genus and difference, the Aristotelian tradition had to identify the predicates. The predicate es are as close as you can get to the categories as understood by modern taxonomies. They are instruments for definition. In the Aristotelian tradition, the cat is a mortal irrational animal, and I grant that this is not a lot, while for modern taxonomies it is of the species Felis catus, genus Felis, suborder Fisipoda, and so on, all the way to the class of mammals. Is this type of classification, and we could talk of categorization if we took the Aristotelian predicibles as subcategories, essential for the recognition of something? Not a bit. Certainly not for Aristotle, who failed to define the camel satisfactorily, see Eco 1983, 4.2.1.1, but who nonetheless continued to identify and name it correctly, and not even for cognitive psychology, because no one has ever denied that someone is capable of perceiving and recognizing a platypus without necessarily knowing whether it is a mammal, bird, or amphibian. In a certain sense, with regard to this matter, the perplexity would be greater for Aristotle than it would be for Kant or the contemporary cognitivists. The cognitivists would get around the problem, if need be, by assuming that there is something of the precategorial in perception. Kant managed to transfer dogs and cats to the ranks of the empirical concepts, and their classification into genera and species into the territory of reflective judgment. But Aristotle tells us that when faced with an individual substance, we understand what its essence is, man or cat, and he would have willingly admitted that it was possible for a slave to recognize a cat even if the slave could not express the definition, yet when he must say what the substance is, he can do it only in terms of definition, by appealing to genus and differentia. It is as if Aristotle were to admit that in some way we have CTS but we can interpret them only in terms of an MC, since the knowledge of classifications appertains to the MC. Unless he wanted to say exactly what we are saying, that to perceive, by applying categories is to move precisely in what is today called the precategorial, and that attributions of life, animality, and even rationality are precategorial. At least in the sense that Aquinas tried to explain it. 1.9 We do not at all perceive differences such as rationality but infer them from perceivable accidents. The result is that we infer that man is rational through exterior manifestations, for example, the fact that he talks or is abipt. And therefore it is the immediate perception of these accidents that comes to be part of the perceptual experience, and the rest is cultivated elaboration. What contemporary cognitivism calls categories, which would have been the predicibles for Aristotle, are, rather, what the natural sciences call taxa, which are embedded into one another from species to genus, or from orders to classes, or from classes to kingdoms. What cognitivism calls basic categories are certainly CTS, while what it calls superordinate categories, as tool, with respect to the basic category of hammer, are taxa. Taxa belong to a more complex phase of cultural elaboration and are stored in the MC of some particularly gifted speakers. They depend on a coherent system of propositions, or on a given cultural paradigm. By the way, I would point out that the distinction was already very clear in John Stuart Mill, when he was examining the various naturalistic classifications that in his day were still the subject of heated debate. There is a classification of things, which is inseparable from the fact of giving them general names. Every name which connotes an attribute, divides, by that very fact, all things whatever into two classes, those which have the attribute and those which have not. The classification which requires to be discussed as a separate act of the mind, is altogether different. In the one, the arrangement of objects in groups, and distribution of them into compartments, is a mere incidental effect consequent upon the use of names given for another purpose, namely that of simply expressing some of their qualities. In the other, the arrangement and distribution are the main object, and the naming is secondary to, and purposely conforms itself to, instead of governing, that more important operation. Since one cannot combat the inertia of language, I too shall adapt myself to calling these classificatory items categories, but let it be clear that they do not contribute immediately to telling us what a thing is. They show how it becomes hierarchically ordered in a system of basic, superordinate, and subordinate concepts. 2. Another observation is that if categories, in the modern sense of the term, are taxa, they have nothing at all to do with those primitives elaborated or identified by featural semantics and that by chance have the same name as many categories or taxa, the ones that are usually printed in small capitals, such as animal, human, living, adult, etc. It is a matter for discussion as to whether these primitives are finite in number, whether they function by conjunction or by intersection, but they are not always organized into hierarchies like taxa, even though in some authors they are organized by relations of hypo or hyperonymy. For this argument, see Violi 1997, 2.1 and 4.1. In fact, these semantic primitives are often assimilable to those I have called semiotic primitives, which some would define as precategorial. If noticing that something is a body, it flies in the sky, it is an animal, and has weight are semiotic primitives, then, if anything, taxa come into being as elaborations of such precategorial experiences, at least in the sense of precategorial that I have resigned myself to respecting. Weisbechat, 1996, who backs up her hypotheses with a vast recognition of different languages, persuasively maintains the existence of certain primes common to all cultures. In her view, these are notions such as I, someone, something, this, other, one, two, many, much, think, want, feel, say, do, happen, good, bad, small, big, when, before, after, where, under, no, some, live, far, near, if, and then. My summarized list is incomplete. The interesting aspect of this proposal is that it aims at resolving all other possible definitions in terms of these primitives. Nevertheless, before going on to utilize some of Weisbechat's suggestions, I wish to make it clear that I assume these primes with all due caution. To say that these notions are original does not necessarily mean admitting, that they are phylogenetically primitive and therefore innate. They can be primitives only for a single individual, while other individuals start from other, different experiences. For example, seeing will not be a primitive experience for someone born blind. 2. That they are universal, even though I see no obvious reason for denying this, but we have to make a distinction between the theoretical hypothesis of their universality and ascertaining empirically that precise terms for them exist in all known languages. 3. That by virtue of their being primitives they are not interpretable. Point 3 represents a weakness in Weisbechat's argument. This fallacy springs from the fact that it has traditionally been assumed that the semantic primitives mentioned in the previous paragraphs, those presumed features such as human or adult that ought to constitute atoms of meaning that may not be split any further, are non-interpretable. But what Weisbechat calls primes are not like this, even though the author sometimes tends to treat them as if they were. They are not meaning postulates, they are elements of a primordial experience. To say that a child has a primordial experience of milk, and so one presumes that as she grows, she will know exactly what milk is, does not mean at all that the child, upon request, cannot interpret the content of milk / see in 3.7.2 what a child does when asked to interpret the word water. It may be that those experiences expressed by the word see and hear are primordial experiences of this sort, but even a child is capable of interpreting them, with reference to different organs. By not admitting this, Weisbechat reacts emphatically to the opinion held by Goodman, 1951-57, according to which it is not because a term is indefinable that it is chosen as primitive, rather, it is because a term has been chosen as primitive for a system that it is indefinable. In general, the terms adopted as primitives of a given system are readily definable in some other system. There is no absolute primitive. Wilkins has already shown us how it is possible, through a spatial and non-propositional cognitive schema, to interpret and define both high and low, both toward and under, or inside. See Eco 1993, 2.8.3. Having made this reservation clear, Weisbach starts off with an acceptable criticism of the so-called definitions of dictionary and of encyclopedia. Take the example of the mouse, 1996, 340 ff. If the definition of the term mouse is also to allow us to be able to identify the referent, or in any event to have a mental representation of a mouse, just as Montezuma must have imagined what a horse was like, it is clear that a strictly dictionary-type definition such as mammal, murid, rodent, which goes back to the taxa of the naturalistic classifications, is insufficient. This insufficiency seems to extend even to the definition proposed by the Encyclopaedia Britannica, which starts off with a zoological classification, specifies the areas in which the mouse flourishes, and expatiates on its reproductive processes, its social life, its relations with man and the domestic environment, and so on. Those who have never seen a mouse would never be able to identify one on the basis of this extremely vast and organized collection of data. In opposition to these two definitions, Weisbach offers her own folk definition, which contains primitive terms only. The definition takes up 2 pages and is made up of items of this type. People call them mice. People think that they are all of the same kind because they come from other creatures of the same kind. People think they live in or near places where people live because they want to eat things that people keep for people to eat. People don't want them to live there. A person could hold one easily in one hand. Most people wouldn't want to hold them. They are grayish or brownish. One cannot notice them easily. Some creatures of this type are white. They have short legs. Because of this, when they move you can't see their legs moving, and it seems as if their whole body touches the ground. Their head looks as if it were not a separate part of the body. The whole body looks like one small thing with a long thin hairless tail. The front part of the head is pointed. It has a few stiff hairs sticking out sideways. There are 2 round ears sticking up, one on each side of the head. They have small sharp teeth that they bite things with. This folk definition recalls the Kantian idea that the schema for dog must contain the instructions for imagining the form of the dog. If we were to play one of those parlor games in which someone verbally describes a drawing and someone else must manage to reproduce it, a game measuring at once the verbal capacities of the former and the capacity for visualization of the latter, the game might succeed, in that the second person could probably respond to Figure 3.1. The description stimulus proposed by Weisbach by drawing an image like that shown in Figure 3.1. But is the image only the interpretative output of the verbal definition, or is it a primary and constitutive element of that definition? In other words, is this morphological schema also a part of our NC of the mouse? A good encyclopedia should insert, into the long and satisfying scientific definition of the mouse, also a drawing or a photo of a mouse. Weisbach does not trouble to tell us whether the encyclopedia she consulted contains an illustration, nor whether it is a bad thing that it does not. This oversight is not fortuitous. The explanation comes on page 332, where it is maintained that language cannot reflect the neural representation of color, because the representation is private, while language reflects conceptualization. It is for this reason that, while seeking to gain a firm hold on the notion of semiotic primitives that should precede the very processes of categorization, she ends up by recognizing the primitives only insofar as they are expressible in general, verbal terms, with the result that the semiotic primitive of something is deliberately printed as something. In other words, as if it were a semantic primitive closely bound to the use of verbal language. 2. If there were non-interpretable primes, we should have to return to the problem of qualia, which I thought I had laid aside in the previous chapter, and return to pairs. Let us pose the problem in its toughest and most provocative form: do we have CTS for qualia? If the answer is no, then qualia are bricks for the construction of CTS, but in that case we can say neither why we predicate them, this thing is red or boiling, nor why we usually agree about such predications, albeit at the cost of some negotiation. Peirce had said as much: the first feeling that I have of something white is pure possibility, but when I proceed to the comparison of 2 qualities of white, I can begin a series of inferences and therefore of interpretations. The perceptual judgment desingularizes the quality, cp 7.633. This shift to thirdness is already a shift to the universal. 154I. It has been a matter of endless discussion as to whether my feeling of red is the same as my interlocutor's feeling, but, except in cases of color blindness, when I tell someone to fetch me the red pen, there is usually a case of felicitous reference, and I do not receive the black pen. Since felicitous reference has been assumed as a proof that the CTS exist, in the black box, then qualia too have CTS. Yet again I limit myself to saying that they must be there, and I do not allow myself to say how they are constituted. But a good proof that there is a CT is that it can be interpreted. Can we interpret qualia? We can, in the sense that I can not only define red in terms of the corresponding wavelength but also say that it is the color of cherries, of the jackets of the Canadian Mounties, and of many national flags. In addition, through various comparisons I can interpret various qualities of red. Finally, experiments on categorical perception, see Petito 1983, tell us that there are catastrophe points on this side of which the subjects perceive red and on the other side of which they perceive another color, and even though the catastrophe point varies depending on the exposure to the stimulus, it varies in a constant fashion for all the subjects. Sensations of sweet or bitter are private events, and yet wine experts use persuasive metaphors to discern the flavor and consistency of wines, and if they were unable to recognize qualia on the basis of a CT, they would be unable to tell a Pinot from a Tokay, nor would they be able to identify the vintage. 231 of the usual proofs against the interpretability of colors is that they cannot be interpreted for the sightless. All we need to do is agree on what is meant by interpretation. In Peircean terms, an interpreton is that which lets me know something more about the object expressed by the name, but not necessarily that which lets me know everything that other interpretants tell me. It is obvious that someone who is blind from birth cannot have any perception of red, a semiotic primitive that may be acquired only through perceptual experience. Nonetheless, let us suppose, and the experiment is not all that far from scientific fact, see Dennett 1991, 11.4, that the blind person has been equipped with a video camera inserted in special eyeglasses, capable of identifying colors and communicating them in the form of impulses to some part of the body. Faced with a traffic light, the blind person, trained to recognize different impulses, would know whether it was signaling red or green. We would have equipped him with a prosthesis capable of supplying him with a datum that would allow him to make up for the missing sensation. I am not deciding whether or not he would see something similar to red in his brain, but that his brain would register an interpretation of red. In order to characterize an interpretation as such, it is unnecessary for it to appear as perfect. On the contrary, every interpretation is always partial. To say to the blind person that red is the color of incandescent substances is a vague interpretation, but it is not less satisfactory than telling someone that a heart attack is that thing you perhaps have when you feel sharp pains in your chest and left arm. On becoming aware of a pain in the chest, we have as many reasons to say maybe this is a heart attack as a congenitally blind person has to say maybe the substance is red on becoming aware of an intense feeling of heat. The congenitally blind person simply registers red as a hidden quality, just as we register something that manifests itself in the form of a symptom as a hidden quality. 2.4. If we found something interesting in the Kantian notion of schema, it was not when the schema appeared to us as something extremely abstract such as number, degree, or permanence of the manifold, but precisely when, and it was at this point that the first critique was unable to provide a satisfactory answer, it had to permit the formation of an empirical concept such as that of dog and mouse. We saw that it was necessary in some way to introduce the instructions for producing a figure into the perceptual process. The image of the mouse in figure 3.1 must not be seen as the image of one particular mouse, not even if it were a photograph, which could only be of one particular mouse. And in fact, when we see images of this kind in an encyclopedia, we do not think they must supply us with visual instructions for the identification of an animal exactly the same as the one shown. In point of fact, we assume them as images of the mouse in general. How can we start off from a picture, ever fated to be the representation of an individual, even were it the image of a triangle, which can be only the image of a certain triangle and none other, and use it as a general schema with which to identify or recognize tokens of a type. Precisely by understanding it as a 2D or 3D schematic suggestion for the construction of similar images, despite notable differences in the details. Precisely by understanding it as the Kantian schema, and so there is never a schematic image of the dog, but a system of instructions for the construction of the image of a dog. The mouse in figure 3.1 is not the image of a certain mouse, nor does it represent the mouse as such. It is like a sketch that tells us which salient features we ought to recognize in anything we can define as a mouse, just as the schematic image of a Doric column, in a manual of architectonic orders, ought to induce us to recognize as Doric those columns that are neither Ionic nor Corinthian, regardless of their details and dimensions. The very fact that we are led, in terms of ordinary language, to define as schematic the image in figure 3.1 tells us that the image can be supplied as an interpreton and mentally retained as a model for mice of different colors, sizes, and, were we capable of discriminating them, individual physiognomic features. And note well that this would happen even if the encyclopedia contained a photograph instead of the schematic drawing. We would start off from it by operating in a way comparable to the process known as solarization, which is simply a form of deprivation or diminution of the individual features in order to arrive at a rule for the construction of the image of any mouse. And the same thing would happen if, as a result of psychological matters that have to do with the mysteries of the black box, we were to react to the word mouse by calling up the image of that mouse, which we have seen for the first time. The mental representation of that individual would serve us as a cast or model, a schema, in fact, and we would easily be able to transform the experience of an individual mouse into a general rule for the recognition or construction of mice. However, we can recognize or identify not only natural or artificial objects but also tokens of geometrical figures such as the triangle, and above all of actions and situations, from walking to going out to dinner. If for the type triangle one can think of prototypes or rules for the construction and identification of the figure, not unlike what can happen with regard to the morphological features of a mouse or a glass, and if even notions such as room or restaurant can presuppose a basic visual structure, on the model of Minsky's frames, then the recognition and identification of actions such as going out to the restaurant, arguing, and scolding, or of situations such as a pitched battle, a meeting, or a sung mass, require genuine scripts, like those proposed in artificial intelligence, or representations through cases and actants, or more complex narrative sequences, such as Grimm's schema for anger. And that's not all. I maintain that CTS also include pairs of oppositions. Not only is it difficult to interpret husband in the absence of the notion of wife, and we shall be talking about cognitive types by functional general later, but also in some way a part of our idea of dog derives from the fact that this animal barks or snarls and does not meow or purr, features sufficient for us to decide at night, in the dark, which animal is scratching at the door. In such cases we undoubtedly possess CTS that do not necessarily or particularly take morphological features into consideration. Likewise we can have CTS that take account of temporal sequences, or logical relations that, while they may be expressed in diagrammatic form, which on the level of expression assumes the form of a visual configuration, still do not regard visual experiences. If there is a strong element in the Peircean theory of the interpreton, it is that the series of interpretations of a sign can also assume iconic forms. But iconic does not necessarily mean visual. Sometimes the CT includes perceptual primitives or even qualia, which are not easy to interpret but which must be accounted for. Part of the CT of the skunk, even for those who have never seen one, should include the powerful smell it can give off, and its NC should include the instruction that the skunk is identifiable mainly through its smell. If there were a Kantian schema for skunk, as Kant presupposed one for dog, it would have the form of a flowchart whose higher nodes contain instructions to proceed immediately to an olfactory check. Are we sure that our CT of the mosquito is fundamentally made up of morphological features and not, eminently, of the irritating effects it can have on our epidermis? We know very little about the form of the mosquito, unless we have observed one under a microscope or seen one in an encyclopedia, but we perceive it first and foremost through our hearing as a flying creature that produces a characteristic whine as it comes closer, and so we can even recognize one in the dark. Indeed, it is by referring to these features that we would provide someone with instructions for the identification of mosquitoes. I maintain that the CT, and the NC, of the mouse also includes thymic, see Griamus Courts 1979, 396, elements. We have already seen how it is fundamental to perceive the mouse, usually, as a repugnant little creature. Apart from its morphological characteristics, the CT of the mouse also includes a frame, a sequence of actions. With the exception of those who have never seen mice outside a cage, the idea of the mouse, and the capacity to recognize a mouse, is based on the fact that it usually appears to us as an indistinct form that moves from one side of a room to the other at high speed, emerging from one hiding place only to slip into another. This lends particular conviction to the idea proposed by Brunner, 1986, 1990, that we use narrative schemata to organize our experience. I think that our CT, and NC, of the tree also includes the narrative sequence, that it grows from a seed, goes through various phases of development, modifies itself with the changing of the seasons, etc. A child soon learns that chairs are not planted but constructed, and that a flower is not constructed but planted. Our cognitive type of the tiger includes not only that it is a big yellow cat with a striped coat, but also that if we were to meet one in the jungle, it would behave in a particular fashion toward us. See in this regard also Eco 1990, 4.3.3. With regard to expressions such as yesterday and tomorrow, can we really say we have only NCS that may be expressed propositionally and not also a sort of diagram with vectorial pointers, the result being that, even if the disposition varies according to the culture, in one case we can figure a sort of mental image of pointing backward and in the other of pointing forward? I shall freely adapt a fine mental experiment found in Bickerton, 1981. Let us suppose that I have been interacting for a year with a very, very primitive tribe, whose language I understand only very poorly, names of objects and elementary actions, verbs in the infinitive, proper nouns without pronouns, etc. I accompany Og and Yuji on a hunt. They have just wounded a bear, which, bleeding, has taken shelter in its cave. Yuji wants to follow the animal into its lair to finish it off. But I remember that a few months before, IG had injured a bear before following it boldly into its lair, where the animal demonstrated that it was still strong enough to devour him. I should like to remind Yuji of that precedent, but to do so I have to be able to say that I recall a past event, and I do not know how to express either verb tenses or doxastic operators such as /remember that. And so I restrict myself to saying Umberto see bear. Yuji and Og obviously believe that I have spotted another bear, and they are frightened. I try to reassure them, bear not here. But the pair only draw the conclusion that I make jokes in the worst possible taste at the worst possible time. I persist, bear kjhig, but the others reply, a carrot, ig dead. In short, I should have to desist, and Yuji would be lost. So I fall back on non-linguistic interpret ants. On saying IG and bear, I use a finger to strike my head, or my heart, or my belly, according to where I presume they locate the memory. Then I draw two figures on the ground, and I designate them IG and bear. Behind IG's back I draw images of lunar phases, hoping that they understand the meaning of many moons ago, and in the end I once more draw the bear that killed IG. If I try this, it is because I presume that my interlocutors have notions of recalling, and above all a few CTS, that may be interpreted not propositionally but diagrammatically, for activities of protensity toward temporal points different from the present. That is to say, I start from the principle that, if I am capable of understanding a sentence in which I am told that something happened yesterday or will happen tomorrow, I should have a CT for these temporal entities. In my experiment I would try to interpret visually, vectorially, my CT, and my interpretation might prove incomprehensible to the natives. But the difficulty of the operation does not exclude its being postulated as possible in some way. We certainly possess cognitive types of sound sequences, if we can usually distinguish the timbre and the rhythm of the telephone bell from those of the doorbell, military calls such as taps and reveille, and often the melodies of two songs we know well. If we admit that semiotic primitives exist, they are certainly elementary experiences such as walking, jumping, or running. When we skip, we are aware, or could be aware, if we pay attention to what we are doing, whether we use the right foot twice and the left foot twice or always the same foot. Yet it so happens that these last two operations have two distinct terms in English but not in Italian. This table by Nita, 1975, 75, Figure 3. 2, distinguishes between the content of some English terms for motor activities. Run, walk, hop, skip, jump, dance, crawl. Anyone who wants to translate a text describing these operations from English to Italian must interpret the terms according to this table, which, even though it uses linguistic terms, provides instructions of a motor type. One might very well think of its translation into film footage, or into a series of diagrams that use signs improperly called iconic. 2.6. The CT ought to include those conditions for perception that Gibson calls affordances, and Preto would have called pertinency. The various tokens of the type chair are recognized because we are dealing with objects that make it possible for one to sit down, while tokens of the type bottle are recognized because they are objects that allow us to hold and pour liquid substances. It is instinctive for us to recognize a tree trunk as a possible seat and not a column, unless someone is a stylite, due to the length of our legs and the fact that we find it comfortable to sit with our feet resting on the ground. On the other hand, in order to categorize a knife, fork, and spoon among cutlery, or a chair and a cupboard among furniture, we must leave aside this morphological pertinency and fall back on more generic functions, such as the manipulation of food and the preparation of a habitable environment. Our capacity to recognize affordances is registered, so to speak, in linguistic usage itself. Violi, 1991, 73, wonders why, when faced with a table with a vase standing on it, we are led to interpret verbally what we see as the vase is on the table and not the table is under the vase. She suggests that the selection of linguistic expressions seems regulated by complex configurations of the intentional relations between the subject that moves in space and the objects that surround it. But this is equivalent to saying that our CT of the common vase also includes the sequence of actions that it permits, and so a vase is something easily movable that usually stands on something. On the other hand, our CT of the table includes not only its morphological features but also the notion, I would say, nuclear, that it is used for putting something on, and never for being inserted under something. 2.8 But Arnheim, 1969, 139, suggests that language can block our recognition of pertinency. Quoting a remark made by Brock, he admits that a coffee spoon acquires perceptual saliency that differs according to whether it is set alongside a coffee cup or inserted between shoe and heel like a shoehorn. But often it is the name with which we indicate the object that highlights one pertinency at the expense of others. In conclusion, we still have imprecise ideas about the extremely various ways in which our CTS are organized and how they express themselves in NC. I would tend to follow Johnson Laird's representation gradually offer themselves as options for the codification of different types of information, and in general we move from real images to mental models, like Mayer's 3D representation, and real propositions. 2.9 Rather than talk of double coding, as is usual in these cases, I think we ought to talk of multiple coding, of our capacity to maneuver the same CT on different occasions by accentuating either the iconic component, or the propositional one, or the narrative one regarding our capacity to activate within the ambit of a complex situation more complex nuclear contents and information. 3.0 All this induces us to review, I should like to say with indulgence, those fairly rigidified semantic representations, compositional analysis models, case grammar, contextual and circumstantial selections, see a theory of semiotics 210-212, that seem to be challenged by a reconsideration of the complex way, certainly not linear, but like a network, in which our cognitive types are organized and of how we interpret them through nuclear content. These skeletal models are naturally stenographic forms that consider our NCS from a certain standpoint, according to what we wish to emphasize within the framework of a set theoretical discourse, or according to how we wish to indicate the ways followed in order to have a certain contextual disambiguation of the terms. With such models we interpret the quantity of NC we need as the need arises. They are metalinguistic, or metasemiotic, interpretations of interpretations rooted in perceptual experience. Until now I have dealt with CTS that concern natural kinds such as mice, cats, and trees. But we have said that there are certainly CTS for actions such as walking, climbing, and skipping. The expression natural kinds is insufficient. CTS for artificial kinds, such as chair, boat, or house, obviously exist. Let us say, then, that I have considered CTS for all the objects or events we can know through perceptual experience. I cannot manage to identify a suitable term for indicating various objects of perceptual experience, and I choose the expression empirical cases. On the model of the Kantian empirical concepts, an empirical case would be the fact that I perceive or recognize a cat, a chair, someone sleeping or walking, and even that a certain place is a church and not a railway station. It is a different matter with cultural cases, among which I would put a disparate series of experiences with regard to which we can certainly discuss whether it happens that what I name in a particular way is named correctly and whether I recognize something that others are also supposed to recognize. Nevertheless, the definition of these cases, just as the instructions for their recognition, depend on a system of cultural assumptions. Among the cultural cases, I would put the functional genera, such as cousin, president, archbishop, a series of abstract concepts, such as the square root, which can also objectively exist on some Platonic third world but which are definitely not objects of immediate experience, events, actions, relationships, such as contract, swindling, emphidiosis, or friendship. What is common to all these cases is that, if they are to be recognized as cultural, they require a reference to a framework of cultural rules. This distinction could correspond to the one Quine made between those occasion sentences that are at the same time observation sentences and those that are not. One might agree with him. Except that, as we shall see, this is a bachelor is not completely non-observational. In the case of the bachelor, Lakoff, 1987, would talk of idealized cognitive models. ICM It is hard to say when the term should be applied, but ideally it has a sense. Lakoff is thinking of the last phase of the debate on bachelors, which boasts a long history featuring an admixture of highly sensible observations and mere witticisms. 3.1 It has been said that it is questionable whether the definition unmarried adult male can really circumscribe bachelors, because unmarried adult males includes Catholic priests, homosexuals, eunuchs, and even Tarzan, at least in the novel where he does not meet Jane, with the result that we cannot define them as bachelors unless our intentions are humorous or metaphorical. The reply has been made, with a good deal of common sense, that bachelors are definable not only as unmarried adult males but also as adult males who have chosen not to marry, for a period marked by indefinite temporal limits, even though they are physically or socially able to do so, which therefore does not apply to the eunuch, unmatched as a result of a life sentence, to Tarzan, quite unable to find a partner, within the time limits, to the priest, celibate by obligation, and to the homosexual, unmarried out of a natural impulse toward other forms of union. In a situation where homosexuals can legally marry persons of the same sex, it would be possible to distinguish homosexual bachelors, who do not live in couples, from married homosexuals. It is evident that, even once these specifications have been made, to be able to talk about bachelors we need other negotiations bound up with the circumstances. For example, a homosexual could marry a person of the opposite sex for social convenience, example if he or she were heir to a throne, without ceasing to be a homosexual for all that, while a priest could not marry a person of the opposite sex without rejoining the ranks of the laity and ceasing to be a priest, and so if we cared to we could say that a homosexual bachelor is more of a bachelor than a priest. But since a priest who has not been defrocked but has been suspended a divinus may get married at a registry office in Reno, is a priest who has been suspended a divinus and does not get married more of a bachelor than a homosexual who does not cohabit with his or her partner of the opposite sex? As we can see, the negotiations can continue indefinitely, and that is why today, customs having changed, the word bachelor is almost never used anymore. Also, it has particular connotations of the free and easy life and evokes the complementary notion, equally in desuetude, of the unmarried lady or, even, the spinster. And so bachelors are now a part of the hazy archipelago of singles, which includes unmarried adults of both sexes, homosexuals or heterosexuals, divorcees, widowers, spouses on the rocks, and spouses still madly in love with their partner but obliged to work in New York while their partner has found a job in California. Lakoff's notion of ICM is still valid in the sense that, while an idealized definition of bachelor does not always allow us to say whether someone is a bachelor, it certainly does allow us to say that he is not a bachelor if he is the happily married, and cohabiting, father of 5 children. 3. Nevertheless, the fact that notions of this kind require negotiation on the basis of conventions and behavior bound up with cultures does not allow us to exclude that the occasion sentences they permit have no observational basis. Consider the difference between killing and murdering. Someone's killing another is directly perceivable. In some way we have a CT of killing, in the form of a fairly elementary scenario. We recognize we are faced with a killing when someone strikes another living being and thereby causes its death. I think the experience of killing is common to different cultures. It's another case with murder. A killing can be defined as homicide in self-defense or culpable or without malice aforethought, as ritual sacrifice, as an act of war recognized by international convention, or finally as murder, depending entirely upon the laws and customs of a given culture. What is puzzling about this difference between empirical cases and cultural cases is that the first are without a doubt based on the testimony of the senses, but it cannot be said that experiential data are devoid of value in the second. Just for a start, an act cannot be recognized as murder unless there is experience, direct or indirect, of the fact that it was a killing. Granted therefore that there is a difference between empirical and cultural cases, and seeing that there are CTS for empirical cases, do we also have CTS for cultural cases? One could avoid this perplexing question by saying that CTS concern the objects of perceptual experience and that's all. For other concepts, ones expressed by linguistic terms, there are no CTS, only NCS, which would be the same as saying that some things are known to us on the basis of perceptual experience while others we know only through definitions, duly contracted within the ambit of a culture. Which brings us back to Russell's distinction between object words and dictionary words, see Russell 1940, except for our broadening of the concept of object word to include natural genera and qualia as well as experiences of other kinds. But, seeing that the CT has been defined as something in the head, which allows us to recognize something and name it as such, even though it has not yet been publicly interpreted in terms of NC, can we perhaps say that when we pronounce the word cousin or president, we have nothing in our heads, and certainly not anything remotely similar to the Kantian schema? Note that the question remains even if it is admitted that we do not think in images but only by processing abstract symbols. In this second case, the question ought simply to be reformulated as follows: is it possible when we state that something is a cat, that we process something in the head, while when we state that X is Y's cousin, we process nothing? When I understand the meaning of cousin and president, I call up in some way a kinship or an organizational schema, a Peircean graph. What happens when I understand that, in correspondence with the Italian term nipote, there are 2 different positions in the kinship schema, expressed in English by nephew and grandson? It is true that I can express the difference verbally too, which brings us to the NC, and so there is a nipote who is the child of an uncle and a nipote who is the child of a child. But the question which I do not feel like answering, owing to my intention not to stick my nose into the black box, is whether this verbally expressed NC is all I know about the difference, or whether it constitutes the verbal interpretation of a difference grasped and understood via a diagram. A supporter of the eminently visual nature of thought, such as Arnheim, seems to surrender before an example made by Buhler, asked to respond to the question should it be lawful or not to marry the sister of one's own widow. The subjects asserted they had come to understand that the statement was senseless without the help of images, 1969, 6. Of course, and especially in the case of a person with a well-trained mind, the answer to the question can be arrived at propositionally. But on repeating the experiment, I also found someone who came to recognize the contradictory nature of the question by imagining a widow weeping, with her sister beside her, over the grave of her own husband, and intuitive evidence suggests that a husband in the grave is unlikely to get married. The same holds good for the Italian word precedente, and even more so when I have to decide whether the apparent synonymy, in English, is a good translation. As a matter of fact, not only is an American president unlike, in constitutional terms, an Italian president, their relations of power are expressed by two different organization charts, but also in the world of business what Italians call the presidente of a company is the equivalent of the chairman of the board in UK English, while the role of president of an American company is very like that of the direttore generate, managing director, in an Italian one. In this case too the difference becomes evident on considering the position of the president in a company organization chart. Naturally the organization chart can be interpreted verbally, by saying that the president is the man or woman who gives orders to X or Y but not to K, who gives orders to him or her, but this would be the same as saying that expressions such as above or below may be interpreted only verbally, in terms of an NC, while we know very well that we translate them mentally in terms of CTS. And the fact that someone is the boss of a group of gangsters that we see in action can be inferred through perceptual experience. Does this mean, therefore, that there is a CT for boss while there is none for president? Many people would be incapable of interpreting in words or with other signs the NC of the word murder, and yet on seeing someone cracking an old lady's skull and then snatching her handbag before fleeing, they would realize they were witnessing a murder. Is there not a CT, a frame, or narrative sequence, for murder, therefore? It would be puzzling to say that in order to recognize a triangle or a hypotenuse, or the fact that there are two onlookers rather than three, things are based on perceptual experience, and therefore there is a CT for these empirical cases, while it is not on the basis of a CT that we recognize 5677 to be an odd number. Identifying an odd number, even a very large one, depends on a rule, and this rule is certainly an instructional schema. If there is a system of instructions for recognizing a dog, why shouldn't there be one for recognizing that 5677 is an odd number? But if there is a system of instructions for recognizing 5677 as an odd number, why shouldn't there be a system of instructions for recognizing whether a certain agreement is a contract? Is there a CT for contracts? It is agreed that the instructions for recognizing an odd number are of a different kind to those we have introjected in order to recognize a dog. But in the discourse on schematism in 2.5 we acknowledged that to characterize the schema as a system of instructions it is not indispensable for the instructions to be morphological in nature. We have already forsaken the idea of understanding CTS exclusively as visual images, and we have decided that they can also correspond to scripts or flowcharts for the recognition of a sequence of actions. The quality of being a bachelor does not seem recognizable on the basis of experience. But does that of soccer referee? To be a referee is certainly not to belong to a natural kind. A camel is always a camel, but a referee is a referee only in certain moments or periods of his life. The functions of the referee are indeed expressed by verbal interpretations. But let us suppose we have been suddenly transported to the stands of a football stadium while a football match is in progress, even though no one, players included, is wearing a shirt that permits perceptual recognition. After a little we would be able to say, by inferring from each person's behavior, which of the 23 people is the referee, just as we are able to tell someone who is jumping from someone who is running. Although a vast competence is required to distinguish a referee from a goalkeeper, no vaster, however, than that required to tell a platypus from an echidna, we introject instructions for recognizing a referee in action. Some could be morphological. The referee wears an outfit of a certain type, and for the same reasons we can recognize who the bishop is in a religious ceremony, but they are not strictly necessary. The bishop in an ordination ceremony and the referee, even if in plain clothes, in a football match are recognizable by what they do, not by their appearance. And this recognition is also based on perceptual experiences. Nevertheless, perceptual experience must be oriented by a set of cultural instructions. Those who do not know what a soccer match is see only a gentleman who, instead of kicking a ball like the other 22 gentlemen, runs about among them performing incomprehensible actions. But the person who saw a platypus for the first time saw something incomprehensible too, just as someone who knows nothing about soccer sees men on a field and is not quite sure what they are doing, or at least why they are doing it and in accordance with what rules. This person saw an animal equipped with some fairly original properties without understanding what it was or whether it breathed under the water or out of it. And just as little by little he began to recognize other tokens of the platypus, even without being able to classify it in a reasonable manner, we can perhaps say that the soccer ignoramus, after having been exposed to the experience of several games, manages to infer that it is a matter of an activity probably having to do with play, in which the players try to propel a ball into a net, while the 23rd gentleman intervenes occasionally to interrupt or regulate their activity. And so, if we admit right from the start that the discoverer of the platypus had elaborated a CT of the still provisionally named animal, why can't the soccer ignoramus produce a CT, God only knows what kind, but probably a functional one, to recognize tokens of the referee? It seems therefore that the referee is perceptually more recognizable than a cousin or a bachelor, and this is empirically true. But even in the case of natural kinds, we recognize some on a morphological basis, cat and platypus, others on the basis of definitions and a list of their possible behavior patterns, and we need only think of certain chemical elements or certain minerals of which we have never had perceptual experience. Yet no one is saying that we have a CT for cat but not for uranium, as Marconi, 1997, suggests. A simple competence regarding the definition of uranium would allow us to recognize perceptually a sample of uranium if we had to choose between it, a butterfly, and an apple. It is not enough to say that we recognize as uranium something that has the evident property of not being a butterfly or an apple. As a matter of fact, the simple information that uranium appears in mineral form disposes us to recognize one thing rather than another. I do not think that the difference between the competence we have of a cat is different from the one we have of a bachelor, on the basis of the difference that according to Griamus Courts, 1979, 332, lies between figurative semes, exteroceptive, which refer to the sensible qualities of the world, and abstract semes, interoceptive, dimensions of content that serve to categorize the world. The abstract semes are of the type object versus process, not bachelor versus married. Where do the bachelors stand according to Griamus? His abstract semes are extremely general categories, and between them and the figurative semes we would still need that mediation that Kant entrusted to the schemata, intermediaries between the abstraction of the categorial apparatus and the concreteness of the manifold of the intuition. Nor do I think that Marconi's, 1997, distinction between referential competence and inferential competence stands up, or not in this case at least. Ideally speaking, someone who knows what a pangolin is has referential competence regarding it. He possesses the instructions with which to identify a token of it, while someone who knows what a bachelor is has only inferential competence. He knows that bachelors are unmarried adult males. But let us suppose we provide a computer with the necessary instructions for an understanding of English. its competence regarding the word pangolin would be no different from its competence regarding the word bachelor, and in both cases it would be prepared to make inferences of the type if pangolin, then animal, and if bachelor, then unmarried. I could have only inferential and not referential competence of the pangolin, to the point that if one were to appear at my desk while I was writing, I would not know what it was. But it might be objected that, in ideal conditions, I could obtain all the instructions necessary for recognizing a pangolin. Would I have to exclude that, in ideal conditions, I cannot be supplied with all the instructions for recognizing a bachelor? Let us imagine I am a detective, and that I am following day by day, hour by hour, the behavior of an individual. I note that in the evenings he goes back to the apartment where he lives alone, and that he has only transitory contact with members of the opposite sex, changing his partner every day. He could certainly be a false bachelor, a husband who lives separated from his wife, or a compulsive adulterer. But in the same way, could I not fail to recognize a hyper-realistic plastic model of a pangolin or a pangolin robot, which behaves in every way like a pangolin, rolling itself up into a ball when threatened, or whose scales and sticky tongue are accessible to the sight and touch? Counter-objection: a pangolin is such by divine, or natural, decree, while a bachelor is such by social decree or linguistic convention. Agreed, it would be sufficient to consider a society that does not recognize the institution of marriage, so that those whom we recognize as bachelors would no longer be so. But what is in question here is not that there is a difference between natural kinds, functional kinds, and goodness knows how many other types of objects, or that there is a difference between empirical and cultural cases, between cat and amphidiasis. The question is whether we can talk about CTS as systems of instructions that allow us to recognize tokens for cultural kinds too. The following story is inspired by the canonical Gospels, but it strays from them in some aspects. Let us say that it is inspired by an apocryphal gospel that, as it is apocryphal, I might have written myself. The Lord decides to get the business of the incarnation underway. He has prepared Mary for immaculate conception since her birth, and she is the only human being suited to this purpose. In addition, let us suppose that he has already seen to or is about to see to the miracle of virginal conception. But he must inform Mary of the event, and Joseph of the task that awaits him. He therefore calls for the archangel Gabriel and gives him his orders, which we might sum up as follows: you must descend to the earth, to Nazareth, find a young girl called Mary, the daughter of Anna and Joachim, and tell her this and that. Then you must identify a virtuous and chaste man, called Joseph, of the line of David, and you will tell him what he must do. All very simple, if an angel were a human being. But angels do not speak, because they understand one another in an ineffable fashion, and what they know they see in the beatific vision. Yet in this vision they do not learn all that God knows, otherwise they would be God. They learn only what God allows them to know, according to their rank in the heavenly host. Therefore the Lord must make Gabriel able to carry out his mission by transmitting him certain competences, first of all, the entirely human capacity to perceive and recognize objects, then a knowledge of Hebrew, as well as other cultural notions, without which, as we shall see, the mission could not come to a happy conclusion. Gabriel descends to Nazareth. Identifying Mary is not hard. He asks around for Joachim's house, enters a fine and gracious colonnade, sees what is beyond doubt a young woman, calls her by name to be sure he is not making a mistake. She reacts by gazing at him in trepidation, and as far as the Annunciation is concerned, that's that. The serious problems begin now. How to identify Joseph? It's a matter of identifying a member of the male sex, and Gabriel is perfectly able to discern, from dress and facial features, a male from a female. But the rest? After his successful strategy with Mary, he begins calling for Joseph loudly all around the village, but no good comes of it, because many men come running at his call, and he realizes that names may well be rigid designators in certain circumstances. He has read a little modal logic in the divine mind, but they are far less so in social life, where Josephs are more abundant than strictly necessary. Naturally, Gabriel knows that Joseph must be a virtuous man, and it is possible that he has received some typological instructions about how to recognize the virtuous, by the serenity of their features, by their generous behavior toward the poor and infirm, and by the pious gestures they make in the temple. But there is more than one righteous adult male in Nazareth. From among these virtuous men Gabriel must choose a bachelor, and, having received instructions about the Jewish language and the society of the period, he knows that his candidate must be an adult male and unmarried, even though the man could marry if he wished. And so Gabriel does not think of going to look for a homosexual, a eunuch, or a priest of some religion that requires ecclesiastical celibacy. All he needs do is pay a visit to the Nazareth registry office. But, alas, as we all know, Caesar Augustus was to announce the famous census only 9 months afterward, and at the time there were no public records, or if there were, they were in unspeakable disorder. To establish whether the various Josephs he has spotted are bachelors or not, Gabriel can infer their condition only from their behavior. The Joseph who lives alone in the back of his carpenter's shop could be a bachelor, but he could also be a widower. In the end, Gabriel remembers that Joseph is of the line of David. He supposes that in the temple there will be old registers, he subpoenas them, and then, by comparing them with oral testimony, he manages to identify the Joseph he is looking for. End of Gabriel's mission. Gabriel reascends to heaven to receive the warm congratulations of his fellow angels for a mission well and truly accomplished. With them Gabriel would be able to interpret and therefore to describe step by step the procedures he followed to ascertain that Joseph was a bachelor. Then he would supply his fellow angels with the NC of the expression bachelor, which certainly includes the cultural rule that says an adult male who is unmarried even though he could be otherwise, but also includes a mixture of images, scripts that concern typical behavior, and procedures for the collection of data. 3.3 But now let us make our story more complicated. Lucifer, by nature rebellious when it comes to divine decrees, wants to try to prevent the incarnation. He cannot oppose the miracle of virgin conception, but he can act on events as he will indeed do later, by instigating Herod to commit the massacre of the innocents. And therefore Lucifer tries to make the encounter between Mary and Joseph fail in such a way that, if the birth must occur, it will seem illegitimate in the eyes of all Palestine. So he orders Belphegor to precede Gabriel to Nazareth and to eliminate Joseph with a dagger. Fortunately the Prince of Darkness teaches us his tricks but not how to hide them. He forgets that Belphegor, who for millennia has been assigned to the savage peoples of terra incognita, issus to the customs of those peoples, among whom virtue is expressed through acts of warlike ferocity and is ostentate, or vaunted, by tattoos and scars that render the face repugnant. And so our poor devil tries to identify the virtuous Joseph and sets his eye, by an understandable error, on the father of the future Barabbas. He does not know what a bachelor is, because he comes from a hirsute tribe where by decree lads of tender years must couple with lascivious old men, only to move on, immediately after initiation, to an unbridled but legitimate polygamy. And Belphegor will have trouble identifying Mary, since he does not know what it means for a young girl to be nubile and chaste. In the place whence he comes women are given, while still children, to the men of another clan, and they procreate by the time they are 12. Nor does he know what it means for a bachelor or a nubile girl to live alone or with their parents, because in his neck of the woods everybody lives in large huts that house entire families, and the only ones who live alone are those the gods have made mad. As the society from which Belphegor comes from is founded on the avuncular principle, the archdevil does not know what it means to be of the line of David. As a result, Belphegor does not manage to identify Joseph and Mary, and his mission fails. It fails because Belphegor did not know some things that Gabriel knew. But he was not wholly ignorant. Like Gabriel, Belphegor could tell a male from a female, night from day, the habitat that was little Nazareth from that of great Jerusalem. If he had passed by Joseph's workshop, he would have seen that Joseph busied himself planing wood rather than pouring olives into a press. If he had met Mary, he would surely have said to himself that this was a young woman. In short, Belfagor and Gabriel would have shared cognitive types that referred to empirical cases but not cognitive types dependent on the Palestinian cultural system of the 1st century, just, BC. In the light of this story, it would be easy to conclude that, there are empirical cases that we know and recognize through perceptual experience. 2. It can happen that, for objects never before perceived directly, we first receive an NC by interpretation, and it is only on the basis of this that we produce a CT, even though a tentative one. 3. For empirical cases therefore we go from the CT, founded on experience, to the NC, while for cultural cases the reverse occurs. But things are not that easy. We have seen that to discriminate between to hop and to skip we must consider data proceeding from perceptual experience but also need information that I would call choreographic, without which it is impossible to count the order in which the limbs contact the ground, and it would be impossible to recognize that a certain convulsive movement executed by a dancer is a perfect entrechat. Conversely, being a professor is certainly a cultural case, but anyone who enters a traditional classroom can immediately tell the teacher from the students, because of their reciprocal spatial positions, and better than an ordinary person, when asked, can distinguish between a weasel and a stoat or even between a frog and a toad. We are able to understand the different cognitive operations that distinguish the recognition of a cat from the recognition of a square root, but between these two extremes there stand a variety of objects whose cognitive status is fairly unstable. By way of a conclusion, my guess is that we must recognize the existence of CTS for cultural cases too, and therefore when necessary I shall take them into consideration, without putting them in question and without even trying to create an exhaustive typology of them. In reality, in this chapter, I am concerned with cognitive types for empirical cases, and I shall continue to deal with them directly. Naturally, this decision does not eliminate another problem, that is, whether there are observation sentences independent of a corporate system of assumptions, or whether the difference between a male and a female is not in some way possible only within a system of warranted assertions. But I shall be dealing with this in section 4. I certainly have some notions about a mouse, and I am able to recognize a mouse in the little animal that suddenly flashes across the floor of my house in the country. A zoologist knows many things about the mouse that I don't, perhaps more than those things recorded in the Encyclopedia Britannica. But if the zoologist is with me in the lounge of that country house, and if I draw his attention to what I am seeing, under normal conditions he ought to agree with me that there is a mouse in the corner over there. It is as if, given the system of notions that I have about the mouse, which probably also includes personal interpretations due to previous experiences, or many notions about mice in literature and the arts, which are not part of the zoologist's competence, and given the system of notions, or MC2, of the zoologist, we both agree on an area of knowledge that we have in common, figure 3.3. This area of knowledge coincides with the CT and NC shared by the zoologist and me. It allows both of us to recognize a mouse and to make some commonsensical observations about mice, probably to distinguish one from a sewer rat, even though this is a controversial point, and to react with some common behavior patterns. The fact that the zoologist reacted not only with the verbal expression "there's a mouse," but also with dynamic interpret ants that I could foresee, and the fact that, were he asked to draw what he saw, he could supply something very similar to figure 3.1, or that he can always explain what mice are in words to a child by using a series of descriptions not dissimilar to those proposed by Weisbecke. All this tells me that, somewhere, the zoologist must have a notion not unlike my own. Proof of this lies in the fact that both of us, were we to construct a mousetrap, would build it more or less the same size, and both of us would study the distance between the bars so that a standard format mouse would not be able to escape, and both of us would use cheese as bait rather than salad or chewing gum. Neither of us would construct a cage for grasshoppers or an immense cage with steel bars like the one used to hold Lecter in The Silence of the Lambs. The moment the zoologist and I agree to recognize a mouse, we have both ascribed the token supplied to us by the stimulating field to the same CT that the zoologist can also interpret in terms of NC. Must this NC be identified with what is habitually called the literal meaning of an expression? If the literal meaning is that found in the dictionary, then certainly not, because we have seen that the CT of the mouse also ought to include thymic connotations, frames, and so on. If, on the other hand, literal meaning is to be understood as what most people are induced to associate with the word mouse under ordinary circumstances, i.e., when there is no need to suspect metaphorical use or explicit affective accentuations, such as the diminutive mousey, or when we talk of the mouse of a computer, then we can answer in the affirmative. Except that this literal meaning is also made of information that is usually recognized as encyclopedic and involves experience of the world. This bears out yet again that the canonical opposition between dictionary and encyclopedia is perhaps useful for certain theoretical ends but does not refer in the slightest to the way in which we perceive and name things. Up to now I have said that the zoologist and I possess a zone of common competence, and I have identified this zone with the CT and NC that is elaborated from it. The doubt might arise, since both the zoologist and I share the same CT, that it is given to us. A legitimate suspicion, given that it seems to spring from perceptual experiences, both my own, that I have already seen and can recognize mice, and those of the people who transmitted them to me, when they taught me to recognize mice. But if this zone is given to us, we automatically wonder if we are dealing with an entity deposited somewhere or other, like the species or essences or ideas of days gone by. If this were the case, it would be the same for everybody, and at bottom the problem facing Kant was how to construct a schematic procedure that, in the third critique at least, would become a conjectural labor that was the same for everybody. Instead, we have seen how this zone is bound up with the subject's disposition, experiences, and knowledge, so much so that I have expressed doubts as to whether it includes the notion that mice are different from rats. This common competence is continuously negotiated or contracted. The zoologist agrees to ignore something he knows about the mouse, to accept only what I know about it, or he contributes to the enrichment of my CT of the mouse by making me note something that had escaped me. It can be negotiated, because the cognitive type is not an entity, even though it seems to carry out the function usually assigned to concepts. It is a procedure as the Kantian schema is a procedure. When we recognize or identify something as a mouse, a token is ascribed to a type. In the process, we pass from the particular to the general. Only under these conditions can I use language and talk about a mouse. It has been seen that in the language of modern cognitive psychology this procedure is indicated, in a historically debatable way, as a phenomenon of categorization, and I have resigned myself pro bono communicationis to go along with this usage. Nevertheless, when the zoologist and I agree that we have seen a mouse, we are referring, verbally to that mouse. While in order to understand that particular token, I have had to bind it to the general, now I will once more bind the general to the particular. As Neisser, 1976, 65, observed, discussing this oscillation from a psychological standpoint, on the one hand I generalize the object and on the other I particularize the schema, I do not know if it is a source of comfort or despair that, by so saying, he is merely redibling a debate that began some time ago. Thomas Aquinas would have said that on seeing a mouse one grasps, in the phantasma offered by the sensation, a quid ditas, and therefore not that mouse but the mouse as such. Naturally it would be necessary to recognize, as he did, that the sensation immediately offers us something already organized, as if a retinal age offered us a fully denned object that naturally, spontaneously, referred to the corresponding mouse, without any interpretative mediation. But Aquinas was aware that by so doing we do not explain why we can still go on talking about that mouse, the one we are seeing. And so he came up with the reflexio ad phantasmata, not to the single mouse, mind you, but to its image. An unsatisfactory solution, all things considered, especially for a realist. Duns Scotus's attempt, first the Haeusiatates, but in that case we have to decide how to form the universal concept. To obviate this problem, catching the single mouse, does not seem definitively persuasive, nor does that proposed by Occam, First the single individual, and the concept as pure sign, which is a way of saying that CTS are drawn from the individual, without explaining how to solve the universal particular dialectic when encountering other individuals that may be signified with the same concept. Basically these were all ways of solving the problem of the black box. To keep out of it, we must focus on only one fact, that something happens. In talking of the mouse, we generalize it, but after having identified the token as a token of a type, we dwell once more on the token, otherwise we could not say, for example, that that mouse has lost a bit of its tail, while neither the mouse as such nor the CT of the mouse has a cropped tail. This brings us back precisely to the Kantian problem of the schema. If the general is too general, perhaps we might manage to compare it to the manifold of experience, which deep down must be that mouse as mouse and sich, but it would be difficult to return from the general to the individual manifold. As a procedure for imagining the mouse, the schema mediates, and therefore there must be some correspondence, not of a straight one-to-one sort but at least of a many to very many sort between the features of the type and those that can be found in the token. This means to say that the relation between type and token should not be that which exists between the concept of a geographical map and any geographical map, but that which exists between a particular geographical map and the territory it is intended to represent. Peirce would have said that in the moment of thirdness everything is generalized, but there is no thirdness that is not impregnated with that high et nunc that arises in firstness and secondness. Throughout the entire history of philosophy it has been said that the individual is omnimode determinatus, determined in all respects, and therefore its properties are infinite. With regard to the mouse I am now looking at, I could predicate the number of hairs, its position with respect to Mecca, or the food it ate yesterday. If we always knew only individuals, then every general proposition would derive from an effective knowledge of all individuals in all respects. In order to say that mice are animals, I would not just have to say that for every x, if x is a mouse, then x is an animal. Rather, I have really enumerated all the x's and have discovered that they all indiscriminately exhibit a property that can be signified by the term animal. Or I would have to say that there are some JRS, the ones I have known, that have the property of being animal, suspending my judgment on the x's of which I have no experience. But if there is a function for the CT and the corresponding NC, not to mention the MC, it is that it must also stand for the XS I have still not met. Let us once more refuse all bets regarding what happens inside the black box. Common sense assures us that the zoologist and I recognize a mouse, but we know we are dealing with that mouse, and if by chance we caught it and marked its back with a pen, on the next occasion we would recognize that we were dealing with the same mouse, which is moreover the way in which, by virtue of characteristic features that are far more complex than the stroke of a pen, we recognize the individuals we normally come into contact with every day, and when we cannot do this, the doctor starts talking about Alzheimer's disease. We recognize individuals because we relate them to a type, but we are able to formulate types because we have experience of individuals. That we are capable of some reflexio ad phantasmata, or ad res, is a fact that we must take as food for thought, even though, personally, I possess no instruments for explaining it and take as my motto the phrase with which Saul Kripke, 1971, ended a conference speech on identity and necessity. The next topic would be my own solution of the mind-body problem, but that I do not have, 1971, 164. But there is something we can say, and it is not only that we have some experience of this man, token, even when we recognize him as a man, type, but also that we assign a proper name to certain individuals and recognize them as those determined individuals and not in general. Therefore, if it is assumed that we recognize thanks to a CT, we must admit that there is a CT for men in general, and it might even assume the most schematic form of a 3D model, and there are different CTS for our fathers, wives, husbands, children, friends, and neighbors. I shall be dealing with this in 3.7.6. But, before getting to that point, we have to venture into that swampy area that lies between the general and the individual. Certainly it is one thing to refer to a CT to recognize a token of a natural kind, such as mouse, and another to refer to a CT to recognize individually a person. Neisser, 1976, 55, admits that our schemata can operate on different levels of generality, so that we are ready to recognize something, a mouse, my brother-in-law George, and even a sneer of disdain, not a smile, on George's face. Of the possible existence of individual types, and the oxymoron already obliges us to investigate further, I shall have more to say in 3.7.6, but for now we need to talk of the difference between generic types and specific types, in other words, of the fact that we sometimes want to tell a tabby cat from a Siamese, sometimes a cat from a dog, or sometimes only a quadruped from a biped. Evidently it is a matter of postulating CTS at different levels of generality, but the problem immediately arises as to whether we can think of a sort of tree for the different CTS or whether we must consider them as an archipelago with no hierarchical order. 3.5 The fact that has been and is still widely discussed is that we show different capacities of discrimination for different natural and artificial kinds. As for myself, I am capable of distinguishing a hen from a turkey, a swallow from an eagle, and a sparrow from a canary, and even a barn owl from a little owl, and therefore I have a CT of them. However, I would not be able to distinguish between wrens, redstarts, chaffinches, bullfinches, blackcaps, skylarks, goldfinches, grey tits, warblers, starlings, jays, curlews, or wagtails. I would recognize them as birds, and that's all. Naturally a hunter or a bird watcher would have a competence different from mine, but this is not the problem. The problem is, if that of the swallow is a CT, what is the CT of birds in general? Even if we accept the idea that we know by categorical organization, this organization varies according to diverse areas of experience, according to human groups, and according to the individual. If our knowledge were really structured according to a homogeneous system of classes and subclasses, we should name and recognize the objects that follow according to the diagram in figure 3.4. Superordinate categories, basic categories, subordinate categories. When we presuppose a schema of this kind, we likewise presuppose that the basic categories are the ones learned first and that therefore they not only play a crucial role in linguistic exchange but also govern the processes of identification or recognition. When subjects are asked to enumerate the features, properties, or attributes of a series of stimulus terms, such as animal, furniture, chair, dog, fruit, apples, and pears, it can be seen that, for the superordinate categories, the features are very few in number. 2. For the basic categories, the features grow remarkably, and 3. For the subordinate categories, the difference in terms of features as compared to the basic categories is minimal. For example, only 2 features are individuated to define clothing: it's something we put on and something that keeps us warm. A great number of features are individuated for trousers, legs, pockets, buttons, they are made of cloth, you put them on in a certain way, etc., while for a subordinate category such as jeans the subjects usually add only the characteristic feature of color, they are usually blue. According to the number of these distinguishing features, it is obvious that it is easier to tell trousers from a jacket than to discriminate between 2 different kinds of trousers. 3.6 All the experiments in this regard have shown that our everyday knowledge does not correspond to this classification. The situation can vary according to the subjects, but while many of them can tell a hen from a turkey, in the case of the curlew and the redstart they recognize only a bird. Ross, 1978, 169, talks of an unexpected result when, although tree and furniture were hypothesized as superordinate categories, it was seen that the subjects could tell a chair from a table much better than they could an oak from a maple, which were both generically recognized as trees. I was not surprised in the least by the result, bearing in mind that for some time Putnam has been telling us that he cannot distinguish between an elm and a beech, and I must join the club, while I imagine he can distinguish very well between a chair and a table or between a banana and an apple. There are 2 problems here. We tend to elaborate CTS with reference to perceptual situations in which, as far as our corporeal exigencies are concerned, morphology and pertinency count for more than the function we might call aesthetic and social, and I refer the reader to the paragraph on affordances in 3.4.7. To decide that a bookshelf and a chair both belong to the superordinate category of furniture, we need to have an elaborate notion of what a habitat is, of what we expect from a standard habitation, and of where one goes to purchase the objects that serve to furnish a standard habitation. The category furniture, therefore, requires a capacity for abstraction. I maintain that a dog may recognize a chair or a divan, and perhaps a table, as objects on which he can curl up and have a nap, while he sees a bookshelf or a closed cupboard simply as obstacles, every bit as much as he sees the walls of the room as obstacles. 3. On the other hand, the property of something being a tree is one of those semiotic primitives that we instinctively distinguish in the surrounding environment, and as a result we discriminate between the tree and animals and other objects, and I don't think a dog behaves any differently when he uses trees generally as urinals except for any repugnance he may feel for some particular olfactory stimulus. We elaborate first and foremost a CT of the tree, while the difference between beech and linden tree belongs only to a more elaborate type of knowledge, because, unless we are primitive forest dwellers who depend on their ability to recognize different species of trees, trees appear to us as furnishings of the environment that, as far as our needs go, all perform the same function. They give shade, mark boundaries, cluster together in woods or forests, etc. 3.8 But we can tell a banana from an apple very well, because the difference counts for our needs and our alimentary preferences, because we often have to choose between them, or because they present different conditions of consumability. Therefore it seems natural that we have distinct CTS for banana and apple and a generic CT for trees. 3.9 These statistical rules are subject to noteworthy exceptions depending on personal experience. Unable as I am to tell an elm from a linden tree, I can recognize both banyan trees and mangroves very well. There are 3 reasons for this. The first is that we are dealing with trees that nourished my childish imagination as a reader of adventure stories, especially Salgari's books, at least as far as the banyan is concerned. The second, which depends on the first, is that in the course of my travels, when I heard it said that something was a banyan and that the clumps of vegetation along the coasts of an island or alongside a swampy canal were mangroves, I hastened to look at them and to commit their morphological features to memory. The third is that both the banyan and the mangroves have highly singular and uncommon features, the former because the trunk branches out toward the roots in a series of star-shaped blades, and the latter because, by no means fortuitously, they are known in colloquial English as walking trees, that is to say, from a distance they look like insects walking on the water. Naturally, still owing to biographical accidents, by this time I would recognize a platypus with certainty. I can identify an iguana, but I still have only the vaguest ideas about the anaconda. This does not mean that were I obliged to tell an anaconda from a badger and a magpie, I could not identify it, because I know it is a snake, but my idea of snake is wild and has nothing to do with the scientific idea of reptile. We know very well that it is only at a certain age that children acquire classificatory competence, which does not prevent them from recognizing many objects perfectly well. The following dialogue is the transcription of a tape recording made without any scientific intention in 1968, in the course of a children's party, with the sole purpose of making them play with the recorder, to tell stories or improvise dialogues. As far as I recall, the subject whose responses are transcribed here, whom we shall call Tiny Tim, was between 4 and 5 years old. Listen, Tim, I am a gentleman who has always lived on a desert island on which there are no birds, only dogs, cows, and fish, but no birds. Finally I am about to come here, and I ask you to explain to me what a bird is, so that I can recognize one if by chance I should see one. Tim: well, it has a little meat, but it is small in the breast, and it has little feet and a tiny little head and a little breast, and its wings are little too, and a few feathers on its breast and and then it flies with these feathers and. As can be seen, the child has his own idea of birds. He is probably thinking of the only birds he has seen on the balcony at home, sparrows, and this could suggest a few ideas in the discussion that will follow about prototypes, but it does not enter his head to say that a bird is a flying bipt. All right. Now listen. I am a gentleman who has always lived on the top of a mountain, where I quenched my thirst by eating fruit, but I have never seen water. Now could you explain to me what water is like? Tim, what it's like? Yes. Tim, I don't know what water is like, because nobody has ever even explained it to me. Have you never seen it? Tim, yes, when you put your hands under the water. But I don't know what water is like, so how can I put my hands under it? Tim, but under the water that wets, first you put your hands under the water, then you take the soap, and you put it on, and then you rinse it away with the water. You have told me what I must do with water, but you haven't told me what water is. Maybe it's that red thing in the stove that burns. Tim. No. Water is. What do I see when I see water? How can I know it is water? Tim, you get wet when you put your hands under the water. But what does it mean that it wets you? If I don't know what water is, then I don't know what wetting means. Tim, it is transparent. Oh, is it that stuff in the windows that lets you see what's on the other side? Tim, no. You said it was transparent. Tim, no, it's not glass, glass doesn't wet you. But what does to get wet mean? Tim, getting wet is Another adult, breaking in. That gentleman should know what wet means if he always eats fruit on that mountain. Tim, it's damp. Good. Is it damp like fruit? Tim, a little bit. A little bit. And is it shaped like fruit, I mean, round? Tim, no, water is shaped like, it goes around all over the place, round, square, all over the place. It takes all the shapes it wants? Tim, then here and there you can see square waters, round waters. Tim, no, not here and there, only in rivers, in streams, in wash basins, in baths. So it's a transparent thing, damp, that takes the shape of all the things foot goes into? Tim, yes. And so it's not a solid thing like bread? Tim, no. And so if it's not solid, what is it? Tim, I dunno. What is everything that isn't solid? Tim, it's water. Is it liquid, perhaps? Tim, you see, water is a transparent liquid that you can't drink, because the normal stuff has little flies, microbes that you can't see. Good boy, a transparent liquid. As can be seen, Tim knows what a liquid is, and after a lot of hints he even arrives at a definition that would delight a dictionary semantician: transparent liquid. Apparently he cannot get there on his own, and the first definition he gives is of a functional nature, what water is for. He does not go so much for the dictionary or morphological characteristics of the object as much as its affordances. Nevertheless, we should recall the question. It was about a man who lived on a mound top and quenched his thirst without knowing what water was. Tim understood that the man drank fruit juice, and so the idea of liquid struck him implicit. He tried to identify other characteristics of water compared to other liquids. This is a typical case in which the formulation of the question can lead to answers that we then consider deviant or insufficient. Listen now, I have never seen a radio. How can I recognize one? Tim, hesitant mumbling, do it the way you did with water before, when you finally told me the most important thing, that it was a transparent liquid. Tim, with batteries or plugged in. But I don't know what a radio is, and therefore I don't know which is better. Tim, well, it has electricity that says everything that in the batteries is, incomprehensible word, and says everything that has happened. And that's a radio. Tim, you put in the electricity like there is here, points to the tape recorder, and then it goes. But what is the radio? Is it an animal that goes ahead if I put the electricity inside it? Tim, no, it's an electrical box that. An electrical box? Tim, no, it's that inside there is the electricity and the batteries, with wires, that says everything that has happened. So it's like that box over there, that if I put a record on, it says what has happened. Tim, no, it doesn't have a record. Oh, it's a box with electricity, wires, batteries, and without a record that says everything that has happened. Tim, yes. Apart from the fact that an adult would also find it difficult to give a scientific definition of a radio, and it being evident that Tim could recognize a radio perfectly well, it will be noted that he did not think to distinguish it from the water and the bird as an artificial kind or artifact, not even when I suggested the opposition with animal to him. Now listen to this. I am a gentleman who has always lived. Tim, not on a desert island again. No, this time in a hospital where the people were ill and each one was missing a part, some an arm, others a leg. I have never seen a foot. What is a foot? Tim, haha. It's this here. No, you mustn't show me it, you must explain to me what it is, so that when I see one, I can say, oh, this is a foot. Tim, it's made of meat, it has toes. Don't you know what toes are? So it's a thing made of meat with toes. Is this it? One, show him a hand. Asterisk Tim, no. Because the foot has the elbow here, and instead the hand has it here. Then it is an ill hand, like this I imitate a withered hand. Tim, no. It has the corners and toes straight out in front, it's like this. Then the street where we live is a foot. It has corners, it is straight. Tim, no, it's smaller, and then it has a thing here. Try to tell me where it is. Tim, it is where the men that walk. It is the thing that men rest on the ground to walk with. What begins at the hips and goes down and at the end of the leg, which is that thing there is the foot. One more, it's the man who lives on the desert island again. And he doesn't know what a hot sausage is. Tim, it's round. Like a ball? Tim, no, it's like this, it has corners like this, and it's longer than a ball and is made of meat. Then it's a leg. Tim, without the bones, because a leg has bones. How can I recognize a frankfurter? You told me it was made of meat. Tim, it's round, it's a half of a ball, but it's only at the corners that it has nothing, that inside that, halfway, that inside is very very thin, and then it's made of meat and is pink. The session finished here, because Tim was showing signs of tiredness. As can be seen, he did not thinly of saying that a foot is a limb and that a frankfurter is a food. He must agree with Neisser, 1978, F categories cannot be a mode of perception. I shall say in 4.3 in what sense the scientific categories must be distinguished from the wild categories, but for the time being I propose to assume that we have, in line and without any embedding from general to particular, CTS for apple, banana, tree, hen, sparrow, and bird. How is it possible to have two distinct CTS for sparrow and hen and only one for great tits, curlews, and skylarks all together? It is possible largely because it happens, and by time-honored definition all that happens is possible. The CT for birds is so generous, or vague, or rough, as to accommodate all animals with wings that fly in the sky and alight on power lines or trees, and if we spot a sparrow from a distance, we can in fact decide, for the moment, to consider it a bird, and that's that. The term bird has a greater extension than terms such as hen or sparrow, but I would not say that this means we perceive the CT of bird as a superordinate category with respect to that of the hen. That of animal that flies in the sky with wings, which is our ingenuous notion of bird, is a semiotic primitive. For some animals we perceive only that property, and we relate them to the rough CT of the bird. For others, on recognizing certain additional properties, we elaborate a CT with a finer grain. We recognize a CT of the bird on the basis of the features or the procedures X, Y. We recognize a CT of the sparrow on the basis of the features or the procedures X, Y, Z, and a CT of the swallow on the basis of the property X, Y, K, J, and we realize that there are common features not only between sparrow and swallow but also between a sparrow and other animals we recognize as birds. But at first this must have nothing to do with the logical criterion by which we relate the sparrow to the class of birds, even though it is certainly by starting from similarities that we go on to elaborate taxonomies. We are simply capable of recognizing sparrows, swallows, and birds, and if then someone wishes to devote himself to the study of birds in liberty, he will also have a CT for the curlew and another for the skylark. CTS are generous and disordered. Some people have a CT for the cat, some have one both for a tabby and a Siamese, and most of the features of the tabby will certainly be shared by the cat. But even though it seems so evident that it is on this basis that we can go on to state that every tabby is a cat, I insist on reiterating that, on the level of a perceptual process, this is still a suspicion, an intuition of identity of properties, and not yet an inscription in a categorical tree. If a CT is a procedure for the construction of the conditions of recognizability and identification of an object, see Figure 3.5, which shows various 3D models. There is a 3D model for the dog or the horse. Nothing prevents us, owing to more specific needs, from constructing a 3D model for a Labrador and a Pointer, or for a black horse or a Lipizzaner, just as nothing prevents Putnam and me from going to work in a nursery one day and learning to distinguish elms from beech trees. But at first, beech, elm, and tree are all CTS that should be put on the same level, and each one of us uses the one or the other according to his own relations with the environment, considering himself more or less satisfied. The observation sentences /have seen a pointer and /have seen a dog are equally useful and pertinent according to the circumstances, even before it has been decided that the category of pointer is subordinate to that of dog. Perceptually the CT of the dog is cruder than that of the pointer, but it is perfectly adequate in certain circumstances. It does not oblige us to choose between a Great Dane and an Irish Wolfhound, and we ask no more than that. In my view, therefore, the discourse on the CTS still has nothing to do with the discourse on a taxonomic categorical system. The CTS are only bricks for use in the erection of categorical systems. Nonetheless, there are some possible counterexamples. I admit that the experiment I am about to cite could be used both to equate the categories to the CTS and to deny this equation. Humphreys and Ridoch, 1995, 34, tell us of a patient affected by cerebral lesions, who, when shown an insect, drew it with not very much realism but certainly in a way that allows us to recognize something very similar to an insect, Figure 3.6. The fact that he drew it tells us he interpreted it and therefore supplied indications for its identification and future recognition. In short, if he did not have one before, he had now constructed a CT. But when the insect was removed and he was asked to draw it, the subject represented it as a kind of bird, Figure 3.7. When the same patient, capable of recognizing an oyster as such, in the absence of the model, was invited to draw it, he represented it with 4 legs. The authors note that, for the short-term visual memory, we must postulate deposited mental knowledge, whose degeneration compromises the reconstruction of the remembered object. Could the case be interpreted in terms of a disturbance of categorical competence? In point of fact, in the absence of the insect the patient did not draw a chair and in place of the oyster a pencil. His memory retained a feature of animality, and therefore it could have worked its way up from the insect or the oyster to the superordinate category of the animals, and thence back down toward the birds or some other unspecified beast. But if we consider the perception of animality as a precategorial experience, then by retaining only one vague attribute of what he had seen, the patient might have gone to fish out any CT that contained it, thus slipping from one CT to another, as if surfing in the archipelago of the CTS, instead of working his way up from species to genus. I am not maintaining that previous knowledge or categorical suspicions do not play a part in the construction of a CT, and the case of Marco Polo mentioned in 2.1 confirms this. I am merely supposing that CTS, I, can be constructed independently of an organized categorical competence and, 2, can also be activated independently and even in conflict with such a competence, as will be seen when we retell the story of the platypus in 4.5. Can we identify CTS with those that Putnam, 1975, 295, calls stereotypes? If we consider Putnam's representation of the content of the term water, figure 3.8, we could say that the CT includes both semantic markers and stereotypical information, while naturally the property of being H0 is part of the MC. In any case, the CT has the folk nature of the stereotype, and the random blend of dictionary and encyclopedic elements. But it is perhaps more interesting to make it clear that stereotypes are not what cognitivist literature has called prototypes. One of the ways in which the prototype is currently understood is that it is a member of a category, which becomes a model for the recognition of other members that share some properties recognized as salient. When invited to define a bird, Tiny Tim thought of the prototype of the sparrow, for the simple reason that this was the bird he was most familiar with. If taken literally, the experiments carried out regarding the identification of prototypes allow one to think that this is the way we all usually behave. Others are inclined to consider it as more a bundle of features, and in that sense it would be closer to the stereotype. When we think of a dog, unless we live with one on a day-to-day basis, we do not think of a Dalmatian rather than a Labrador but of a mongrel type. When we think of a bird, we imagine a winged biped of average size, let's say between a sparrow and a pigeon, and seldom, unless we have come straight from the Arabian Nights, something like the rock. This mongrel form varies according to the culture. I imagine that an inhabitant of the South Sea Islands might have a CT of the bird that emphasizes the vividness of the plumage more than is the case with us, but it is precisely in the negotiation of a space for common agreement that the CTS happily mongrelize themselves. Let's think of an animal such as the dinosaur, which we do not know by direct experience but through real prototypes offered us by the encyclopedia. Even in this case I maintain that the most common CT is a cross between a dinosaur, a brontosaurus, a Tyrannosaurus rex, and various other extinct giant reptiles. If it were possible to project an average of the mental images that each of us has in this regard, we would find ourselves with an animal out of Walt Disney rather than something we see reconstructed in a natural history museum. 408 third version would have the prototypes as something more abstract, a set of requisites that may be expressed propositionally, necessary if we are to predicate something as belonging to a category, and here the ambiguity of category crops up again, since in this last case we are already thinking in terms of classification. 3J4-2 Some misunderstandings regarding prototypes. Prototypes have enjoyed and still enjoy vast popularity in psychological literature, but their history is fairly complex, partly because the person who has worked most on them, Eleanor Ross, has successively changed her mind about their nature. The scholar who has reconstructed the matter with the greatest precision is perhaps Lakoff, 1987, and I will keep to his synthesis. The story of prototypes springs from a series of questions, from Wittgenstein to Ross, that regard